Good morning. Good morning. I assume we're live. We've got the big screen up. Overtaking lane, giving us the final day of the live stream. Right around the world. And we did. We went right around the world. We had people watching from all over the world. And I do love watching it back. After driving with Bubba, and a shout out to Bubba if you're around, mate. You should come up and join us on the opening comments. There we go. Thank you, Dave. Yes, we are. We've got the cameras on. And Wayno, the Wayno camera. Oh, yeah, so we got Brad, 60-foot, Trev, and Waymo. Wayno, the, what is that? That's about a 200-foot camera, the Wayno camera out there. Good to see Dave. So if Bubba is around, come on up, son. He's been doing a lot of our media. So look, there's going to be, and I'm sure it'll be on YouTube when it comes out, will be the Allstars Drag and Drive. It's almost going to be the movie. You know what I mean? It's going to be this production that's going to basically capture what we've done here with the newest drag and drive in Australia, the newest one in the world, I suppose, for that matter. You know, we've got a beautiful country, we've got beautiful countryside. Okay, maybe not the roads, maybe not perfect in the roads department, really. Everything else is great. I mean, we do have one of the best countries on earth. Drag and drive, some of the best tracks anywhere. Our roads, well, we've got to probably talk a bit more to our governments about that. We can't quite make that any more perfect. Yes, we can get great racing, great cars, great people, great destinations to get to, great pubs. We can do all of that. Our roads, that's the one thing that, yeah, we don't have a lot of control over. But you know what? It just makes more memories when that happens. And I'm sure every competitor that had to do the road course between Warwick and back to here would have gone to the Doug and Dan pub. That was one. Love, they've been there before. And the other one was to get to Oztalk at Beaudesert. Now, that was a great facility, Oztalk at Beaudesert. I did the trek to that. But, of course, I followed Nana all the way down the range. So, literally caught up with Nana, the Gemini, Paulie Butler, with Juzza riding shotgun. Followed Nana down the hill. Nana had a little, what I thought was maybe something coming out of a fuel tank breather, because it was sort of just wisping liquid out of the back of the car, sort of coming up towards Cunningham's Gap. Watched him go down the range. I was running interference, basically slowing everyone up behind so no one would overtake me. And Nana got down the bottom. They then pulled into the servo. I pulled up alongside him, and then that little wisp that I'd seen on the road turned into quite the puddle, and it actually picked up a little... Nana had sprung a leak, picked up a little fuel leak there. A couple of fittings tightened up, and it turned out they hadn't lost too much fuel, but it had definitely sprung a little leak. And you just got to be careful on these things, don't you? Every single combo, you just got to keep an eye on. As much as they're all tried and tested, the occasional little glitch came in, and that was just a loose fitting. Once that was tight, there was no stress from the boys. Topped it back up, got back in Nana, and I followed them all the way into Boona. They had to go and do the pub. I decided to continue on to Beaudesert. And I'm sure every competitor will now remember the next thing I say. How's the Boona Beaudesert road, right? Especially when you're turning in from Boona to go to Beaudesert. The first, 300 metres of the Boona Beaudesert road is concrete causeway. And it's, when they do the concrete in short sections, and of course they're not all perfectly flat anymore, that, even in my van, was a real teeth rattler. So I watched Disco Dean in front of me with Dodsey on board with him go over that, and I thought, oh, I know these guys are not going to like that. And there's a few guys running Kirky seats too, so not probably the most comfortable seat to be drag and driving in. But I could feel every lump and bump on that causeway for the first 300 metres of Boona Beaudesert Road. And I'm sure every competitor out there, especially if someone's got sort of some race shocks in their cars, definitely would have felt the flogging of that first 300 metres of concrete causeway on Boona Beaudesert Road. He's old. MVDT. How are you, mate? Oh, I'm just fantastic for now, mate. I've recovered pretty well. No problem. Oh, yeah, I did have to hang with Bubba. So the only thing I had to survive was not so much the roads or the kangaroos. It was just me and Bubba, and that's a lot of personality in one car there. But no, I survived. He got to bed before I did last night, actually. Yeah. Well, we were sort of hunkering down there to have a nice night, and then hey presto, a few more of the guys in the hotel were around, so we caught up with a few of them, and Steve and Brad and Kaz and Jamie and Ash, and a good old chat there just after midnight, and then turned it in, and then I had a deliberate sleep in. I think about 7:30 I thought I'd sleep into this morning. It was not a bad effort at all, but we're here today and are going to have a great third day here for Allstars Drag and Drive, first one ever. Now on track, as we said, we're going to let some of our exhibition cars go first, but we are calling the rest of the cars to the lanes. You can get to the lanes now, please. Which of these cars, remember? Force 28s and Unlimited, Force 235, Pro Import, and 8.5 to the lanes, as well as Quarantine for those classes. Quarantine for 8.5, Pro Import, Force 235, 255, and Force 28s. Caleb Seng. Now, they ran some runs here on Friday. They've got the 235 tyre on it. Okay, 130 on the 60 foot, sends it to the 660, goes 475, 163 mile an hour. So, yep, these are first few cars we're going to send over the 660. And then obviously after that, we'll set back to quarter mile for the rest. But there, Caleb Seng, Paramount Performance, of course. Here's his brother, Jaden Seng. So, yes, effectively, yes, you could say this is Dad's VH. They built this for Drag and Drive. Of course, he had his traditional VC Brocky, which was a Drag and Drive. Well, I'd say Drag and Drive pioneer, but in the early days, still, I was putting 7-second times down back in the day. Terry then built the VH to be kind of the ultimate kind of Drag and Drive car that, yes, it could. I think there was plans he wanted to go to the States and run this over there. It was going to be the car that was going to be an international Drag and Driver. Never quite left the country. Never quite got onto any Drag and Drives, but it's turned into a pretty decent radial car. It's on 235s as well, I'm understood. So whatever Caleb runs, Jaden normally runs just as good. I forgot which one Terry said had the slightly better engine in it. I forget which one he said's got more parts in them. Yes, sir, 120. Keep an eye out for this one. 452. 452. If that is on a 235, that's nuts. 452, 120 in the 60 foot, 304 to 330, and a 52 for Sengi. 452. And what's a little weird to see, and it's only because of what's happening right now, is that we didn't see Dad on the line for both of those guys, because guess what? Dad's turn in a sec. Here he is. So we've seen Caleb, we've seen Jaden, and now here is Terry. So Terry Seng in this Dodge Stratus. Now look, you can say these were, a pro stock style car initially. I do remember back in the day, I think this was a collaboration between Terry and Brad Lane, I think, from memory back in the day. But here it is now. So basically, take a car, tube frame car, obviously full drag race suspension, and then turn it into a radial car. I'm sure from memory, this thing ran a 3. I think we saw this thing in Sydney run a 3 with the LS on board. So let's just see what we do here. So very rare that the Stratus gets to get too many runs in, but here it is. I think we still are LS powered in this Dodge Stratus radial car. Could be on a 315, and I wonder whether they might come and turn it up at the Jambo, even though we're running quarter mile at the Jambo. The 660 is where we're aiming today. Oh, good just went to catch it. Went to catch it, didn't quite get it. This is what they were playing the day. I called it the cut, catch, feed and squeeze. There was a cut and a catch, but no feed and no squeeze, and goes through for an 11.41 over the quarter mile. 8th mile, 6.12, 60-foot 1.30. So we did see the VH go 1.20 in the 60. But yeah, not the ideal run there for the Stratus. But that doesn't mean that it's, we're not going to pack that stuff away. I would dare say they're going to be around for a couple of hours yet. They didn't wait from Friday till now with all their stuff set up at the track here to just go home after one little one. I don't know about the boys with the 235 cars. I think they're pretty well sorted, but, I'm sure they're probably in there going, you know what, a little bit here, a little bit there. What does a 452 look like if we had a little bit somewhere in it that we can do with? Who knows? Would we see a 440 here today in 235 trim? All right, so here we are, our first group. Oh yeah. That's right. No, that's right. I think it's 4 tits actually, because there's two girls in the car. But yeah, the 2 tits racing. They'll be up soon. All right, so this is our 8.5 class, of course. 8.5, 5.5. These guys obsessed yesterday trying to run 8.5. That's Elite Automatics bringing us this, of course. And out there right now, Mitchell Sloan and Jason Seng. So Sengy hung around a fair bit yesterday at Warwick trying to nail the 550. Remember, that's the number they're obsessed with when we go to Kenda and run at Radial Renegades. But it went 49 and a 47, and Kevy's ripping his hair out. And I remember one run there where straight away, as soon as I saw her leave, I go, mate, she's too quick, mate. She went like 125 in the 60s. Like, man, she's not going to run a 50. Ran like a 47. He's got to go back and try and run now 8.50 over the quarter. Mitchell Sloan beside him in his VN Commodore. Both got the spray on board. You can see that. Nitrous purges. But yeah, Sengi overtook me like I was standing still last night. I was only doing 70, so I guess he might have been doing 90 or 100. Oh, sir, 123 to 124 in the 60-foot half track, 541, 546, 850, no way. Oh, 54, 854, 154 mile an hour, 861 there for Mitchell Sloan. But how's this? Sengi, 124 in the 60, and then I think 126 in the 60 there for Mitchell. So some tough 60-footers hitting out there right now. 850 class brought to us by Elite Automatics. Timmy Cross. Like, Timmy has been in that sort of low 9-second area on day one. Yesterday was in that sort of high 5-second 660 time. But here he is. He's just enjoying it. Brought one of his young fellas along for the 3 days. You take your glasses, Marky. So just to get here on... Now, he won one of the Super Cheap Auto reaction time gift cards from day one. 8.95 for Timmy. There we go. Got it into the 8s, but yeah, 0.45 over. And remember, if you haven't been to an Allstars Dragon Driver, this is your first day today, we have a little rule that we use, and that is that you must leave the line with a reaction time under 1 second. Any reaction time over 1 second, we take what you ran over that reaction time and add it to your elapsed time. So really, you can't hand in a really nice ET if you've got a really crap reaction time. So we're trying to get everyone to leave on time before 1 second, and that way that ET is a good slip. All right, out there right now is Brad Dilger in this tough Tirana here on day 3. Now, issues for Warwick Meldrum. Oh, geez, the Barra-powered Valiant. Little leakage somewhere along the line. I hope it's just water. I hope he can get that solved. Warwick looking to run somewhere in that 8-second zone. It is a 8-second street-driven 6-banger Valiant with the Barra on board. Brad gets one crack all by himself here. But yeah, Warwick's going to go and have to wait to the next session. So... Geez, it's all business off the line, Brad's thing, isn't it? Half track, 6:22, all the way to the finish line now.
a 975. 975 there for Brad Dilger. He's in that G class, being the Pro 850 and 550 category. All right, bit of Force 28s coming up here, is it? I actually think he's on the 235, 255s. Yes, he is. That's Daniel Smith. He's in the D class, right? So D is 235 forced. There we are. 235, 255 forced. The Honda-powered Toyota Celica, of course owned by Brendan and Auto Perfection. So the D class is 235, 255 forced. Of course, JJ Contractors. Dan Smith driving the car. We saw Varun Sharma from 101 out the front. Michael Bazile, he went 850 with a 1 on day 1. So different class here, 850, chasing an outright whatever. Alrighty, 128 the 60 foot, half track, 498. Here comes a great run, 778, off it early too. 778 for Dan. 778, 155 mile an hour, half track, 498, 60 foot, 128. So that's Celica. I mean, if he wasn't already leading the class, he's got to be putting his foot right on the throat of the opposition now. Ran 4-second run yesterday. I think it went a 95 yesterday, 495 at Warwick. That was a 498 then. And 155, it's like he did roll off the throttle. I think it's gone over 170 from memory. All right, Mark Reynolds back now. He's in the D class, being, of course, 235, 255 forced. And Paul Butler in the F class, which is the Pro Import class. Of course, Pro Import brought to us by 2 Infinity. And Nana, Import engine, SR20 on board. Ran an 8:30 here on the first day. Now, that was not the aggressive Nana we would have thought off the first half of the track. 154, 60 foot. Going to take a 999 for now. Maybe a no nos on that or something. I don't know. 999 for Paul Butler for Nana. 975 for Mark Reynolds in that Supra. So belting out the times now in the D and F class. Mark Reynolds was in that D class as well, which is 235 and 255 forced. Next pair up, Guy King, JZ powered KE, I thought it was K38, but I read the plates wrong, KE36 wagon. Will Yarwood, the JZA80 Toyota Supra. Will has done that many miles in this car. Like, he runs this thing anytime he gets a chance. And I love when they're all on the road together, because it's got like a little bit of a Golby's gang. And it's so good to see, because normally it's Hoff and Naomi and Will. Guy King, how's this for the wagon? Thought he'd throw something together for a drag and drive. Of course, his other car's a KE20 with nearly a 200 mile an hour barra in it. Keep an eye on the left-hand front wheel of the station wagon here. Oh, just locks that wheel in the air, basically 2 inches off the ground for about 200 foot. Half track 549, 582, about 859 for the wagon. 859, 157, Yarwood 893, 157 as well. Locked together, but how good is the little Corolla? Just comes out of the hole and just rockets down the track. It's got to be one of the quickest Corolla wagons of its type in the world, as far as KE36s are concerned. Don't know too many of them like that, I can tell you. Certainly not with JZ power. All right, we continue on. Another guy in the G class, and that, of course, is Disco Dean, the Pro 850 class. And beside him, Jamie Swift, he's in the B class, which is, of course, Force 28s. So Swifty into the mid-8s yesterday, on day 1, sorry. Disco Dean, he can run mid-8s as well. He's trying to run smack on 850. He was so committed to try and running a 550 yesterday. It was him and Sengi, and it was John Vesneva, and I think Bazile, he kind of got his run in that he needed earlier as well. But Disco, Sengi and Vesnova just continued to run yesterday at Warwick, trying to hit the perfect 550. No one got a perfect 550 out of those guys. Disco Dean looking for an 850 right now. Bump City. Oh, nice. Oh, Swifty, do it twice for us, will you, son? Half track for Disco, 544. 847. 847 trying to hit that 850. 847 trying to hit 850 and 1221. 1221 for Jamie Swift. Brad Mex, we know about 1221. It's our favourite elapsed time, 1221. It's a little in-joke from, little Irish in-joke from a few years ago. Our world-famous Irish radial champion, Paddy McCreary. PB for him. So crazy times already. How Swifty, to tell you what, those photos from Drag Photos are going to be something again here today, as we already know. Grant on the finger, on the itchy trigger finger, so's Dave, but Grant was out in the nice spot for it to see Swifty coming right at him. So that track's got some bite, no doubt about it. And I hope everything's right underneath that VH Commodore. Ah, righto, here we go, all the way from Victoria. Jason Kenny, good to see the iconic LS1 Power VN BT1 up here doing the Queensland roads. I think they were having a fat time. Honestly, this is nearly the perfect drag and drive car. You can nearly put 5 in it, you know what I mean? Like you're nearly seating 5 comfortably. Talk to Disco Dean or Paul Butler when you've just basically got the 1 passenger seat. Not a lot of comfort in some of the drag and drive cars, and other ones seem to just lend themselves a bit better to it. Turbo LS's both sides of the racetrack. John Vesnova nearly wore this thing out already, but here he is going to be back for more and tons more passes. And we get to go again to Bump City. Allstars, drag and drive. Whoa! Tell you what, really knocked the tyre off it. In fact, Jason's just definitely got his attention. Vesnova, 856 first run for him. 135 in the 60 foot. It did go for a fair decent walk over there, did Jason. He just decided to gather himself and roll on through for the moment. 856, 856, 159 for Vesnova. Dave Reed sends me the photos here, of course. Oh, nice one. Oh, yeah, nice. I tell you what, I'm sure Swifty's going to get that one off you. And then that one on the way back down the track where it's still power standing, still probably on its first wheel stand there, that picture. So drag photos, got a great lineup of ones. Always, anything that happens here at Willowbank, you'll see those drag photos up, normally straight on socials afterwards. And don't forget, perfect gifts for the owners normally of those vehicles. They imagine that. Who wouldn't want that? And I know I've been to plenty of people's places that have got a massive drag photos poster up on their wall of their pride and joy, doing what we love them to do. There's nothing better than having a picture of your ride up there, power standing off the line. It's no better sign. And honestly, that's a flex, isn't it? When you can show a photo of your car launching with the wheels in the air, there's nothing better than having something that is doing that. So yeah, we just got some moppage happening there, whether it did have a little drip of something and whatever it might be, but we're just giving it a light tinge here on the start line. But oh, I tell you what, some great action at Warwick yesterday, all the way through to the end, and these guys that just get hooked, guys and girls, because I'm not going to drop anyone's name here that's obsessed with trying to hit their number, but you know, Tara Johnston with the Supra, trying to hit the 650 yesterday, because we've got, of course, over the quarter we've got an 1150 and a 1050 class and an 850 class, and over at the 8th those 1150s are 750s and the 1050s are 650s. The 850s over the 8th are 550s. So at this moment we're just doing a little light pickup in this lane because of something that may have happened near the Jason. We're just going to we just watched a bit further down as to whether or not anything else came out. It looks like, no, it was just whatever it was, kind of. And again, that could be something like a little bit in a wheel arch there. You know, when you're in the water doing a burnout, you know, you'd be pretty naive to think that you wouldn't have a little bit of moisture in a wheel arch there after a burnout. And then lucky enough, we shouldn't be seeing that stuff dripping onto the track. If we see that happening, of course, we're going to shut you down. The thumbs are up, which means we are right for both lanes to go again. But, oh, yeah, we were still hitting them later in the afternoon, like Sangy and Disco. We kept lining up, and I think at the end of the day, we still only had about probably six entrants in there. And as we said before, normally every day except the last day of a drag and drive sees a lot of the field disappear after a couple of runs. They load the trailer up, they hand the time slip in, they hit the road, they want to get to the destination. So we probably don't have that problem too much today, unless we've got people that have to travel home and might want to get away early. But remember, we want to try and hold you there at the end of the day, because only entrants can win this trailer, and only entrants that are here for the draw will win that trailer. So hopefully we get to hold a lot of them back until we're ready to do all of our final presentations. It's been a big 3 days and more for all of the team of Allstars Drag and Drive. All right, here's another guy. Another good mate of mine all the way from Warrnambool in Victoria, and I told Lumper, I said, Lumper, you got to bring this thing up, mate. You will be in Bump City. Jono McDade, 2JZ beside. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Was that a little knock of the tyre? He grabbed that, half track now, 561, and Lumper still goes. 829 at 184. You tell me that thing's not making some horsepower. 184 mile an hour for the Kingswood down the end. Knocks the tyre off it a little bit, Lumper, as he was transferring all that Kingswood weight. He just knocked the tyre off it a little bit, pedalled it. Great pedal from Lumper. Then gets back on it. The thing hooks up and does everything he wants it to do, and then throws that time down. All right, here he is. The man that has been, well, this guy's been obsessed with radial racing for a long time, but this is the ultimate commitment to a radial car. If you wanted to build yourself an ultimate radial car, well, it's going to probably end up looking a little bit like this. Mr. Simon O'Carroll. From Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pool, his new car called the Kraken. Here it is, pretty much about as state-of-the-art as you can get in a radial car. The Camaro. Screw-blowing Noonan Hemi. I think it's either got a tie drive or a quick drive lock-up converter in it. It's got a 5-speed Liberty transmission. And this thing is funky fresh, let me tell you. Like Simon literally licensing the car on Friday. The last run that I saw him do was at 4 o'clock on Friday. And we believe it drove through the converter. It didn't lock anything up. It shifted, but he couldn't hear it shift. And it got off the throttle at 3 seconds into the run. It tripped the 660 beams at a 419. All Simon wants to do is run 3s over the 8 in this car. Never had a supercharged car, like I never had a screw-blowing methanol race car before. He's had, you know, he's got the Ratbag Tirana street car with a blower on it. He's got big block nitrous Tiranas as well, but nothing as doohickey as this thing, let me tell you. All right, Simon, he's going to have a test here. Whoa, Simon knocks the tyre off it a little bit out. It goes 109. It goes 109 in the 60. I'm guessing we might have locked the converter up there. Did we lock up that converter just somewhere near there? Because, oh, man. Like 109 in the 60, right? So it was coming out okay. It was coming out okay. 109's nothing to sneeze at. And you could just see out a bit further. It's like, right, that's come out all right. Normally, in state-of-the-art cars like that, somewhere out there then, that torque converter stops slipping. The shock absorbers have reached sort of something, the rear shock absorbers have reached some degree of extension. In other words, you're hopefully not topping the shock out. Maybe that's what happened there to knock the tyre off. But there's so many things on that car that when they all work well, it's going to be one badass hot rod, I can tell you. So maybe near there, that was a lock-up of the torque converter, and it just knocked those tyres off it. Tell you what, he had to grab it he had to grab that thing in an instant. He had to grab that thing. You see that went for a little bit of a snap there when it knocked the tyre off it, but he got out a fair way and then knocked the tyre off it, and lucky enough, he was able to lift at the right moment. So he's getting himself in the zone with this car. It's something completely different to what he's driven before. Mind you, hasn't he popped some wheelies in the old Tiranas, the nitrous Tiranas before? It's also had him bite him before. He had a decent little stack down there in Sydney after a big wheel stand, and it injured him during that. He had some back issues. He had a few things happen after bingling the Tirana down in Sydney. And it was a fair ride back to recovery. Now, I think at that stage, he'd actually already procured the Camaro and was starting to get bits to build this thing. So how do you feel when these cars continue to bite you if you, if you let them? And it's not sometimes a case of you letting them. It's just that they will do it. You just got to be ready to react. And, geez, he was ready to grab that thing when it happened. Thank goodness he grabbed it at the right time, because honestly, if you've seen the things that you can get up on YouTube as far as, drag racing accidents and stuff like that, there's a YouTuber called Straight Line Media, does a lot of what's in the States, and he'll do he does a half yearly video of close calls and incidents, and he's already got one up there for the first half of 2025 from what's happened in the States, and oh boy, can you get yourself in trouble in no time flat. So, you've just got to be ready with these things. At some stage along the game, when you're trying to lower the ET, these things are less of a toy and more of a weapon. And that's what happens when you choose a weapon as a toy, is that one day the toy can bite you. So he's just lucky enough. Simon, in this case, got off the throttle at the right time. He was telling us the other day, he ran 419 to the 8th. It went 111 in the 60. I mean, it went 109 then. So, I don't think they left to change anything there. That was doing what it was doing. But he did say that they were going to do a run there where they locked the converter up. So that's basically stop it slipping. And when you lock these converters up, they basically pump more oil into the converter to create more of a, a hydraulic lockup. They literally can lock up more than a clutch can. That can be quite a sudden jolt. And in this case, you're trying to bring power in as well, is that those tyres said not this time. He felt that lucky enough and got off it at the right time. But the other day, that 411 that he ran, it showed he was on the throttle for only 3.0 seconds. He got off that throttle after the hit 3 seconds later. So how much can go through your mind in three seconds? He nailed that. 3 seconds, he lifts near the finish line. It goes 419, the quickest he's ever been in a car over the 8. And I'm sure Simon will want to go again. I wonder about the Seng boys. I wonder whether Terry wants to get the Stratus to behave. The track is there. It's there for the taking. One difference that we always said from the beginning with Allstars Drag and Drive, this was going to be a quarter-mile, no holds barred, fully prepped drag and drive event. Too many times in the past, and I know that, look, a lot more focus has come on track prep the last few years, only because the horsepower levels are going through the roof. And also because radial tyres especially are the tyres of choice for a lot of these guys. And that, you need a special prep. Then we've got guys that want to do no prep stuff. Well, there's a place and a time for that. But to do a drag and drive with premium prep, there's not much of that going around, especially in this country. So Allstars Drag and Drive was created. And that is basically quarter mile, decent road circuits, so decent drives, and ask any of the competitors, were they enough? And they're all going to say it was enough. 2 checkpoints, it's enough. And again, as we said, we can't always be responsible for the roads. Dully and Dan did try and, choose roads that were decent, and, to a fair extent, they did a really good job when it comes to that. But there is the odd one that you just got to cop, because that's only, why do you write off a perfectly good course for maybe a small section that, can change in weeks, days, months. So all in all, if you were lucky to get out and do the road course after Warwick yesterday, again, beautiful day for it. The weather's been fantastic. Like, no better afternoon than driving through the scenic rim. Equivalents, I've seen myself, and Bubba can vouch for this as well. When Kerry and I used to do the Street Machine Dragon drives down in Victoria, the same deal. I mean, we're daylight saving later in the year. In other words, not dark till 9. Driving along the Macedon Ranges or the Grampians or Hall's Gap. Mind you, we didn't do Hall's Gap during the day. We did Hall's Gap at the wrong time. We did Hall's Gap at 10 o'clock at night trying to go through there, and I've never seen that many kangaroos in a 50-kilometre track than what we did that night. Street Machine had given us a brand new Ford Ranger to drive. Kerry's basically got his hands gripping the dashboard. We had a guy in the back, Wayno. Wayno was asleep on the back, across the back of the seat of the Ranger. I'm doing 50k an hour on high beam, literally hanging my hand on the steering wheel, honking the horn for nearly, I mean, you think about it now, we're laughing about it, but at the time, that was what I was doing. I was literally, it's not like I was looking for kangaroos to dodge. I was looking for road to go between the kangaroos. There were that many kangaroos, wrong time of the night. The trouble is with our job is that we normally got to stay to the end of the day, and then we got to hit the track, and that's what we did. Coming through Hall's Gap at that time of night, let me tell you, not my idea of a scenic drive. The old heart rate probably didn't go below 100 for 50-odd Ks. I was absolutely shattered by the time we got into Hall's Gap. It was just one of those parts. But I can remember plenty of other days there when we're hitting those Victorian roads. We're going track to track, the Grampians, the Macedon Ranges, just beautiful Australian countryside. You pull into a small town in a Dragon Drive posse, and it's the greatest feeling of your life. You're enriching your soul. You're giving your country back something. And you know what? The only thing you need to give back to this country is your attention, is your custom, is your money. If you're going to put it into local business, Dragon Drives is the perfect way to do it. So if you stick with me, all we want to do is basically spread the word to every other politician in the country that this is good for the economy. Aussie utes racing each other. Mark Ross, Luke Page. Aussie utes running big Aussie times. Check this out, side by side. 8s both sides. 8:06 for Lukey. 175 mile an hour streetcar. That bloke overtook me last night as we're driving the course. And I go, oh yeah, there's another 8-second Aussie ute driving past me on a Dragon Drive. And how about the, Ross into the 8s as well. 8:64, 161 mile an hour. But God, so far the king of speed is Lumper, 184 mile an hour today. Good one there from Lumper. 8:29 with a pedal, 184 mile an hour. All right. Speaking of Aussies, the VF Regal, Warwick Meldrum, Barra powered. Can't get, just when you think you can't get any more Aussie than a Valiant, you put a Barra in it, that's extra Aussie. 8-second car, let me tell you. Leaf sprung, Steve Carkeet, the Carkeet family. Steve did kind of tell me this morning he wants it on the bumper. Dave Reed's on the sprint. Dave knows what's coming. Drag Photos knows what's coming. Steve Carkeet said, I'm not happy until this thing's on the bumper. So get your cameras ready. Could be both here, but the red ute, very photogenic. He's running in the B class, Force 28s. Warwick's in the G class. Trying to run at 850. Oh, side by side wheel stands. And this time Warwick Meldrum's going to get what he wants. What a great run from him. 8.79. Car Keep 9.17. 9.17, I know Steve would be looking for something a little bit quicker than that and a bigger wheelie, but they both came out with the wheels in the air just for that one moment. That would have been an epic, epic view right there. All steel, full fended Aussie street cars, wheels standing outside, 60 odd foot, and 8 and 9 second ETs. All right, Jorge Pereira back here on day 3, the R35. Now on paper, if you were to see these two in a car park, now let's just take the parachute off Michael McGregor's wagon for a sec. You would not even back the wagon if you were there and you asked the Joe Bloggs walking past, hey, who would win in a race, the R35 Skyline or the dingy old rusty Kingswood wagon with the big roof rack on it? You'd probably say the R35, but Michael McGregor, he runs in the 850 class, right? So watch this. It just walked the R35 away, and that good old steel roof rack hanging on for dear life. 961 at 140 mile an hour for the wagon, 1036, 133 mile an hour there for Jorge. But again, still doing the day, still doing the miles. 10-second drag and drive cars, nothing to be sneezed at. But R35s, they are the weapon though, are they not? Oh, and here's an R34, Wade Moran and Mohammed Koyer, of course, Mr. 2 Infinity in the import class. Not the ideal launch there for Wade. You'd want to give that one another crack. Yeah, the prep is definitely there. If you're a 4-wheel drive Skyline, you're not going to like this super sticky track. It'll really show you how much traction you've got in a 4-wheel drive car. 10.06 for Mohammed. We know he can go quicker. He's another one I think's got one of the 8-speed autos in it. There's a couple of those 8-speeds out there, and they are a little tricky to get off the line. One thing Mohammed's been battling with especially is just trying to leave under the 1 second reaction time rule. Because he's had some runs that really are quick, but he's had to sit there for a couple of seconds to get the boost up, get the thing ready, and then that just comes straight off his ET because it's over 1 second. Right, Michael Brown burning out, Braith Cornford beside. Now Braith in the D class, that's 235, 255 forced. Michael Brown in the B class, so force 28. So I think we're barra powered in the XD. And how's the Corona? Yeah, turbo, small block or LS in that Corona. And of course, we had Dave in it the other day. This is Braith, so I wonder whether it's father and son or is it brothers? I don't know. I'd love it to be father and son. It's the ultimate father and son activity. Tell you what, Braith, good job of it. Yeah, 3.3 seconds for Michael Brown. That's going to cost him ET-wise. He'll still get a quick one. 9.20 there for the Corona 150 and a 9.68 at 144 there for Michael Brown. But you could add 2.31 seconds to that because he went 3.31 reaction time. All right, Naomi Vandertok back. This could very well be the first all-girls drag and drive team in the world. They call themselves Two Tits Racing. Now, that's not my name. That's not my idea. That's their girls' idea. They give me the sticker and everything. Two Tits Racing. These girls are a bit cheeky. It's actually two girls, so that's Four Tits Racing. 4 tits, 8 speeds, 1 fan. Got the 8 speed in this thing too, Naomi. So look at the iMoan S15. Look at it move. Here she goes. Oh, 832. 832, getting that 8-speed sorted. Reaction time 878, so that's a good legal run for Naomi. 832, 168 mile an hour. The 2JZ powered S15, getting that 8-speed sorted. We still think that's now probably Australia's quickest 8-speed ET. We're trying to work that out, who's running them and who's gone quick with them. And again, we always stand corrected because we are going on the Overtaking Lane live stream. This will be on YouTube, basically etched in history forever. So if some of these facts aren't right, people listen to this later, hey, let us all know. The whole scene changes nearly on a weekly basis or whatever it's playing with. Shane Jessen, just beautiful combo in this deal. How about that? 10.32, 128 mile an hour. Guessing again that we might actually be a JZ in that car, might be a 1J, I don't know. 10.32, 128 mile an hour. We seem to do it well down under, don't we? We do it well. We take these classic Aussie bodies and we put these boosted import engines in it. I mean, literally we've been doing it for 20 plus years, Aussies. I remember the old Jap import ads that used to be in the old magazines where you could buy, well, back in the day it was a Japanese engine on a pallet and then it turned into front cuts. Front cuts are very popular. It allowed you to get everything out of the engine bay with a front cut and put it in anything you want. And since then we've just continued to do engine swaps. Here's Rowan Blom, 101 on Motorsports on the side, 13B in the little Datsun 1200. In case you didn't notice, very cranky, angry, loud car. That's a lot of fun, that thing, isn't it? Here we go, 11.25 at 130 mile an hour, and the same deal on the line. Does not want to murder the thing off the line. He's not really ready to go and do the massive two-step and side step of the clutch there, because you know he'd end up in a whole world of hurt. You can definitely snap some stuff in the rotors if you want to really abuse them off the line, but a great little car. 3 days, and here he is still on the final day. We know we can walk that thing into the 10s relatively easy, you would assume. So still doing well with this first session. I know we were splitting up the sessions like we did yesterday, so we had all we want is everyone to get one run first before we bring the second session around, or the second group around. And of course yesterday's first group, and I'm trying to find my little text here again from yesterday, there we go. So session 2 so far has been the imports, the Force 235s, the Force 28s and the Unlimited and the 8.5s. But we're nearly ready, and again maybe Brandy's already set the pace for us. We are now letting the H cars in, so we are ready now to do our 1050, 1150s, and again another call for those people if you want to come up now. This is the second session, so basically everyone from yesterday's session 1 at Warwick, so now NA28s, NA235, 255, the 10.5 and the 11.5 classes and the quarantines for those can come to the lanes and have a crack. All right, here's Aris Cantolian and Adrian Brown, both in this H class. The H class is trying to run a 1050. So this is about trying to hit 10.50. Now Brandy's got a big reaction time penalty there. Aris, 10.60, not bad, sir. 10.60 for the first run for Aris. That Camaro, he's trying to hit 10.50. 10.73 for Brownie. That's a great ET. But what happens when you have a reaction time of 7 seconds? Well, you add 6 seconds. 6 seconds to the ET. He's got to leave in under a second. All right, here's Johnny Oliver. He's in the E class, trying to hit 11.50. Sorry, E class is the Aspo class, right? Yeah, he's in the 235, 255 NA, so he can run it all the way out. 10.20 for him, all engine. Michael Barradell, 12.31. He's in the I class, so he's trying to run an 11.50. Two more for that 1050 class. Travis Greaves in the XD, Dave Knightley in the VH, and there we go. Pete spotted, that's not Pete. There's Pete there. Dave Knightley, he's got a leak. Must have a little leak there because he spotted something and he's just saying, right, oh yeah, righto. Well spotted, sir. Travis Greaves gets a run here by himself. He's just had to throw the tree there in a sec. All right, there's the switch. I'm not going to say say it's completely unfair, but it is a little bit unfair. Of course, we had to tend to Dave Knightley. We put the starter switch down. Travis is in stage waiting, and then, of course, we ran up and through the tree. He's gone 2.99 reaction time, and that 10.69 can't really use it because it's 1.99 seconds over 1 second. So that 10.69 becomes like an 11.69, and he's gonna probably have to come back and do it again. And I'm sure we're not gonna. These guys aren't gonna complain about that. They're gonna do it. They're probably very, very happy to do it. They would have loved to have. Obviously, it would have been more heartbreaking if he ran like a 10.50, but had a 3-second reaction time because he kind of was left to sit there for a bit. Had the tree thrown. In hindsight, you know, we should have just gone, right, you ready? But no, we threw it and off he went. All right, Darren Parker's in the water, so is Joel Cunningham. A couple of Aspo guys, which I'm going to let these engines sing all the way down, I think. The E class is an aspirated class, 235, 255 NA. And as we said, from day one, when I flick the timing screen over in here, I can only see 64 of the quickest cars on the screen. You know what the 64th quickest ET was on day one? Just letting those things sing a little bit. Sing 11.04 and 11.26. Yeah, so this is the state of current Australian or Southeast Queensland drag and drive competitors. Our 64th quickest car ran a 10.60. Our 100th quickest car was a 12.60. So even our 100th car had run a 12.60. So we've got some stuff here. Let me tell you, here's Steve Ryman. This is one guy we were on the Budweisers last night. Dean Wilson, he's trying to run a 10.50. Steve's last running Aspirated. He reckons just a stock 327, but I don't know too many stock 327s can go 10.39 and a 10.63 for Dean. Oh, okay, 10.63, chasing that 10.50. Not a bad run. JZ powered EKUs. All right, Russell Tonkin and Bruce Henderson. Yeah, look at this. Call me patriotic. Both in the C class, so both NA 28. So you know what we've got to do with the NA guys. We're going to let these things sing. Remember, they're paying for the valve springs, so let's just listen to them. Let's listen to them spend their money. Eh? Let's listen to their RPM, right? So we'll let them both go down here. How good? And I hope these cars live forever. Let me tell you. Well, as long as these guys have got them, can't see them giving them up anytime soon. HK, HT. Oh, music, sweet music. 9.48 and 9.66. Oh, nice lock-up, Kevy. Kevy Brown with the big front wheel lock-up. Wade Moran beside him. Now, Wayne, beautiful Mustang. He's in the I class, so he needs to run 11.50. So he's looking for an 11.50 out of the Mustang. Kevy Brown, he's in the E class, of course, 235, 255 Aspo. Now, I'm going to let this thing sink because Kevy does a pretty stout engine. And I like the sound of this thing, I can tell you. KBE Raceback. So we'll let this one sink. Nice one, Kevy. Oh, 895, mate. 895. Super healthy. 235, 255 NA. That's some horsepower there. 895 at 149 mile an hour. Wade, 11.56. Almost good enough to hand in. And what I mean almost good enough, you don't know what's good enough for these guys. They'll let us know. If they keep turning up, it wasn't good enough. Matt Savage, another Monaro, beautiful. Rob Armstrong, the hatchback, both trying to hit 10.50. And again, I hope these cars, they'll live on forever as long as we can tell our grandkids about what these things are and that our grandkids know what they are. That's more important. Oh, Rob, not having any luck in the hatchback this morning just then. I mean, God, he's been good on the tree. 024 again. He won a reaction time Super Cheap Auto gift card from day one as well. He went 000 on day one. There is an 024 off the button. 10.76 for Matt Savage. Not a bad first run there for him. And Rob's going to want to have that all over again, which I'm sure we can accommodate him, because normally by the end of the week like if it's been a week of drag and drive or 3 days of drag and drive, you can nearly almost guarantee that if you're a survivor on day 3, you should get a bit more track time, because we don't have as many competitors, because we may have lost a few in the last couple of days, which we know we have for whatever reason. We've also had competitors, you know, nearly be out, nothing because of mechanical failure, but, you know, running into dirty big kangaroos, that's not a thing to do, but we've had a couple of those happen. All right, here's Ashley Hawkins back in this, was it VR? Michael Shaw, the VL. Both, well, Ashley trying to hit a 10.50. Michael, well, he'd be just wanting to try and get to the finish line under power. He's supposed to be trying to hit an 11.50. 11.78 there for Ashley, but now Michael found the power again, and we'll take the VL off the end. And nothing to write home about there, 22.13. But yeah, if it's not mechanical breakage, or if it's not mechanical carnage that gets these people out, it's the road course. It's something happening not at the drag strip. It's sometimes happening on the trip. You know, whether it's things like alternator brackets, like Noel Inman and our 1922 Ford Senador from Sunshine, Victoria. Very reliable jigger, driven that thing all over the country. He had an alternator bracket issue somewhere between here and Toowoomba on day one. Had to make do with something there. Actually talking to Steve Carkeet this morning about maybe one of the reasons why he's not getting the ute on the bumper is they found a nitrous, normally, you know, nitrous switches can be activated at various places, whether you can do it on the throttle linkage near the carby or whether you do it off the throttle pedal. I think he said they had theirs off the throttle pedal, and he believes the throttle pedal's a little bent, so it hasn't been hitting the nitrous switch. And then I've heard of another problem this morning Terry Seng was telling me about, where he gets this occasional miss in, I think it was in Caleb's car, and couldn't find out why it was getting this mysterious miss in it, and found out that there was a bracket holding the cam sensor, and he believes that the bracket itself is actually flexing and giving them issues with that cam sensor, and it's a bracket. Something as minor as something mechanical, giving an electronic issue gremlins. Dean Goodingham and Andrew Valentine. Andrew in an Aspo Class HQ coupe. God, how good are they? Honestly, you're better to, if you can, if you got the money, you're better to invest in Aussie muscle than the crypto market, I reckon. Roland Crypto, I call these things. 10.63, 126 mile an hour. 11.38 for Dean Goodingham in the C class NA28s. And you know what I do when I'm recycling all my aluminium cans? I call that Battler Crypto. That's Battler Crypto right there. It is when you're doing your cans. Anyone else out there do it? I mean, I probably don't need the money, but it's good that I can go and get a couple $100 cash and cash them all in. Add up the labour. I guess I'm only probably clearing $20, but still get that money back. Battler Crypto. All right, Timmy Barrett, he's trying to hit 11.50. Tara, is it going to be 10.50 Tara straight away? Tara, I hope you get a 10.50 straight off the bat here. Let's have a look. Oh, 20. No, you're not going to use your 20. That's a 10.20, Tara. It's not a 10.50. And what about Timmy? Oh, he's close. 11.58 on the 11.50 that he's trying to hit. Not that I don't like calling your car Tara, but when I'm calling Tara out, when that name comes out 50 times more than everyone else, or John Mesneighbour, or Sengi, or Disco Dean, it's only because they're getting the laps down. Speaking of getting the laps down, hold on to your hats. I call him Mr. Price of Admission right here, and he won't like that because he's a humble bloke, Scott Hoffman. But the things, Corolla panel van, here we are on day number 3. Dave Reed running again. You can tell when something's hot. Dave Reed from Drag Photos is running. Everyone just wait for Dave. Adam Rin beside, C5. Oh, Hoff! Oh, it's an epic vehicle. It is an epic vehicle. 132 in the 60. Ramps the power in. You can see the power coming in because it wanted a wheel stand. He grabbed it, whether he grabbed it himself. He's got wheelie control. He's got all sorts of things. Smart guy like Hoff, he's probably got even laser ride height. I'm sure Hoff's got every trick in the book that he can use on Things, because I mean, how ironic is that? You got a car called Things. It's got a 2,000 horsepower billet 2JZ in it, and you can't tell me the Hoff doesn't try things on Things. You know what I mean? He'll just do a few things to it. All right, Matt Maloney. He's one of these guys. Keep an eye out. Like 1050 is what he's dreaming of. Yesterday, 650 was what he was dreaming of, and he nearly got it. Paul Butler's back with Nana. Tell you what, didn't I have a great moment there? I followed that Gemini for 60 Ks yesterday in the road course, and it was just so honestly surreal to see it, considering how much this car is revered and feared in southeast Queensland. Sounds better now, that thing. Oh, look at the little wheel stand. Little wheel stand from Nana, picks up the SLX wheels and carries them. This is a good one. Oh, 15. 8:15 for Nana. Hey? It's got to be a PB. I think that's a PB. 8:15 for the Gemini. 1:34 to the 60. Half track 5:27. And would you believe today, that little Gemini, that's the 3rd quickest DT today. Geez, whatever Nana had wrong in the first run, she's taking her tablets now, old Nana. She's feeling better. Michael White now, this is the Falcon in the Tower Lane in the I class, trying to run 11:50. Wade Moran back in the Mustang, trying to hit 11:50 as well. As you can gather by now, we're in session number 2. We should have our 10.5 and 11.5 cars in there. Not only the 10.5 and 11.5 cars, we should have NA 235 and 255, NA 28s, and quarantine for those classes as well. So NA 28s can be in the lanes, NA 235 and 255, and lanes 6 and 7, 11.5 and 10.5. Here we go, 11.40. Oh, hand it in, Michael Whiten. Hand that time slip in, 11.50 flat. That's the number right there. Sorry I get excited for an 11-second street car, but when you see perfection happen, Whiten's going to grab that slip. I'd be taking that straight over. He might be our first guy today to hand in and finish the 3 days, because you cannot do any better than 11.50 flat in an 11.50 class. He couldn't try his hardest all day to do anything better than that. And where will that put him after 3 days? Remember, we're about averages. Danny Lansdowne, Patrick Smith now, both trying to hit 10.50. Patrick Smith's trying to find gears in this thing. Gentle. There we go. Nelly. Nah, neutralised again. Oh, boy, story of his life at the moment. Danny, let's have a look. 10.50. Oh, 33. The air is good this morning. The air is really good, so people are quick. That's a 2JZ in a VC Commodore. Did you notice that the headlight's missing and the grill's broken? That's because him and Damien Boyce the other night, we'd left the Leyburn pub, Bubba and I, we're in the van. Boise and Danny were leaving after us. We get rounded up by those guys probably 10K down the road, because we're doing 70 on high beam dodging kangaroos. They come past us doing 90, 100. Turns out Seth's driving. And then probably another half an hour down the road, the Commodore's off to the side of the road, the Falcon's off to the side of the road. We ring the guys. What's happened? Danny, as cool as anything, goes, yeah, oh, well, we hit a big roo. And it's like, how bad? He goes, oh, I don't know, it's hit us pretty hard. How hard? So then I pulled over and I messaged his wife and I said, how bad is it, Kylie? She goes, I can't open my door. It's pretty bad. We went back and had a look. Lucky enough, where they were was nowhere near where the roo was, but he was a big boy, apparently. He was a big boy. They got the thing back. He ran his 650s yesterday, and then they got back here quick sticks. Tried to do it with a bit of daylight up his sleeve, but I tell you, young Seth had a big grown-up moment, I can tell you. Here you go, Billy Cumner, David Ritchie, 11.50 for him, trying to hit in the Falcon. And Bill Cumner, he's in the C class being NA28, so he can go as quick as he wants. 10.69 for Billy, 11.93 for David Ritchie. But Boise hit one too, so apparently whether it was the one mob that they went through, Boise hit a little one, we called him Josh, and then when they hit the big one, so the big kangaroo, they called him Latrell. So he did some damage. He was very damaging, Latrell the kangaroo. But he got the Commodore back. Remember, they only really finished the build on that car this year, so that family car's only really been on the road this year. And how about that? Already whacking kangaroos. Tell you what, I love this little Cortina of Tony Anderson. 6-banger, auto, trying to hit 11s, trying to hit 11.50. He goes 11.06. Nelly goes 10s out of that damn thing. 10.45 for Rob Wizard. Mr. Wizard Concreting, trying to hit 10.50, but goes 10.45. So you can guarantee that they're going to want to come back. They're going to want to come back. So just remember, we wanted everyone to at least get one run each before we started doubling up. So if you think by now you've seen the same cars nearly twice in the lanes, is that, yeah, you can get to the lane. So if everyone in 11.50 and 10.50 have had a run, and as everyone in NA28s has had a run, and anyone in NA235 and 255, and anyone in the quarantine for those categories, if you reckon every one of you have had a run, that's good. That means we can probably ask that first session to come back and they can have a crack if they want. Or you might want to hover around and ask when there might be some next prep and wait till then, up to you. 11.53 for Clint Harbour, trying to hit 11.50. But remember, we've already seen Whiten go 5.0 flat. So anything now will literally be silver and bronze in comparison to that. And I still don't know who's leading in each class just yet. Michael Sears, another one now, trying to hit 10.50. Dean Heidke in the hot rod. He wants an 11.50. All right, what does Sears go? 10.47. Oh, 11.49 with a 9. 11.49 with a 9. We can't accept that time slip. Oh, well, that's close to 11.50, but remember, it's got to be on the legal side of 11.50. It can't come from the illegal side of 11.50. All right, here we go. Rick Barnes, first run for him. RB powered hatchback. Shane Moran, he's in the 11.50 class. So Rick Barnes here, we want the hatchback to go 10.50. We want the shoebox to go 11.50. Here we go. Oh, 68, 69. There we go. So they've got a couple of tenths up their sleeve that they need to find. He's back for another lap here. And who is this? Oh, yeah, Joel Cunningham and Johnny Oliver. I'll let him sing. I'll let him eat. I want the lungs. I love to listen to the lungs. For all those people watching on the live stream, when we mentioned that we were going to be quiet, normally we ramp the camera microphones up a little bit, and the people watching the live stream get that through their speakers. But you know what? All you people watching here live, get that through your own ears in true sound. Good to see a few people in there. Good to see Connor and Tone in the middle there. Good to see the Webbies in the middle there. Up here. I honestly think Mum's car needed this Dragon drive as a run-in, I reckon. I reckon by the end of couple of days, the Lady Penelope Audi super weapon would be ready to run 10.50. I reckon that thing would probably do it. Oh, thank you, Matt Francis. Matt Francis goes, hey, Diggs, have you put the mocker on anyone today yet? Because I put the mocker on the panel van yesterday. No, I haven't yet, Matty. Michael Bazile looking for 8.50. Tim Barron looking for 11.50. All right, here we go. He went close on day one. He went 8.50 with a 1 on day one. He goes right now 8.53. Oh, you know what? Considering that category, the way it's been contested, he won't rest on that. He won't hand that in yet. 11.49 with an O. Timmy Barron. These guys are hovering. They are hovering. Trying to hit 10.50. Trying to hit 11.50, trying to hit 8.50. And then this guy, Lumper. Lumper wants a 7-second ET here in Queensland. He's got his 7 down south. I want to see him get a 7-second Queensland drag and drive time slip. And tell you what, Wade Moran, he wants the 5-0. He's gone 11.56 and 11.43. Oh, 1.40. Just knocked the tyre off it. Just knocked it off a little bit. This thing's a fair bit of weight to transfer, and I do think sometimes there's a fair bit of barge to move there, and when you do start to see that weight transfer, when you're dead hooking that radial tyre, sometimes I think all of that weight coming back at the wrong time is enough to knock your power program around and then knock that tyre off it, and the big Lumper has done exactly that. But you know what? Hats off to that team, mate. They turn up at them pubs. He'd have more photos. You ask Lumper, he'll have them. He'll have more photos of that thing outside pubs in Australia than any other drag and drive car, I would say. Because you know what he even does when there's no drag and drives? He'll still take the thing out for cruise and go for lunch at the pub. He does love a good pub feed, our Lumper. All right, Swifty back by himself. What are you going to do, Swifty? Damn, that thing's moving. Half track, 5.27 on the brakes, 63, 63, 863. It went 1.31 in the 60. Half track, it was like a 5.27. And that was making some mumbo. Rolls off the throttle and goes 63. All right, here's the guy. He's already gone an 8.56. This is another guy that just will not stop. John Vesnaver. Now, I believe the HR is for sale. I do believe that if anyone wants a nice car, let me tell you, it's had a few runs over the last 3 days, so it's run in. But he's trying to hit an 850 on the nose. Braith Cornford, I tell you, if this is Junior, he's doing all right. Bump City! Half track for Vesnaver, 5.49. Keep an eye out right now. Oh, 53, 8.53. That's closer. That's closer than I think the other boys at the moment. Vesnaver, 8.53. Bazile, 8.53 with a 1. Vesnaver, 8.53 with a 4. Disco Dean, 8.47. All right, Michael McGregor back. Darren Parker, the HR in the E class, being 235, 355 NA. Michael trying to hit 8-second ETs, trying to hit 850s, but just a little bit off today, 998. Well, actually, G, hang on, has he gone to G? Oh, no, it's still the 850 class, the G class. So, yeah, not the 880s I think we saw him do on day one. All right, Troy O'Hare's first hit of the day, looking for an 11.50. Andy Blom, his first hit for the day, trying to hit a 10.50. So Tirana wants a 10.50. Falcon wants an 11.50. I am loving the whole 1 second reaction time penalty, pro tree launch. It makes every run feel like a race. 10.08's too quick. 10.08's way too quick for Andy. 11.72 for Troy, honing in on the 11.50 after his first checkout run. So hard to nail stuff first run, but then again, look what Whiten did. First run for him today, 11.50. Seth Tannis. Seth just pops up 1 or 2 runs in the Lexus, trying to run 11.50. Luke Fram trying to slow that thing to a 10.50. That thing is quick, but he's just got to slow it down. Oh, that's too much. 11.00. He was doing 104 mile an hour at half track and 86 at the end. Yeah, that car out of tech here at Willowbank at 10.50. Jason Vanderland, this is one angry little Tirana, I can tell you. He's trying to hit 10.50. Derek O'Hare, the HQ. We got a little liquid, a little, obviously something to be sent to the sin bin. It's been sent to the sin bin for the leak. There's no such thing as a sin bin. It's basically clean yourself up and we'll see you later. All right, half track 610, rolling. 10.91. I don't know what's the best way. The launch and lift, I don't know. Sometimes the squeeze and send is better than the launch and the lift, I think. I think the squeeze and send, you can nearly manage that, but when you're flying down the end and then try and roll off, that's a harder thing to manage, I think, something at speed than it is at a low speed. So there's an art to everything. Whether or not they're trying that or not, I'd rather let you know that they are. And sometimes if they're just fluking it. All right. Tara, we know what Tara wants. 10.50. Mark Reynolds, he's in the D class. 235, 2554. Check out the Mark II, they call them. Or I call them the, what were they? The MA70s. 934 at 125 mile an hour. Hey, he backed it right off because at half track he was 589 at 125. Tara goes 10.58. $10.58 there for Tara. So she won't be happy with that. I can speak on behalf of Tara to say she's not going to be happy with that. Adam Wren, Tim Barron. Tim, again, he's not going to be happy with 11.58 or an 11.49. He wants 11.50. I'm going to let Adam Wren's big XC do the talking here too because he's an NA28. I do not discriminate. I allow all manufacturers to plenty of open air time to let their lungs breathe. I let the Aspo guys so much more no talk time for the Aspo guys because we need to hear the lungs forever. We need to, because I think we all deep down, as much as we love what horsepower turbos can make, we still love the sound of a really good engine. We were loving it at Warwick yesterday because all the V8 circuit cars were running, like all the Trans Am style stuff. So when we weren't running, they're all punting out the back there. Yeah, I surround myself with it. All right, Glenn Finnegan, he's trying to run 10.50. Will Yarwood, he's in the import class. He's going to, zings the tyres that time. He's going to just abandon that run. Half track now, 7.14. Glenny looking for maybe an 11. Oh, he's on the 10.50 class, so 11.12's nowhere. No, Dad, tell me why. I didn't know that until now. No, well, I'll explain that to people when it comes out, but I can probably say now about it, but I'd rather see it when the car comes out. I always thought because of the way the thing sounded. But that's clever. Give me that foot off the cable there, Mark. Of course, we're talking about the all-girl. Now, I wonder, is that about the only all-girl drag and drive team that I can think of anywhere? Definitely in Australia, but I can't think of any of them in America because not that I'm all for the girls, all for it. Yay, the girls! Everyone should be in motorsport, especially in rugby league. I love watching them play rugby league as well. Let me tell you, but you think by now in America they would have, nothing against girls, but don't you think they would have by now? You'd have heard about that because the girls would want to talk about being the girls doing it. So I haven't heard it, not from America. So it's good that the girls are making the noise over here, and so Aussie calling it two tits racing. And they would have, that's definitely an American, the girls would have never in America would have even called themselves that. They'd call themselves the Foxy Dragon Drivers or something. Dragon Drive Dames, that'll be the next one. Actually, I'm going to, how people start boy bands? I might start an all-star girl Dragon Drive team called the Dragon Drive Dames, set them all up together. Have pinatas of men there, and then you can come over and just bash the pinatas of men. Well, we don't want to make it that bad, I guess, but... Well, I'm thinking of roller derby, the old roller derby days, a couple of tough nuts in there. But that's right, I moan is Naomi spelt backwards. So when you see the car and it says I moan, not only is the car screaming with 2J goodness, it's because Naomi, the driver, it's Naomi backwards. Oh, thanks, Dave. Yeah, could be called Team Tits. Kareen Patini and Jason Mears trying to hit 10.50, 11.50. Goes, 10.99, 11.31. So, yeah, we've got a few people in that quandary at the moment, and that is to slow their vehicles down. Kareen needs to go 11.50. 10.99 ain't cutting it. Mears, he wanted to go 10 back the other way, but it run an 11.31. But I tell you what, the Dragon Drive girls, good team. Hitting the checkpoints. Saw them out at the pub the other night there at Leyburn. Saw them at the checkpoint last night at Oz Talk at Bow Desert. And all set up again here this morning. And there's just no better feeling. It does put a bit of a smile on your face. While I was doing the course, just going to do the checkpoints, just to see 5 or 6 of them in a convoy, that's a great feeling. So good to see. A good road trip. All different combos, got their trailers on board, and they're all in a convoy. There is nothing better than a Dragon Drive. You get to see the countryside. You get that time away from the track with your friends. You also need help if you need help. All right, hey, Benny Canissis has got the Nova going a little bit too good for my liking. Russell Weaver in the same class, trying to run 11.50. Benny trying to slow it down. Benny, I tell you what, if you're in the 10.50 class, you'd be an absolute champion, but you're a second and a bit slow, too fast for 11.50. Russell Weaver hones in with an 11.77 with a 7. And what is it with all these numbers? I'm going to see a few more numbers come up. If I see them today, you know, you can naturally start to be suspicious about conspiracies. All right, here's one of the Mr. Oz talks. Steve Tolley is out there trying to slow the thing down to 10.50 or 11.66 this time. So I just don't think the, what do we call it? The send and roll. Whatever we called it 5 seconds ago. You can do the feed and the squeeze to slow it down. So walk it and then squeeze it, or you can send it and roll. I think the little putt at the beginning and then the power send might be another way to try it. Ryan Sterling and Nicole Willett. Nicole can hit the 10.50. Check out that car, let me tell you. It's like a twin to mix, but it's not the wagon. And Ryan Sterling beside trying to hit 11.50. Goes 12.04. Nicole 10.51 with a 9. Here we go. We've got a couple of 10.50s in the 10.50 class. Nicole Willett, let's have a look. H class. Hey, guess what? Nicole Willett, H class, quickest legal time so far today, 10.51. Jason Dawn is 10.53. Aris is 10.60. Matt Maloney, 10.61. Dean Wilson, 10.63. Travis, 10.69. But Nicole, 10.51 with the 9, our best 10.5 car so far today. Joel Cunningham in the E class, he's all Aspo. Shane Moran trying to run 11.50 in the 55. Rolls on through 11.65. Not a bad hit. 13.98. Issues for Joel. Here he is. Boyce's back. Now, this is another guy right at the end of the day yesterday. Damien Boyce decided to take the Falcon on a few hot laps to try and hit the 650 yesterday. Here he is again today. You know, a good street car should allow you to do that. You know what I mean? Several trips to the start line, one after the other. Boise, this is a Barra-powered XT, and he's trying to hit 10.50 here. I reckon, yeah, he might give it a good shake. Oh, thank you, mate. Big block billet loaded fries, mate. Thank you. I can't eat all that. What did you think? You think Bubba was up here? Well, we've got loaded fries and a burger for you up here, Bubba. All right, Boise, here we go. Runs it through 10.46, a little bit too quick. 11.63 for Dean. He's earlier, remember, he ran, and he's been pretty close to that hot rod. He went 11.49 with a 9 on the last run, so close to 11.50, and then just had to slow it down a tad. Yeah, we got some cranky stuff. I can almost tell you exactly what that car was. Righto. Michael Arnold, look at this HT Monaro, genuine GDS car, pearl paint, painted by Benzie up at Warwick. Manual 2. Great, he's grabbed all the gears. He just wants to try and keep it at 10.50. Let's have a look. 10.50, 10.87. Sam Todd, RB powered VN, 10.84, trying to hit the 10.50. I saw it in the car park this morning at the motel. That VN had the bonnet up and it had like a RB26 headed RB30 in the VN, Australia. And Michael Arnold, you can tell by the sound of that, probably like LSA in that by the sound of that. LSA in the GDS with the T56 stick shift, 10-second Monaro. Love it, love it. Here's his brother, Bluey Arnold, Mark Arnold in Reggie's Tirana, Mrs. Arnold's Tirana. And here's old Mr. 9,000 RPM, Johnny Oliver. He's running in the E class, of course, which is the Aspo 235 and 255s. 10.05, 10.20, 10.09, 10.05. Bluey Arnold, first run of the day, 10.94. All right, Robbie Armstrong back in the H class, trying to hit 1050. Well, actually, try and slow it down to 1050. Wasn't 100% happy on the hit, was it? Rolls through though, 11.56, but the odd gremlin creeping in for the combo that's normally, well, I shouldn't say tame, like if you really wanted to get after that thing, it would be an absolute beast. But for now, on the tech, 10.50. All right, folks. This car, look, I don't think we remember seeing him yesterday, but it's good that he's back here for day 3. Daniel Hookham. You may have seen something about Summer Nats this year. This car debuted down at Summer Nats, built by Spot On. It's got a twin-turbo Coyote V8 in it. And if you don't know what a Coyote is, it's like the latest Ford Mustang engine, 32-valve V8. Sounds $1 million. Looks $1 million. Look, they did get the build in under $1 million though. And this is just, look, what he's doing there. This car's been completely built from, you know, you would imagine a bare shell on a rotisserie. This thing got sandblasted at some stage, right? Getting this car down the racetrack now, guess what's coming out of the car in different places? The sand from the sandblasting. They're trying to make it run without sand coming out of it because it did it for quite a few runs. Listen to that Coyote singing. Oh, this is a big run for Hooker. What a run. Hey, 776, hey? Talk about a car on debut, and that is barely touching the surface of that car. Let me tell you, brand new Coyote engine from the United States. If you've heard of a guy in the States called Brett LaSala, well, mate, the Snot Rocket, it's a Mustang with a Coyote in it. That thing has run nearly, well, low sixes over the quarter, 4.0s, 3s over the 8th with a Coyote engine, very similar to what Daniel Hookham has elected to put in this Commodore. Spot On's put together now another 7-second street. That's got to go on the Spot On. It's got to go on the Spot On list. That's going to be, I think, nearly in the top. It'll be in the top 10. Spot On's got a lot of 7-second ETs in that top 10. How's that for literally first full power run in the combination, 776. Danny will be telling me the same thing. I can just hear him now talking about that this has got, here's a term, nothing in it. In other words, we are not near the last 1,000 RPM. We are not near the last PSI of boost in that whole combination. That car is brand spanking new. Apart from pulling over 2,000 horsepower down at Summernats, short story, after that, Daniel took it home, right? He's got it at home. The car's complete. The car runs. That's the spot-on delivery. That's what happens when you get a car done. If you want it basically at that deal, you can have it at that deal. He took it out for a drive because it's a drag and drive car. He wanted to fire it up one morning. So at home, he fired it up. He goes out for a drive, small drive, big noise in the engine, big noise in the engine. Next thing you know, they ring the people in the States that supplied the engine. And you know what they did? They changed that under warranty, would you believe? When do you ever hear about that happening? But they did. New engine in it and under warranty. And look at that, 776. Yeah, so there we go. That fantastic combination to the sevens already with plenty more up its sleeve. Because they do claim those things. You can take them to 10,000 RPM, and if you believe the other companies that do the billet versions of them, that there's 4,000 horsepower available if you want to put 60 PSI through a Coyote. Under 400 cubes, the thing makes nearly 4,000. So that's their claims you can do with a Coyote. And if you were thinking of a drag and drive car, those sorts of engines are probably going to prove, again, they already have in the States, but prove in the future. When they're built properly, they're like a sewing machine. They are a beautiful thing, beautiful design. So you're not going to break a lifter, you know, between tracks. You're not going to break a rocker between tracks like, you know, big push rod, angry camshaft profiles can give you on a 2-valve engine. Those things just purr between tracks. So they're the ultimate weapon. So I tell you what a great idea to have something, especially when that is going to be a drag and drive car of the future. Just a word, we're going to do some prep shortly, so you might see us hold up proceedings in a short while, and we're going to do some prep. Adrian Brown, of course, he's got car culture, 10 ESS 78. Tell you what, I can't wait for his next video, because guess who was his passenger for the road session yesterday? It was Bubba yesterday. Even Bubba said, oh, you know, I was with this dude, this cool dude in this VH Commodore, and he's doing a lot of filming. And I said, oh, yeah, so that would have been Brandy. And he goes, oh, yeah, I guess. And I said, well, mate, I can't wait for his video. That's a good question, Lumper. Prep is not too far away. And then after that, the word is, once we're going to do a little prep here shortly. You'll see a bit of a gap. You'll see tractors start to roll. And then after that, all categories, you're welcome back to the lanes, right? All right, here's Danny Lansdowne. This is the Lansdowne family VC Commodore. Little 2JZ with not much boost in it to slow it down to run 1050s. Here we go, hits the stripe right now. Oh, 48, he's after it. 1048. Hey, that's the red Commodore that hit the big kangaroo the other night. That's the one that hit it Friday night. And that's why it's missing the headlight. So he's got to make that thing run 10.50. So just a word, prep won't be too far away. Lumper's just already messaged me. What time is prep? Prep is shortly. And then word is after that gap, it's a... thanks, Billy. The prep is not too far away, and we're inviting all categories back, and we intend to probably run for an hour and a bit, whatever, until people are basically worn out. We'll be doing calls out for the Dial Your Own Shootout, thanks to Grau Racing. As we said at the driver's briefing this morning, you must hand your time slip in and be done with the event as drag and drive to compete in the shootout. Shay O'Reilly in here for the first run of the Datto today. Damon Hoole beside. Is that right? Oh, unless these are double entered, okay, they would probably be double entered. So these are second entries in the vehicles. Damon 1041. 971 there for Shay O'Reilly. Actually, the first run today for Shay O'Reilly, 971. And Damon Hoole's first run in the R35, 1041. So that's what we're doing there. That's right, Shay O'Reilly. That's what we've done there. Damon Hoole. Jorge, that's right. Jorge was driving the R35 last run, and now that was that was Damon in that situation there. Got that sorted. Some of these vehicles do have 2 race numbers on them, which means 2 people are using them, which is a great concept again when you think about it. I mean, we were talking about this the other night for people that have grown up in the drag racing world, and if you've ever crewed or helped on a drag racing car, a lot of the times, and every single time, basically you're doing all that for your friend, whoever owns the car, whoever's racing the car. All the crew are there to help that person race, and that's a pretty committed crew and a group of friends. Drag and drive, yes, you've still got to have your friends as the crew, but guess what you're doing a little bit more of? You're actually sharing some decent quality time normally with your friends, because the vehicle's actually giving a little bit back. It's actually the beast that you all can share, and in this case you can still double enter, run 2 different classes with the one car, so you get to share a little bit more on a drag and drive than what you would with a purpose-built drag car. And that's really a bit of a barometer into regards of what's popular in Australia and what's not popular. And what I mean, not what's not popular, what stuff that doesn't sell like hotcakes and what stuff that does sell like hotcakes. You can get yourself any day of the week. If you wanted to go drag racing tomorrow, we could steer you in the direction of a variety of vehicles for sale, from junior dragsters to full-on dragsters, modified dragsters, altereds, the altered T-buckets or dragsters. A lot of those cars are out there for sale in various locations. Even if you just check Marketplace, you're going to find something. Actually, anyone out there want to throw me a good Marketplace drag racing bargain? There's going to be something out there. Billy Abdu must be watching the stream, or are you here, Billy? He goes, your voice is sounding a little squeaky. Yeah, thank you, Billy. And you're no less good looking than you were last time I saw you, you lucky bugger. But been battling a head cold all week, mate, and being in the cold for 3 days. Yes, I've managed to get some sleep, but mostly it's because I'm at the end of the head cold, mate, and not the normal booming voice after 3 days. And considering that between Bubba and I leaving here on the first day to when we hit the motel, we've probably was full of talking. There was no silence, let me tell you. We were going to press record. He was going to go live. We were going to share that with the world, and then we decided for the moment we better save that for now. Keep a filter on it for now. But having a great time with the big man over the last 3 days, and if he was still out here, he's still running around. I want him up here on the mic for a bit of the continuous call that we love to do for the Overtaking Lane live stream and for the people sitting out there in live spectator land. It's good to see you people out here on a beautiful Sunday. Any of those people sitting out there in spectator land, put your hands up if you were here Friday. Yep, okay, you were here Friday. Who was at Warwick yesterday? Put your hands up. Who was at Warwick yesterday? You were. There you are, righto. Hands up, who's here today? Right. See, no one's listening because no one can hear. You were. You were listening. You were a good listener, mate. I don't know why you didn't do so bad at school. I really don't know what it was. You're probably drawing cars on the textbook, were you? Yeah, me too. You should have seen what I handed in for my final graphics. You know when you had a subject at school and it was the subject you were going to drop? Remember, there was always a subject, oh, no, I'm going to drop. You would absolutely drop that subject about 8 months into the year and turn up a class and try and pretend you're learning. So my final graphics exam, I handed in this amazing drawing. I think it was a HQ. I drew this beautiful car. I almost didn't want to give it to the teacher. It was that good. He goes, are you handing this in? I said, well, do I have to? He said, you got to hand in something. I said, oh, mate, could I just quickly draw a stick man? Have those, by the way, Bubba. Could I just draw a stick man and hand it in and get 0? I reckon teachers hated that idea about this. You know, when there were subjects at school that you drop and then you just, when you knew you weren't even going to have that at the end of the year, you'd drop it hard. Wouldn't you? You would drop it hard. Now, this is all of a sudden, while we're doing the track prep, there you go, Lumper, we're doing the track prep right now. You asked what time? The time is now. K-N-O-W. See, I'm educated. That's debatable. Is that what you said there?
Oh, that's debatable, yeah.
Oh, that's
debatable, yeah.
Okay, all run after prep. Anyone running the shootout, here we go. Here's the rule. Can we quickly announce this to all competitors? All competitors, we've just had another rule come in here. Listen to this, folks. prep right now. After prep, anyone can run that's been an entrant, so all categories can come back and run. Anyone running the shootout, now listen to this, Growl Racing shootout, dial your own shootout, 8th mile, heads up pro tree, so staggered pro tree, 8th mile, must have your time slips handed in by 12:45, right? Assemble at the back of the lanes for a dial-in. We start the shootout at 1 o'clock. We'll hot lap them till finish the shootout. And then after that, when we give away the growl money, it's an all run after until 4. So the cut-off on track is 4. Oh, yeah, Growl Racing for the dial your own shootout.
Like we should, yeah, because we've got to thank the sponsors like Columbia. I mean, you know, all the
Yeah,
main people
all the major sponsors as a nation. Very good. But yeah, so attention all shootout aspirants, all right? Remember, this is dial your own, yeah, I'll have that. All dial your own shootout contestants need to have the slips in by 12:45. We want to know how many that is. And then we'll also direct you to go to the back of the lanes for a dial in. So it's basically have your slips in by 12:45, have your cars in the back of the lanes by 12:45. And we are going to start at 1 o'clock, that Growl Racing, $2,500 dial your own shootout. So now's a great opportunity while the track prep is on. We'll take a quick break on the overtaking lane live stream. It's an all run after this, but that track prep, a few heavy hitters are going to come out and run maybe once, twice, 3, who knows how many more times. That dial your own shootout, thanks to Growl Racing, all time slips in by 12:45 at the back of the lanes before 1 o'clock, and we're going to run them until someone wins that money. So take a break right now. Plenty of opportunities to look around the pits now. Grab that merch. Look at this Allstars merch. I've got it on right now. I've got the great caps on. And for people that aren't wearing caps, great opportunity to go buy one right now. So if you're not wearing a cap, this gentleman out here, his lady, she doesn't have a cap on.
You think he would give her your cap? Come on.
No, well, sir, not just give her his cap, but sir, go and purchase your lady a lovely All-Stars Dragon Drive cap. At least when they're pink and black. Even men, we wear them. Look,
we look good.
We can wear pink. So go down and grab that merchandise from the JOH tent. Track prep. Bubba and I back with more soon after this little break. Got in with Brownie in the VH Commodore.
Mate, what a top bloke. Like, not a bad kisser, but not a bad bloke at all. Real humble, had a really good chat with him. Look, the hand on the thigh was a little bit too much, he reckons, but we'll continue on with that. Mate, that car is so good. It's economical, believe it or not.
Yep.
You know, V8, LS turbo, normal.
Yep.
He drives it like no tomorrow. He's clocked up like 1,400 Ks.
Yes.
Like, who does that?
Yeah, and you know what? It's not just this weekend he's probably done that. He'll go to every other car cruise we have in Brisbane, and he drives the thing there. He'll be out at Lakeside, thrashing it at Lakeside as well. So
and he's not scared to give it a little. I mean, of course, in safe environments, but oh my God, the thing goes pretty good. With a trailer, rumour has it.
Yeah, your rumour has it. I'm a big fan of Brownie and what he's been doing with not only his YouTube, but honestly, YouTube's fantastic, and we will, and you and I were talking about what we would love to do in the future. We get in the same room together. We'd be killer podcast material, which we were talking about.
Actually, who would love to see me and Diggles do a podcast? I mean, most likely I'd be shirtless, but don't hold that against me.
So we will make it basically only available probably as an audio book. So basically, if Bubba turns up naked for the podcast, I'm going to recommend we sell it as an audio book because we want people to tune in, not throw up.
Then again, people are into weird stuff. Like,
I know, man.
I heard you sold photos of some foot finder. Anyway, we'll talk about that later.
Bubba's making a lot of stuff up here.
Yeah. Well, I got a subscription, so yeah.
Just
really
because it's just because there's a niche for podiatry porn. All right.
Talking about porn, how's the car? How's the car?
We don't
porn?
need to be talking. Oh, car porn. Yeah,
And
car
how
porn.
is the car? Like the amount of quality of cars. And look, the group we've had this weekend, I can't fault them. I mean, they're a good bunch of people. They've been helping each other. Obviously, Dan's in the lead.
Yep.
And that's a 4-cylinder. Like it makes over 400 horsepower per cylinder.
Yeah.
I mean, he looks like a sexy jockey, but mate, he gives it all she wrote. What a team. Yeah.
As you were saying about the good people, how you've met them and you can't fault them, don't you find that any time, and you've been on so many highways doing drag and drive like I have, because you're doing them for Street Machine when you weren't doing your own deal.
Yep.
And just we find these guys everywhere you'd pull up somewhere on the road. You already know these guys are cool. We already know they're cool, and you know what? All you do is you talk to them, and it confirms that they're just. So a lot of us are very much grounded and humble people.
Yep.
You know how humbling cars are.
I love walking up to a group and not knowing that I owe them money or something. Like
They
give you that look like,
so you get that feeling more in Queensland, do you find? Yeah. So you actually get to meet more guys in Queensland where you go, oh, I should know these blokes, mate.
But how humble, like that gentleman that hit the kangaroo, I could see him in the grandstand.
Yeah.
Mate, he fixed the car. We pulled over to give him a hand. He's over there. He can't see us. It just goes to show he's not listening.
Yeah. No, it's probably good. But we did that. And we know that any time that we've been on the road down south in the Victorian countryside, that again, if we've got stricken people there, everyone will pull over.
Oh, 100%.
And you know what? That's why it's good in convoys. And I'm smiling yesterday because it's still good to see 4 or 5 cars in a convoy. And you just know they're all... And I know people are coming up with ideas. Like I think even yesterday someone's going, maybe we should get some 2-way radios. And it's like, oh, duh, yeah. That's the old-fashioned way.
I don't know, but could you imagine 2-4 rubber ducky?
but I do also can't help but think, but sometimes when you do go out of phone range occasionally, the 2-ways are perfect. The CBs are still perfect to use.
You know what? I'm going to say it.
Go
The
on.
best thing about these events is you get all the group of friends or your crew together.
Yep.
No one's on their phone.
No.
I mean, we're all looking for kangaroos and what have you, but
no one can be looking at a screen.
Yeah, and you can't hear each other, but still, you're like enjoying each other's company.
What's better than one set of eyes on the road looking for kangaroos? The whole car. Basically watching spotters. You look out there. Well, where do you look? Well, you look out there, but you look on this side.
And it's quite funny when you do get reception, you look and whoever's missus rings you first. Ha ha, you're in trouble.
She's tracking your phone. Actually, that's the best thing about a drag and drive is that I don't care. But honestly, I'm fine with wherever my phone is. I'm happy for my wife to know where I am.
That's good.
If I accidentally leave it somewhere and then pick it up 3 days later, that's another thing.
Accidents have happened and they do happen.
No, I don't do that. I'm not that dumb, silly, whatever, crafty. But we'd have a little bit of sometimes limited phone service, and look, that might catch you in the case of emergency. But as you know, with some of these louder cars inside, it's hard to talk. Was your Commodore quiet enough inside?
No, it was so loud. It gave me a headache, actually.
The drone of it.
The drone was terrible. Like, I had a gear vendor on that. And it's funny, with the drag challenge side of it, the first day, or like they call it the bump-in day. That's the wrong word to say. The day that you sign up, everyone's happy as Larry, and then by the end of the day, everyone wants to kill each other.
Yeah.
Oh, look what we've got happening now.
Yeah, and that's in the bump-in day. All right, it's so good that you've joined us here at Willowbank Raceway, day 3 of the Allstars Drag and Drive. And we have just done, I don't know whether we're going to say that's our final prep, but that is a prep session. I'm sure if people like Simon O'Carroll and the Sengs want to come back again, that a little tiny spray wouldn't go astray. But this is Steve Carkeet. He just wants to get that nitrous switch turned on as he tromps the loud pedal. He reckons he had a bent throttle pedal, and I can blame his son for probably tromping it as well. Daniel Smith, El Jocko, of course, the jockey.
Sexy jockey.
Where's Brendan? Where's the boss man watching his
I can
pride
see he's so bloody tall and handsome with his, look at his, on the phone. He's like,
all right, here we go.
had a pedal, but he's got back into it.
Yeah, no, it's got plenty, but that 150 60 foot means that's an 8 something. Like, just
790.
Yeah.
And look, you know what? For a little fella, God, he gets angry.
Yeah, does he?
But he's passionate about it, and that's what I love about it.
Yeah, well, they won't be happy with that. Now, there was a big gulp there, and that's not a 7-11 big gulp. That is a big gulp of hesitation in that first 60 foot. So instead of hitting 1.2, it went 1.5, and that's why it's only a 98 and not another 70. Here's the man.
Mr. Matt Lumber. Oh, God, I love that guy. I always stroke his beard. Is that weird?
I've seen early pictures on Facebook when he didn't have the beard, and all I can say is thank God he's got the beard now, because he looked like an awkward geek when he didn't have it, and now he just looks like a man of the bush.
Like Uncle Touchy.
A little bit like Uncle Touchy, Bubba. Just a little bit like him. I haven't seen him from that mob for a while, Uncle Touchy. But yeah, he looks...
I don't even have a screen on.
No, I know. It's great. Matt Lumper. Come on, Lumper. Let's see the Kingswood.
Oh, yes! Wheels up! It's had a cough.
126. Oh, 126 in the 60, and now the things. No, whether that's.
He got all 780,
Wow.
but he did.
Wow.
I see he backed off just a little, I reckon.
126 in the 60, half track 511, 139 mile an hour, and yeah, I think you're right there, Bubba.
Yep.
789 at 175, but we did see flame out the dump pipes.
See, earlier in the week, he kept cutting out because of fuel cut. He had a fuel cut issue, and it turned out to be a vacuum line. Like, who does that?
Yeah, and then trying to find the thing.
Oh, it's like trying to find my feet.
Yeah. It's same for me. I was, you know when you used to put the belt on, you can never find the right hole, or when you put
some head. Oh, I can't say that. Yeah,
mate, I love to just wake up one morning, put my underwear on without falling over. That's all I want to do. All right, here we go. William Yarwood, he can give it all here. Good run, under 1 second reaction time. Half track 566 on the brakes. Whether the thing went for a move or not, I think it did. 903 at 123. Oh, Matt Maloney, he wants 10.50. What about a 10.53? No, that's crazy stuff. I hope Lumper's okay, because we heard the converter slipping from the very first day.
Yep.
We thought, is this the new deal he's got in it? Because it seems to not hassle the car as much. Whether he's playing with that or not, but that thing was flaring or hitting the limiter or doing something. But then I look at the ET and it's like, no. This thing's gone like literally 789 for heaven's sake. Like, I'm just thinking...
It's not a light car either. I mean, his moustache would weigh a bit.
Well, yeah, when you put that beard in there, I think it's 4,000 pounds. Yeah, so... but I still think he, as we said earlier on, that guy's got more photos of that Kingswood in front of a pub, you know what I mean, than most other 7-second street cars. I mean, there's guys that have them, and then there's guys that use them. And I've noticed the last couple of years especially, and this is what happens when you get a combo together that stays together. And mind you, Lumper's combo's been apart more than once. Just like Bubba's or Foley's, we can name every other, what we call our, A-lister drag challenge guys. Basically anything turbo, anything. There's going to be times where you're broken.
Oh, always.
Right?
Broken.
Broken and broken. It's either the engine's mint, but you break the box. It's either the box is fixed, you break the engine.
And there's nothing worse than a broken box.
No, nothing worse.
When you break a box, it's all mangled and loose, and it's not good.
And you need a specialist to probably fix it if you don't know how to fix it yourself.
And every box is different.
Well, you can put stop leak and cream on it or whatever, and look, if it doesn't get better, then you better see the specialist.
Got it.
Absolutely. But I just hope, and honestly, back to that subject. This guy, I know.
Shaking his what are you talking about, mate?
You know what? He'll shake his head, but I reckon if we did a podcast, would you tune in?
You would tune into it.
Listen to it.
Yeah, he's going, not of approval. I love it. And they got the old fella in the Fleto going, really?
Is that you, Pez, under that? Is that you,
Pez?
Is that you, Pez?
Stand up and show us your boobs.
Mr. Gavage is here. But he's shaking his head. He's another one of the 1,000 blokes that shake their heads when we talk. And I go, well, if we did something and we really made an effort about it, would you listen? And go, yeah, I'd listen and shake my head.
Yeah, but people who shake their head can relate to it.
Yeah.
It's all about breaking that box in, eh?
No.
Oh, sorry, wrong. Yep.
Yeah, we need to... We've just got to work out who's going to be the naughty boy out of the two, mate. It sounds like I'll be the guy there with the net, catching it and deflecting it. Oh, look, a butterfly.
What he meant by that was...
Let's break down what Bubba thought he said just before there. And yes, you do need a specialist to fix your transmission. Now, they are going for a wander after that run down there. Now, Will went for a walk the run after Lumper, so that's interesting.
Well, I've just got a message from one of the video people.
Yeah, what's happening?
Lukey boy, he wants me to go down. We're going to go harass some people on the start line.
You still got more people to harass?
Mate, well, I love harassing people. So get ready, start line. I'm about to come down and do some talking and then come back and do some talking with Mr. Diggles.
Nah, fine, mate. The same deal here. I'm grabbing that burger and I'm dragging those loaded fries.
That looks
and
dangerous.
Pez, I'll talk to you soon, mate. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, you're not getting away scot-free, mate. Sorry.
No.
It's not you, it's us. No. There we go again, line, mate. It's definitely you. All right, I'll see you on the start line, people.
Go and do that video.
Give me a hug, you weirdo.
No, yeah, small break, small hug, loaded
You
fries.
didn't take you offline before.
No, I didn't. All right.
Oh, sorry, just the end of a conversation there. Good choice. Good choices. Oh, God, we love this joint. Absolutely love this joint. If we have to fix it, we fix it. If we have to clean it, we clean it. And if we have to race on it, we'll race on it, absolutely. All right, thank you for your patience. We did kind of put that into a little bit of a break. You know, we just did the prep before and Bubba and I talking through it. We then just had that little bit of cleanup that we had to do. Now, it probably may not have been Lumper. I just, I don't know. Sorry, Dully, just missed that one. Slips for the shootout must be in by 1:15. Tell the girls you're entering. So please, all time slips for shootout must be in by 1:15. Slips for shootout must be in by 1:15. Please tell the ladies at the JOH tent that you're in that shootout. And as we said, we're going to have you in the back of the lanes pretty much after that. All right, back in for more Drag and Drive this afternoon. Braith Cornford, Paul Butler. Braith Cornford in 235, 255 forced. Oh, he went 8.15 the last run. He goes 5.30. Here we go. Nana goes 8.26. 8.26, four-cylinder Aussie street car, 11.51 for Braith Cornford. It's the first time we've seen the old Corona knock the tyre off it. But Paul Butler, eh? Just another announcement, please. Slips for the shootout must be in by 1:15. Please tell the ladies you're entering. We'll get your name written down somewhere, and then get your dial in on the door, or sorry, on the window, and get yourself down to the back of the staging lanes to do that. So I'm just looking right down the end there. I can see something glistening. Am I seeing a car down in that corner? We are going to have a look down there in that lane, Braith Cornford. Oh, it was the glass, is it? Oh, dear. Was it Nana or was it the Corona? I don't know. The Nana went about 165 mile an hour and the Corona only doing 99, but that's something that, yeah, we've definitely got to, hopefully that's held itself together. Like, if we've got laminated screens there, fine, but if it's, you know, traditional glass, what's that? Oh, the glass is. In itty-bitty pieces, in little pieces. Yeah, righto. That's not good. Not good at all. That's something that we've got to get onto right now. So I guess the suction truck will be one of the things that we've got to send right down the end there. God, if it's not oil or liquid, we've just done a windscreen. Is that right? Is that what's just happened there? I want to know whether it was a Gemini windscreen or was it a Corona. Well, again, back screen you would assume. Normally, if you've done the front screen, it's not. I don't know too many times someone does a front windscreen and it ends up on the track. It's normally the back screen coming out. That's normally coming out holus bolus. So there's some glass. It's either a Corona liftback glass or a Holden Gemini glass. We'll have to see which one it was. Gemini, though, you would think is the Gemini's probably the culprit at 165 mile an hour. It did. Yeah, Nana's done a spectacles, so she's lost the lens. Nana's done the windscreen. All right, so it's a Holden Gemini windscreen in a million pieces down there. So we're going down to pick that up there. So that is not ideal. First pairing back after a little bit of a clean up there. Yeah, so Lumper sends me the text going, oh, is that the lunch break? Is that what's happening out there? I said, no, mate. They're cleaning up whatever you left out there, if you left anything out there. It was carrying on and popping and doing all sorts of things out there, whether it was something out of a breather or another. Here comes Nana behind the grandstands right now. Here's Nana right now coming around. No windscreen. No windscreen, all right, is that right? Gemini. It's got a screen or no screen? No, nothing. Zilch. All right, geez, tell you what, you didn't expect this sort of level of action here today. I mean, that thing went 8.15 on the previous run, that Gemini, and it just stuns you to think that we've got this sort of quality in spades here, not only in Australia, but definitely southeast Queensland. So, look, the announcement was for anyone in this shootout, the back,
It was the back? Yeah. It was the back screen. Slips for the shootout must be in by 1:15. Tell the girls you're entering. So I would assume, look, right now, slight delay as we get the glass up. Less time between now and then for the people entering the shootout to possibly consider it. So some of our competitors in the lanes have got to maybe ask themselves, do I get one run to do exactly what I need to not only finish my 3 days with a time slip eligible or competitive, or some people don't care, but I want to run that dial your own shootout because Growl Racing, $2,500, dial your own shootout, which means you may not have been extra competitive in your drag and drive class, but it's one last shot to actually just fight with what you've got. And again, if you're in an 1150 class, are you in the 850 class? Were you an NA28? Were you in any other respected class? If you're choosing to make it a day, hand in the slip, tell the ladies that you want to be in the dial your own shootout, and I would imagine see you at the back of the lanes by about 1. Because when that comes through, we're going to run them round for round, back to back. So there's going to be paired runs. Straight away, we're asking those competitors to come straight back to the lanes, the winners, and then we run them, and then we eliminate more, and then we basically end up with one winner of $2,500 with your streetcar. Slips for the shootout must be in by 1:15. Tell the girls you are entering. It's just as good to see out of the corner of my eye down the return road, heading the right way for me to the staging lanes, the 103-year-old 1922 Ford Senator, driven by Mr. Noel Inman. Good to see Noel is taking the hot rod to the lanes. Good to see Mr. Jason Sang is also doing the same thing by the look of it. The black LJ on its way to the lanes. He's looking to try and hit an 850. Closer than the 8, what did he do? 854. So right now in that class, the quickest today on this screen, the quickest legal 850 pass is Michael Bazile in the Senator, I think, or the clubby. John Vesnave with the HR Ute, 853 with a 1. 853 with a 4. So 853 with a 1 is Michael Bazile's time. John Vesnave's is an 853 with a 4. Jason Seng's is an 854 with a 1. And then Mitchell Sloan, 861. They're our sort of top groups trying to hit that 850. Disco Dean went 847 with a 9. Was on the wrong side of that 850 class. You can bet your bottom dollar they'll be in the lanes trying to have one more crack at it. So that's what will be happening. As we said, on the schedule, we're looking to try and get our competitors to hand their time slips in before 1:15. Tell the girls that you're entering in the dial your own shootout thanks to Growl Racing 2.5K. We are going to take that part of the day dedicated to those competitors to race and try and win. Once we get to the final and the winner, we'll go straight back into the rest of them and basically running till 4. That's the goal. That's the goal. We're going to run them all out till 4. If they want to still be running at 4, we'll let them go all the way till 4. And that way, there'll be competitors that are deliberately trying to win or get in their respected categories somewhere in that top 3. So you might not see them hand their time slip in. They might wait till 4. So there's going to be people actually making that sacrifice, going, you know what? I think I'll spend my time dedicated to trying to, win my class. And then there'll be people thinking, well, you know what, I may not have a chance in the class, but I've already handed my slip in and I want to try and race for the money. And again, that's a great little thing to have. You've actually got to submit before racing, because you imagine if you hit the number you really, really wanted in racing. Look, whilst this time we're deliberately making sure that you don't jag something in the middle of a race, but then having talked through that myself, realising that, you know what, maybe somewhere in the future, we could do both in the one go, you know what I mean? And that is, if you hit the right number you wanted, number-wise, for drag and drive, and you did it in the heat of a race, I also think there should be a reward for that somewhere along the line. Having done lots of drag and drives in this country myself, various promoters have got different ways of doing it. Of course, the Street Machine Drag Challenge is the traditional drag and drive through and through, basically nearly copied and pasted pretty much the format from the United States Drag Week. Variety of different classes there, of course, radial blown, radial aspirated, outlaw blown, outlaw aspirated. They did start bringing in some fixed index classes as well, I think 850, 950, 1050, very, very good. But there is no real race element to it. As much as a drag and drive looks like a drag race, it's a series of cars competing in time trials. So really not a race. So the drag, let's take drag racing, take the word racing out of drag and drive for a moment. It is time trials. It's a recreational motorsport of time trials. So for a long time, I've always wanted calling these races, and I talk to races that run in, especially in street machine ones, the dial your own category. Now, dial your own you would think is like racing on a handicap, but no, it's not. It's still a nominated time in your own mind that you must stick to. In circuit racing, they call that regularity. So a lap time that you want to try and hit, right? So regularity in circuit racing is saying, well, I think I'm going to do a minute 32 and then commit your whole session to trying to run minute 32s. So you're basically trying to be consistent with a vehicle around a track. Now, for dial your own in drag and drive, especially street machine ones, there's an ET that each competitor, I think you normally get one run first, and then you must notify of the ET, or at least on the first day when you hand in the first slip. That's pretty much the ET you want to try and hit all week. So whatever you may hand in on day one in a dial your own, especially a 5-day drag and drive, you've then got to try and hit that ET at every track. It's hard when we run quarter at one track and then eighth at the other. The multiplication factor comes in. And you would normally see the lead in a category like that change more than 5 times in the week, easy. Nearly every day into the last day of that kind of drag and drive racing, again, I'm using the word racing accidentally, is hitting that number with your own car. That is the drag racing version of regularity. And to have the most consistent vehicle with the most consistent elapsed time over 5 days is an award in itself. A very hard one to win. But the ones that have won it, and I can mention Alicia Teal there, and I hope, Alicia, you're going to watch the stream. She's taken her HQ to more dial your own wins than I think anyone else in drag and drive history in this country, with a car that is so consistent. But then we'll also see that lady at the end of a day, be it day one, be it day 3, we could be at the middle of Mildura, we could be at Mildura coming towards stumps on day 3. The pits are empty, there's 4 people left trying to hit a number. If Alicia hadn't hit the number she wanted, she would run that HQ until she could. And she'd do our head in, She'd come and run at 11:47, and then we go, was she happy? And she'd come back, she'd run at 11:36. Say, is she happy? And then she comes and runs at 11:42. We don't know what she's after. She won't tell us, and we wouldn't ask her to. So people set up their own challenges, and that's one category where you can do it, really do your head in, as well as, give you a really good sense of satisfaction. Because remember, part of this whole credibility is not only doing that at the racetrack for 5 days, it's getting to the next racetrack in between. And just to see her on the road, see that thing pulled up in a town in the middle of nowhere, knowing that she's just done a head-in all day at the track. The drive sometimes allows that adrenaline to dissolve. But honestly, the best feeling it is on a drag and drive is when you've left the first track with a number that you knew the car could run, and you load up at the servo with your crew, and you check the trailer and you load it all up. You look at the map of where you've got to go, you hit that highway, and then just let that adrenaline soak into the rest of the car. And look, by day 5, let's just not say it's as romantic by day 5 in one of those, but you certainly know you've lived a pretty full life when you get to the end of a 5-dayer. I can tell you there's a lot of people here that are just loving 3 days. 3 days is really good. A few people that haven't done them of doing them. And honestly, I recommend to anyone out there that's thinking about doing any drag and drive, whether it's the next Allstars one we would do, whether it's a road trip one that Mick does, any other ones in between, the street machine ones down south. Recommend that you do, if you can do a 3-dayer, try a 3-dayer out for size. the 5-dayer for novices is a bit hard. We've met people that have done it for the first time as a 5-dayer, and we've seen those people for the first time, sometimes ever competing at a drag strip, do 5 days with a car. And you ask them, did you enjoy it? Would you do one again? And before you even finish the question, the answer is yes, 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 and yes. We've all got to choose something as a recreation. These people are choosing this. The byproduct of that is, as we said, our 64th quickest car in this little recreational exercise runs 1060s. The 104th quickest car is a 1260. This is a very interesting recreation. Honestly, if you've already owned a boat before in your life, and right now boats are annoying you, sell the boat. You can if you've owned a boat for too many years, and you want something different, you can definitely afford a drag and drive car. If you've poured money into a boat over the years, I'm sure you got yourself a drag and drive option there instead of the boat. A lot safer too. Have you seen the oceans of Australia? It's scary out there. I don't want to go out in the ocean. I'd be safer on Australian roads. Until the other night at Leyburn, I'd say I'd be safer. Right then, I'm thinking maybe I should go for a swim out in the ocean. Maybe, I've got less chance of a shark getting me than getting hit by a kangaroo. I mean, we had that many kangaroos there coming out of Leyburn the other night. You think, is this a safe practice? Sometimes you feel like you're safer on the drag strip. But I tell you what, the numbers don't lie. Guess what I'm doing next Friday? I'm in Mackay next Friday. I'm doing the first day of 3-day drag and drive up there for road trip. We've got about 150 going in Mackay next weekend. So we start their drag and drive on Friday. And it's a different combo. You don't drive between tracks. It's the same track, but you go for a drive out in a route. Half the field stays and runs at the track. Half the field goes out and does the road trip. Halfway through the day, the road trip people come back. The people that were on the drag strip in the morning are doing the road trip in the afternoon. What happens at the end of normally the first day is we're all back in the pits by dusk, and we might sometimes do a little shootout or something on the Friday, do a decent shootout on the Saturday, and then only a couple of hours normally on the Sunday. But it's an 8th mile thing. You must hand in a time slip as close to 6:50. So look, it's basically allowing everyone to have a fair crack at getting into the points. Do we see some quick cars? Absolutely. Are we on mega prep tracks? 9 times out of 10, you'd say we definitely are. I hope Palmyra is going to give us a kick-ass track next weekend, so we can see some of the muscle these cars have got. But remember, we run over the 8th mile, so we're not going to see 7-second ETs over the quarter, but we might see, and we've only seen one 4-second 8th mile time at a road trip. It happened this year. The Hoff did it. What would be the quickest DT over the 8th next weekend in Mackay? I'll have to keep you guys posted. So that's next weekend. That's going to be fun. 3 days of road trip up in Mackay. 150 more Queensland street cars, and probably be all Queen. I don't think we're going to have too many interstaters up there. That's the one thing that I've loved most about the first ever Allstars drag and drive is that, we got the attention of our Victorian drag and drivers, and Lumper. Well, we don't have to twist Lumper's arm too much to get him up here, and we're so glad that he's brought that up, because we told him we got lots of pubs you can get photos of your Kingswood out in front of, and he was definitely up for that. And good news for fans of that car, he's keeping it in Queensland, because guess what's happening down on the 23rd and 24th of August right at this place, the 35th running of the Jamboree. And if you've never been to a Jamboree before, folks, you better get there 23rd and 24th right here at Willowbank Raceway. If you've never been, hands up these people listening right now. Have anyone not been to a Jamboree? Oh, you have. Hey, please, sir, bring the kids. 23rd, 24th of August. You want to see send? Do you want to be scared by the vehicles running down the track? They scare me. I look at these dudes drive those things. These 6-second rotaries, these 5-second import cars. We've got 5-second pro mods. We've got 28x9 tyre cars running mid-7s all over the track. We've got more excitement per cubic inch than any other form of the sport in this country when you come to Jambo. It's the 35th anniversary, the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree, 23rd, 24th of August, 35th anniversary. There's some coin getting tossed up in many a category. I think there's 20 grand for the pro mods. We've got them coming from WA. We've got them coming from Victoria. And here's the word. our quickest screw-blowing door car driver in this country is John Ricker. I think it ran a 5. I forget what ET he ran in the States with his Camaro. It went like a 5. I'm going to say it was a 37 or something. I can't exactly remember, but he's pretty much got the screw-blowing door car record outright, Johnny. He then put it on radials and ran 350s in radial trim. But you know what he decided to do? That car's coming back to Australia. It's on its way. And guess what happens at Jamboree with ProMod? We let them turn them loose. We'll let you run that in full, unbridled ProMod trim. So Ricker wants to run a 50. Ricker wants to run a 40. The conditions, I don't know. August, we'll see how we go for good air, whether we make enough horsepower for him. But he wants to come away with Australia's fastest door car time, period, on 2 continents. So that's going to happen. He reckons he's going to have that thing here, hooker by crook, at Brisbane Jamboree, 23rd and 24th of August. We've got Lorenzo from Perth with his new twin-turbo Proline Mustang. We've got Smithy, of course, with his new green Corvette coming and running there too. We'll have Murph in there. Honestly, the list was off the page last time I looked, just in Pro Mod. Thatcher Extreme off the page, Pro Compact off the page, Pro Turbo. We're going to have more cars quicker than 7 flat than I think we've seen, you know, outside a mainstream event. You know what I mean? As far as outside fuelless, funny cars, top alcohol, whatever. We've got them. Unbelievable how many we've got. And again, you want to see what 35 years of breeding the best racers in this country at this track looks like. Let me tell you where 35 years has brought you. You come and have a look at that, and you can't tell me you're not impressed. That's going to be off its head. Honestly, that might be an event too big for Bubba. You know what I mean? I mean, the guy's excitable. We bring him to a Jambo, he might explode. Oh, poor old Bubba. We might have to, I don't know. Maybe he should just watch on the Overtaking Lane / Jambo official live stream from a distance, because the bike might just blow up too much. I'm getting excited about it. I can tell you I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it, because it's they're making this one a big one, boys. And I tell you, the amount of heroes that one particular event has created, the dynasties that event has created as far as tuning shops, and not only nationally recognised, internationally recognised, is second to none. No other form of the sport in this country has bred industries like Jamboree has. I mean, honestly, the explosion was huge, especially through the 80s and 90s when everyone got on the turbos, everyone got on the front cuts, everyone started making, you know, all of a sudden, in no time flat, you know, back when a 300 horsepower turbo 4-cylinder and a 600 horsepower turbo 6-cylinder, and heaven forbid maybe a 1,000 horsepower V8 was possible. Well, let's look at the 1,000 horsepower 4-cylinders. Let's now look at the 1,500 to 2,000 horsepower 6-cylinders, and if you really want to breathe on your V8s with the turbos too, well, there's 3,000. So that's, you know, the horsepower, the average horsepower. We always joked about this, how we could ever work it out. The average horsepower per year increase from the first year, 35 years ago, to now. Honestly, I'm sure the first Jambo, everyone had 80. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, I think the first Jambo, no one had over, look, if you took in all the 150 and 200 horsepower cars and then added them with all the 90 and 100 horsepower cars, yeah, maybe we averaged just over 100 horsepower per car. You go to the 35th running of Jamboree, honestly, we're nothing. Look, all motors about the only class where the horsepower is really low. That's all their naturally aspirated cars, where probably the most horsepower out of one of them might be 250 all engine, unless it's a 6-cylinder or a triple or a quad. And we've got those in spades now, triple rotor, quad rotor. Every other boosted category from then on, honestly, you know, 1,000 easy. Average horsepower, 1,000 easy. It's crazy what's going to be there as far as total horsepower is concerned, and of course Kelly and Colin and the whole Jambo crew, they're throwing everything at the 35th anniversary here at Willowbank, 23rd and 24th. If you're a Mopar fan, you love your Mopars. Not next weekend. The weekend after is Mopar Sunday, so their traditional Mopar Sunday, the 27th. If you're a Ford fan, be back here next Sunday. The All Ford Days here next Sunday, and if you've never been to the All Ford Day here, let me tell you, I think we get 1,300, 1,400 Fords out the back here from all the Ford clubs, not only in Queensland but other parts of the country. We have Fords coming from all over the nation here at Willowbank next weekend, the 20th.
So the all-4 day, and you know what, I'm saying that with a bit of a tear in my eye because it's actually going to be the first all-4 day I've missed in a long, long time. I'll be up in Mackay. But the all-4 day here next Sunday. And as I said, the biggest display you'll see anywhere in one day in this country as far as Fords. The difference between us and other Ford events, because Geelong's got big Ford events, there's massive Ford events everywhere. We're about the only all-4 day that has a drag strip for a good couple of hours to let some of that Ford horsepower go. And you know what? When you can turn up in an event like that, and they know the drag strip's starting at 11, you see the grandstand where you're sitting now is nearly full at 10. You talk about people keen to see stuff go down the drag strip. Those Ford fans, they mustn't get enough. They don't get enough drag strip, you know what I mean? People that come here more than 10 times a year are probably getting enough drag strip, but these all Ford guys probably come once a year and they can't get enough drag strip for 3 hours. They'll be there an hour before we start. It's fantastic next Sunday. And then the weekend after that, as we said, the 27th is Mopar Sunday. It's been going for over 10 years. I've been doing that one for a long time, and it'll be only the second one we've done without my mate Kerry Digney, of course, who was one of the biggest Mopar fans around, and I know he'll be watching on the Overtaking Lane live stream up in the Pearly Gates. We've got a bit of a drag races room in there up at the Pearly Gates, and he'll be in there with all the boys this afternoon. All right, folks, people for the shootout. Get into the lanes now, please. I mean, shootout, final call for everything. Like, honestly, shootout, please. We're just getting 20 to 1. Getting a message from Dully now. Can you ask everyone that's going to enter the shootout to get into the lanes now? That means you've got to hand your slip in, tell the girls. But even if someone can go and tell them, hand the slip in or whatever. Get to those lanes now, please. Probably hover around the back. Just because we've still got a few cars in the lanes, and just, you know, hover at the back. Don't just blend right down the lanes, or else we won't know if you're in the shootout or not. So stay back at the back of the lanes, but please get into those lanes. We want to go at 1:15. We're picking up glass. Nana's glass is nearly picked up here by the look of it. But that's what we're needing to have happen now. So people in the shootout, the entrance, they should have had their their time slip handed in, and dial-ins are fixed. We're running over the 660. Dial your own handicap, staggered pro tree. That's coming up at about 1:15, $2.5 going towards to the winner. Thanks to Growl Racing. It's good to have Growl Racing here, as well as all of our great sponsors, which we'll give you a mention here as well. Of course, Race Car Engineering, the old RCE, which is RCE Performance Warehouse, Craig Harding, your one-stop destination for all your performance needs. They've got them down there at Moss Street, Slacks Creek. Also proud sponsor, associate sponsor with the live stream here. Thank you, RCE. Thank you, Equipment Services Australia, for their company providing sponsorship for the Unlimited class. Thank you, Pat Shaw. They provide a maintenance service to the mining, civil, automotive and marine industries. Stevie Ham as well, RDW, an extensive range, RD Williams, extensive range of machinery parts, reconditioned as well, attachments, Australian owned and operated. Force 28's the sponsor. Revolutionary Resto and Race. Thank you, Adam. Thanks, Dave. NA28 sponsor. JJ Contractors, Force 235. Thank you, Jono. Parker's Shed. Thank you, Kyle. NA235 and 255. Elite Automatics, 850. All right, here we go. Michael Bazile trying to hit 850. Tim Barrett trying to hit 1150. All right, here we go. Bazile is already running 853. Half track, 557. It's going to be 5-something. 59, won't be happy with that. 59's no better than a 53. Oh, Tim Barron, 11.53 for Tim on that 11.50. Let's have a squeeze here. Don't think I can get, no, I can't get the 11.50 up. Just because 64 cars is 11.25. All right, Jono McDade back here. He needs a good run here. He's only got 9.73 today. Luke Page went 8.06. 6-cylinder Aussie street cars. This is what they look like in 2025. 2 JZ powered Sylvia. Tell you what, I don't know what happened to Lukey then just early in the run. Jono's getting a nice one down just to get a settler, but 9.01, we know how quick that thing can go. 9.01, it can get 7s out of that. 155 mile an hour, but just not its normal self. Luke Page earlier, 8.06. Fourth quickest run of the day. We've had Hookham, 7.76. Daniel Smith, 7.78.
Matt Lampard, 789. Luke Page, 806. Paul Butler, 815. Naomi, 832. Disco, 847. Brazil, 853. Johnny Vesneva, 853. Jason Seng, number 10, 854. But again, that 776, I don't think Hookham is in the mix. But again, he's run the number here today, but will probably not feature in the results because he wasn't at Warwick, I think, from memory yesterday. All right, Joel Cunningham in the E class, which is our Aspo class, 235-255. Brad Dilger in the G class, trying to run an 850 if he can. He ran a 975 earlier pass. So attention in the pits. Anyone for the shootout, can Bubba please relay that to the people they can't hear? Anyone in the shootout should have their time slip handed in and should be going to the lanes for a 1:15 start. So please get that in motion if you can. 9:58 for Dilger. That's a small improvement. 11:03 after an earlier 11:04 for Joel Cunningham is a slight improvement as well. Tony Anderson now on the line with Jason Vanderland. Vanderland in that Tirana trying to hit 1050. Got Tony Anderson. 6-banger. Might run a 10 here in a sec. Tell you what, it's healthy 6-banger. Let's have a look at the time. Here we go. Oh, 11:11. 11:11. She said, that's just an Aspo barrel or something. That's healthy. I know that, you know, they're a good boosted engine, but I've always thought that, you know, if someone wanted to give them some lungs, they're pretty healthy. I know Studley's got one in his Cortina, and it goes low 11s. Benny Kinesis now back in that Nova, trying to slow it to 11:50 now that he's run a 10. Rob Wizard trying to go 11:50 as well. Oh, hang on, H class, sorry, H. H is the 10:50, all right. Look at him on the brakes. Nova's on the brakes. He goes, 49 on a 50 at 93 mile an hour. He's doing 103 at half track. 10:47. Oh, Rob. It sounds disappointing, but it's not. You know, it's disappointment with a smile on your face. It's nearly hitting the number, but don't be too cranky if you miss it by that much. All right, Dean Goodingham now in the C class, NA28s. Derek O'Hare in the I class. The coupe, first run now, trying to run 11:50 with the coupe. HQ, Monaro, 11:80. Shouldn't call it a coupe, it's Monaro. 11:80, 93. Off the throttle there because he was 95 at half track and only 93 at the stripe. So not everyone hitting exactly what they want just yet. Some of them close. He's been close already, Michael Sears. Close on the wrong side of close. 10:47 to 10:50 close. Troy O'Hare trying to run in the I class, running 11:50 as well. So Derek and Troy, the O'Hare boys. All right, here we go. The difference by 1 second. He's got the brakes on there, Sears. He's playing the slow game. 87, 85, 11:85, 10:87. Just not quite there yet, but it's good that we're back underway. See, sometimes glass is harder to pick up than oil. Took us a bit of time to get all that windscreen up, even that was a little Gemini windscreen. Michael McGregor now. Mick back with the old rusty Holden. Billy Cumberland there beside the big block in the panel van. Half track now for the wagon, 562. It does not muck around, this thing. 875, better than I think day one for Mick. 875, Michael McGregor, 154 mile an hour, trying to hit the 850. 1054 for Bill. No, he's in the NA28, so he's not trying to hit a 1050. It was just close to a 1050. Shane Moran, though, is one of those guys, as is Russell Weaver in the I class, trying to hit the 1150. And that's Wizard concreting 1150. Let's have a look at the stripe. Here we go. 11 white. What do we got? Oh, 57 and a 66. All good numbers. What did he run earlier, Shane Moran there? Again, I can't quite roll the screen down past 64 because he's definitely down there off the screen. So isn't it funny? Day one, 64 quickest pass was a 1060. Day three, the 64th quickest pass is an 1125. So lost some quickies around around there. Righto, Ryan Sterling back in the Beamer. Rick Barnes, he's trying to run in that RB-powered hatchback, 10.50. Oh, the Beamer, where is he? He's gone, he's gone. He's going to get nothing. He's going to get nothing. He's rolled through. Didn't see any lights, won't get any ET. He's going to have to go back and try again. Meanwhile, Rick Barnes, 10.40. 10.40 for Rick. Of course, the 10.50 class brought to us by EMAE. That's Stewie Walsh. Heavy duty solutions for heavy duty machines. Auto electrical services for earth moving and heavy equipment. That's the 10.50 class. All right, Steve Tolley's in that class, as is Aris Contolian. All right, Aris has copped a reaction time penalty. You're going to throw this ET away because 1.66 seconds means we're going to put 0.66 on it. And even if 0.66 on a 10.26 makes it a 10.92, he's not going to want that. His earlier 10.60 was better. Yeah, they're not sick of them yet, these guys, I tell you. Okay, another call for the shootout. If you're in the shootout, please hand in your slip. Hand in your slip. Let the ladies know. Get to the back of the lanes. Growl Racing, dial your own shootout. Over the 8th mile. Heads up, staggered pro tree. Winner takes $2,500. Back-to-back runs. Get to the lanes. Hand in your slip. Another call, just to give you a reminder that that's coming up if you choose to engage. Luke Fromm trying to only run a 10.50. This trayback's got boost on board, LS I think as well. Super quick. But it's too quick for a tech here. He's got to only go 10.50. So where are we? Roll. Not nice. Not nice. Might attract a stern looking at. You might get looked at. Say, excuse me, sir. It's a 9.65 there. You mind explaining that to us? Or he's fully teched and all he can do is try and run the 50 today. But normally you'd only be in that class because, yeah, that thing could go in plenty of other cool classes, but maybe the tech's held him up. All right, Michael Barradell, Rob Armstrong, 11.50 looking for the Falcon. The hatch. Got to slow that hatch to 10.50, Robbie Armstrong. Here we go, rolling near the finish line, off the throttle, no brakes, 10.19, too fast. Too fast, 10.19. Not a 10.50. Barradell, 12.37, not an 11.50. Seth Tannis back in the Lexus. He's in the I class trying to run 11.50, 10.50 class. Patrick Smith. He just wants to get this thing off the line. That's better. Better. Finally. They were calling him Kangaroo Man because the thing was hopping everywhere. I said, oh, was that Captain Neutral? And we both laughed. 10.63 for Patrick Smith. Finally gets the LS RX7 down the track. 12.54 for Seth Tannis. No slouch in the Lexus. Yeah, it's still got this, some tricky, whether it's a dual clutch gearbox or whatever he's got. Doesn't like the launch too much. And he's been walking it off the line with better results. All right, Dean Wilson, the JZ EK, Jason Mears, the VH Longruth, both trying to hit 10.50. Here we go, two different Holdens, two different power plants, 10.50. Oh, 56. Again, the foot slipped down on the accelerator, and Jason Mears, instead of trying to run a 10.50, Jason Mears has thrown in a naughty, well, it could be a naughty time, I'm not saying it is, but if he'd been running in a 10.50 class and runs a 9, there's a chance that might have been a little bit too much. Didn't read the room, or some of these guys might just go and send it and be expected to be kicked out. Kareen Patini, trying to run 11.50, went 10.99 before. Danny Lansdowne having another crack at the Kareen. All right, Kareen, you're not going to get anything. You're like the BMW. You freaked out. Danny freaked out. Danny's just gone too. It's a double freak out. No ET's going to come up here. All right, I don't know what happened there, but well, I do know what happened there. Kareen rolled through the beams and couldn't start the tree. It looks like Danny didn't even wait for the red to be thrown, and then he thought he'd take off there as well. But anyway, that might be a little clue that we might have to stop him and turn everything off. There we go. Look at him running up here already. Just because I see those, see how we've got weird numbers down the end right now there on the screen there? See how we've got weird numbers down on the boards? So we just want to hold them up there for a sec, do a little Control-Alt-Delete or something up here. And so sometimes it can just be something like that. One competitor doesn't engage the tree, off they go. Other competitor tries to engage the tree. Somewhere between nearly throwing the tree and not, decides to take off as well and not get a time as well. So once in a while, human error can still trick machines. We're back and going. Michael Shaw, Damien Boyce. All right, Boise. No, we haven't closed the lanes. We might be locking them off to try and get a shootout happening. We're definitely trying to do the shootout at 1 and then run till 4. Shootout at 1:15 and then run till 4 apparently. So just sending you the text for that. Boise 10:48. No such. Oh, was it 48 or 46? 48. 18:53 there beside issues there for the VL. So another call if we haven't got our dial your own shootout people to the back of the lanes by now. It's nearly your last call. You must have handed your slip in order to be eligible. And then have a dial in mind for the 8th as well. All right, Clint Harbert here in the Tower Lane with the 1150 BB, and Andy Blom trying to run 1050 in the Tirana. All right, off the line nicely. You can see by now with performance expectations, the Tirana comes back around the Commodore. Oh, 1052. Andy Blom is honing in on the 1050. 11:51 for Clint. Clint, I think Clint's day is, well, I should say it's done. But knowing that so far, the best ET that would have been handed in for the 1150 class was Whiten's 11.5000. That's a 5-1 with a 1 just then. And I would say 11.51 with a 1. You can't expect to be any more second place today than that, considering you already know that the best ET today is a 5.000, and then you've just gone 11.51 with a 1 in that same class. I'd say that's the slip to hand in right there. Harbert's probably there going, but I want to run a few more times. It's like, well, there's nothing stopping you doing that either, but again, whether you opt out now or opt out later, you could still hand in a slip. Doesn't mean you can just pack it up, take it on the trailer. You can hand your slip in and go back to the lanes. Lanes are open till 4. You can still go out and send it. If you've reached your objective as part of the guidelines here for the Allstars Drag and Drive, you can clock that slip in and say, oh, I've officially logged my 3 time slips. Judge me on where I'll be placed, and then hop back in the lanes and keep having a run. I'm sure if you want to fill up your glove box full of time slips, more than happy to. Just don't open John Vesnaver's glove box. It might spring open on you from all the time slips bulging inside. Same with Tara. Don't open that Supra glove box too quickly. It'll be sprung loaded full of time slips. David Ritchie here in the Falcon trying to hit 11.50. Nicole Willett. Well, Nicole, now that you saw, well, that was 11.51. She's gone 10.51 with the 9. She's now coming through now for another run. 92, righto. It just goes to prove, Nicole, you cannot improve on perfection, and as well as your ET there as well. 10.51 with a 9. Oh, he's back in a tech, and that is definitely Tara Johnson, not Aris. Oh, right, Hoff got to half track. It went 131 in the 60, half track 523. You could hear that 2J absolutely howling, doing its business, but just to my ear and maybe some other people's ears out there, just a little off, a little fluffy, a little bit just not quite 100% there for Hoff, not 100% Hoff. Hoff even realised it wasn't 100% Hoff and has decided to just go back. Thanks, Dave. Hoff just not 100% Hoff there and not 100% happy. And not 100% happy Hoff is not happy at all. He's never happy, is Hoff. Hoff's never happy. All right, this lady is happy. The license plate, I'm own. But yeah, it's Naomi backwards. I didn't know that. It's Naomi backwards. The new 8-speed on board, the 2JZ. Close to a feed, but no, not this time. Yeah, no, she definitely was looking for a bit more there, and she's decided to just can the run. Remember, it's still got IRS in this car, so we've got, what have we got? We've got Jono McDade's 2JZ Sylvia, and we've got 2JZ S15 Sylvia, Queensland street cars. Jono's run a 7 with his with the IRS, and Naomi's gone 8:30s. I don't know if she's got any quicker, but she reckons she's so close to the time she was running with the Power Glide that she used to have in the car. But you know what it's like, you know, when you've got Christian as a partner there, and there's some new products and upgrades to be able to do there. And I mean, Golby's just they're on the ball. They've got some nice bits, and the 8-speed was an interesting thing, and I bet you that was definitely that Christian's alley. He's always probing for new fresh stuff and new stuff to nut out and work, and if we can turn it into some part numbers, it's good for business. Another business based out of racing, pretty much, and the car game and horsepower. Mitchell Sloan on the line. The VN is back and went 8.61 on its first run today. Beside him, Mark Ross, also trying to chase an 8.50. He's gone 8.64. So here we go. If you love your Commodores, turbo versus nitrous right now. Let's go. Not that time for the utility. Mark Ross sings the tyres. However, that healthy VN of Mitchell Sloan. Check this out. Oh no, 9.69. What do we hassle the tyres? Did they have a kit come on or something like that? I don't know, but he ran an 8.61 the last pass. Maybe no nitrous left. I don't know. No bottle. It seems weird that it's a whole second down from what it ran before, and it still performed well. Very healthy on the engine, as you can see. And here. All right. Mark Stone, Glenn Finnegan, the Torrey, trying to hit 10.50. Mark Stone trying to go 11.50. The 11.50 category, thanks to Wizard Concreting, Pro 10.50, thanks to EMAE, Stewie Walsh. Oh, big tramp out of the back of the Torrey on the hit then. It's a real rattler. He's going to recover, but it won't be that ET he's looking for. Neither was the 13.14, I would imagine, for Mark Stone. Right, Ryan Stewart and Jason Vanderland. That's another one of our Commodore wagons turning up here. Vanderland in that Tirana, trying to hit 10.50, went 10.67 before. Now, big reaction time deficit for the wagon, 3.54 seconds. Jason Vanderland, 9.57. Whoops. 9.57. Yeah, on the 10.50 class, that's a whoops. 128 as well. So rolling still off the throttle. Kevy Brown back, Bruce Henderson back. All right, Henderson. Another one of those moments where we get to just sort of turn the mic off for a sec, because we want the lungs to do all the talking right now. Kevy's in that 235, 255 NA class. Bruce in NA 28s. Let him breathe. Oh, Kevy. Yeah, 971, 138 mile an hour, but I put the commentator's curse on Kevy. He's knocked the tyre off it pretty hard on the hit. Went 895 last run. I mean, that's healthy. She's a healthy deal. All engine. Right, Wade Moran is back. Good to see the Moran boys loving the Dragon drives. I don't think R34 GTR Skylines love extra prep. I mean, they'd be better off pretty much, probably have more successful launches in the car park than they would on this track. I mean, these things are absolutely gifted with the DNA for grip. But drag racing, horsepower and that together makes that a very tricky car to get off the line. And even if you've ever seen drag GTRs in the early days, when they really started to make GTRs into drag cars, it was so hard to get them right with the manual transmission. You know, you know, if you bogged, you know, if you gave it plenty of revs, you could sometimes bog it off the line because, you know, the thing's still like 3 litres or so, not making any boost, not loaded. And then you try and launch that thing, and you'd either break the transfer case, or, you know, if you had radials on it, you might spin the radials. So then, you know, slipping the clutch helps. And then when we started putting automatic transmissions in them over here, then nothing stopped them. They were world class. They still are. Australia's got pretty much the quickest GTRs in the world. All right, Muhammad just had to stay, wait and get the boost up. Wade dropped the clutch, 10.23, 145. And have a look at this from Muhammad, 9.91 is a good ET, 138 mile an hour. However, 6.33 seconds reaction time is very, very sapping on the performance. We take anything over 1 second. All right, here he is. He's the most photogenic Dragon drive car out. Look how good he looks on the big screen there. 103 years young, the old 1922 Ford. And they can see they need to give Noel Inman more prep. Is that what's happening out there? It's Noel Inman. Let's give him more prep. Noel is only a young bloke. I think he said he was 69 years old. Hot rodder from way back. This thing, honestly, I couldn't think of any other car that I know that has probably seen more events than this thing. So remember, he's a hot rodder from way back, but you know, not only going on rod runs, but he'll do different things with this car. Burnout comps. He's going to do a dry hop here. Is this right, Noel? Let's have a look. Normally has a bit of spray on it as well. There you go, a little spray. There we go. There we go. Yep. Turn the nitrous on. Give it the dry hop. It's got a nice, healthy little Windsor in this thing. I don't know what size, 347 or something like that. It's got a C4 in it. It's got the Jag rear end in it. It's got plenty of headroom. It's got a beautiful little trailer that goes along with this thing. And man, he wanted to do this Dragon drive, and he's here. Day 3. Yes, sir. Trying to hit 1050, but right about now he's hit the aerodynamic barrier. Right now he goes, 1089. Not mucking around, a 103-year-old car, 1089. 1037 though for Dave Knightley, a little too quick, but how can you look anywhere else when Nolly's going down the track, honestly? It's like the Munsters car, doesn't it, from the back? Rob Wizard trying to hit 1050. Russell Weaver trying to hit 1150. Just singing beautifully. 10. Oh, I'll tell you, 1059. There's a 10.5, 1059. All right. Oh, the Aussie muscle continues in all shapes and forms. This is reeking of great Aussie muscle. Russell the Muscle Tonkin and John Vesnaver, Australia's most worn out 8-second Dragon drive car at this moment currently. This is the glove box you don't want to open too suddenly, because it'll have that many 8-second time slips, and from yesterday, that many 5.5, 5.4 time slips yesterday. Wore the thing out. He's still here day 3. I do think the car, he did say the car was for sale. Russell Tonkin, all Aspo, NA28s. John Vesnaver trying to hit 850. Half track, 553. Quarter mile, 850, 856. He's run 8.56 twice today. 8.56 with an 8, 8.56 with a 5. He's also run an 8.53. Is that enough for John? We've learnt, if you haven't, if you're just tuning in now after 3 days, is that enough for John? No, the answer would be no. Probably come back and run it another 5 times. And do you mind? Nope, I don't mind. 8-second streetcar's getting used a lot. Rowan Blom now, come on, little 9-second run out of the rotary Dado, come on. Braith Cornford, nearly going to get an 8 out of this thing, I tell you. Oh, no, he's going through. Find the beam. I was about to say find the beam, find the back tyres even if we can, but he didn't do it. We could probably just send him back if he wanted to, but anyway, off he goes. Couldn't hold the thing on the line, he was too pumped. I'd do the exact same thing. I wouldn't just idle down, I'd do the exact same thing. Not going to get an ET, might as well just give a little blat. Safest place to be doing it. All right, Benny Kinesis is back, the Nova. What do you do when you're trying to slow a car that's clearly 1 second faster than what you need and get it right? He nearly did. He went 11.49 trying to slow it down. Oh, Matty Maloney, you know what? That's all right, Matty, that's all right. Cool. See, that cooler head prevails. So you don't get to do that too many times here. Just get that little re-go. It's not like you're missing a qualifying session. It's as many runs as you can get. All right. Both boys are going to run down there. Do we get anything out of that? I think the answer is no. Just because, again, we had to engage the tree there for a sec, and it didn't particularly catch it. Yep, that's what happened there. Again, back to the human element part of it that can be the little cog in the wheel. Just going to pull the previous dudes out. I'm going to pull Benny and Matty out just for a sec. That was the previous run. And then once we do that, we'll be able to get these two guys back in. Steve's ready again in the VL, the BMW back. This is another one that just sort of took off before the tree went. And again, if you watch enough of this from the sideline, you just about feel you'd love to be able to do that whole thing yourself and be able to stage your car and race yourself. We'll come to one of our many, well, we've got test and tunes if you want to just come and try out a test and tune. The Street Series, I tell you what, it's not what it used to be. When Street Meet started out at Willowbank all these years ago, I mean, it was a great opportunity to really just dip your toe in the water and maybe have a race. And maybe once every year you might win one round. And now, like, honestly, the competition's incredible. Here you go, Steve Tolley, 10.33. Can't slow that thing down. Trying to hit that 10.50 here. And 11.91 at 129, but it does look relatively easy, doesn't it? Roll your car up, one beam comes on, that's the guard beam. Once you roll into the beams, the second light comes on and you're in. Mick Arnold's done it a million times in various cars. All right, we're just going to roll him back here for a sec. He's gone in before we could pull those times off the board. Just to get those race numbers up. Michael Arnold and Michael White. And now again, Michael White, and as we said before, trying to hit 11.50. What did he do on the first run? Went 50 flat. Doesn't like the pedaling there, Mick, does it? Doesn't like the pedaling. First run, he kind of got everything right. He got the clutch pickup right, the wheel spin right, and he steered that thing to a 1087, but then it just spun a little bit and shook and probably gave it more of a pedal than he'd done the previous run, and then the thing did not want to recover from there. So that's a zinger there for Mick. And Whiten, I missed what he saw because I was watching Mick go down the track. All right, Disco Dean is back. Disco Dean is back. The guy at the front, good mate of Disco's, is Alan Dodd. Of course, Mr. What Up G. He's going to have a 2-car 13B Pro Compact team running at Jamboree. His new Sup G RX-7, methanol 6-second RX-7, and his original What Up G RX-2, driven by Moe Sakina from South Coast. But we don't get any more wilder dudes in Jamboree racing than old Dodsy out there. Mr. What Up G, his good mate Disco Dean. Cool cats, good drag races. You want to talk about guys absolutely obsessed with the sport? They are absolutely that. God, that's got to be heavy on the old head there, Dodsy. All those dreadlocks. He's carrying another couple of kilos just on his head. All right, Disco trying to go 8.50. All right, really wings the barrow out there to half track. 5.53 to half track. Disco goes 8.57. 8.57. 8.57, 159 mile an hour. It's better than his 8.47 he ran before. But in the scheme of things now, 8.57 in the G class, he's behind Sengi, he's behind Vesneva, he's behind Brazil. So Disco's now like, on today's numbers, is about 4th out of that little group that have been all chasing each other. So he knows there's another run in there somewhere he's going to need to do. Maybe not leg the old, mind you, he really legged the old Ballarat and it went 57, didn't it? Mark Reynolds, Seth Tannis, same deal. Seth Tannis trying to go 11.50. Mark Reynolds is in the D class, which is 2.35, 2.55 forced. And we have ourselves a 9.19 to a 12.77. But there's another one of these cars that do the laps, do the drag, do the drive, get them back. Get him back. All right, here's Danny. He's back now. Great one. Check this out. So RB30 powered hatchback, 2JZ powered VC. 6-banger bump in. Both trying to hit 10.50. All right, half track Danny, 680, 668 there for Rick. Here's the finish line, 6.047. 10.60, the best one close. The best legal pass for Danny today, above 10.50, 10.60. Rick, 10.40. Cannot get it slowed down enough. So again, the shootout won't be too far away. We said about 1:15 for the dial your own shootout. I hope that the officials down there can talk to us here in race control, because we might have to throw a different screen up here to accommodate our dial your own shootout. If anything, then I'll be pulling out the pencil and writing it down myself. But we've still got to load them into the tree. That's the thing. We've still got to load the handicap stagger into the tree. So right now, Wade Moran gets a little solo because we saw the VH Commodore in the water there for Jaden. All right, so in All-Stars drag and drive mode is still Wade Moran trying to hit 11.50. Beside him, Jaden Sang, one of our exhibition cars, sneaking in for a hit right now. Righto, let's see what it does. Caught. That's a cut, catch, feed and squeeze, and it goes 4.73 at 166. Look at that, even rolling off the throttle, like rolling off after the 8th mile. And it's not too many times we've seen these cars actually trap in the quarter. And remember, he's rolling off the throttle there, Jaden. It goes, what does it go? It goes a 7.58 rolling off the throttle at 147 mile an hour. But that was a good run there for Jaden, even though he just had to catch the tyre there. And here's the next little pairing here. We've got Dean Wilson trying to hit 10.50, still in All-Stars drag and drive mode. Beside him, brother Caleb Seng. Just saw Jaden run. And as Terry was telling me before, both these Commodores are completely different beasts when it comes to the physics of the vehicles. They're not identical. Remember, Terry put together the VH himself. This was another car, I think Dale Hellier had this car, of course. It was one of our quickest radial cars in this country with a big block in it. They bought the car, now got an LS in it, but he said this thing's actually still more front heavy than the VH. So he said that the physics are different. It's harder to hook this one up on a 235. Harder, it might be a bit lighter though. Cut and catch, feed and squeeze, no, but it's knocking those things off a bit further out as well, and it's not going to make that thing run all the way to the finish line, but if anything, tickles it down. 10.77 there for Dean Wilson, 126 mile an hour. It did go 137 in the 60, but we know that thing can go sort of nearly 1-1 in the 60, those things, on that small 235 tyre. And what we've seen happen with these little tired cars before, and the runs, I think they said they ran some 470s there on the Friday Arvo, but ran a 52 earlier on today. Which one ran the 52? Where is it? Can't quite find it. Was it Jaden or was it Caleb? I think it might have been Jaden ran the 52. Testing there before. And then go down and pick up the lads, Mum and Dad. Mum, tell you what, Mum's Corvette looks a treat. And yeah, tell you what, this is what you do. If this is the sort of sport you can do with your kids on a Sunday, well, you know, isn't how good is it? But I tell you what, those things, you don't think those boys know every nut and bolt in both those cars. You don't think Dad hasn't showed them every nut and bolt in those cars. Those boys are having a hell of an upbringing. All right, shootout cut-off is now 130. You've got to have the slips in. I'm going to put the rev them up. I'm going to rev them, darling. Come on, shootout. Anyone in the shootout? The cutoff now 1:30. You've got 9 minutes for the cutoff. 9 minutes. Hand in your slip. Tell us you're in the shootout. 9 minutes. Hand in the slip. Tell us you're in the shootout. 1:30 is the cutoff. If you've got to be having handed in and conquered, you've got the conquered sticker on. So you've got to make sure you got your I've conquered Allstars Drag and Drive sticker and have your slip handed in. The cutoff now for that shootout, that Growl Racing $2,500 shootout is now 1:30. All right, Michael Brazil back, Jamie Swift back. Brazil trying to hit 850. Jamie Swift just trying to keep the wheels on the ground. He's running in Force 28s. Oh, bump city. Oh, super soft, Swifty, 137. No, it wasn't that soft. And half track, 554, 549. Oh, 850, Brazil. 850, 899 for Swifty, but 8503. He ran an 8501 on Friday. He just ran an 8503 on Sunday. Nearly hand that one in, Michael. It's not a lot of room for anyone to come in and push you off that. 5-0 with a 3. 5-0 with a 3. It's going to be hard to push someone out of that one, I tell you. Brazil, day one, 850 with a 1. Not going to stop the guys from trying. Here we go. Look, tell you what. Disco D, you remember this car? You ever seen this car? That's right, 5 minutes ago we saw this car. He's back because he's not happy. He ran a 57. He's run a 47. He's trying his darndest to get himself a 5-0 something. I wonder if he saw it. He'd be sitting in the water behind Brazil, watching Brazil go the 5-0 with a 1. He saw that himself. Dan Hookham, here he is. I think we've finally got all the sandblasting sand out of that immaculate Commodore shell. And that is Coyote powered. The boys from Spot On have put that thing together. And it's just another now 7-second Spot On build. This has got oodles of potential. They're only scratching it. Right now, I wouldn't expect today too much swinging, but they're just scratching before they're swinging. Disco 136 in the 60. Sounds good there for Bill. 127 to the 60. Half track disco D 552. 855. Here comes Hookham. 764. 181 mile an hour. Half track 498. 60 foot. 127 for Dan Hookham. What a debut for the car. 764. 181 mile an hour. And, geez, those Coyotes, aren't they a beautiful sounding thing? All them valves, all of those valves just in there working in harmony. 764. Geez, I tell you what, objective reached, I can tell you that. It's like Daniel Hookham goes, I want to do a drag and drive car. I want Spot On to build it. Oh, and by the way, don't laugh, I want to put a Coyote in it. Spot On they don't flinch. They just go, whatever you want, whatever dream you want, Spot On is the dream factory. Oh, this is not good for our Victorian friends. Jason Kenny, the iconic LS1 Power, getting pushed back for a reason, unbeknownst. Oh, what? Oh, we've got something down there going on. Oh, blew a block. Someone hit a block? Oh, right, okay. Oh, gotcha, righto. So we're just moving a little timing block down there. So look, nothing to do with the car. It's all good. Thought we were in trouble there for a sec, but right down the end you can see we're just moving a little timing block back right at the finish line. Hookham, well, it might have been the shoot. Sometimes when you do get early on the shoots, I mean, there's no rule to say you can't pull a parachute early on a run. It's not like you must get to the finish line to pull a chute. Anytime you feel you need to engage your safety equipment, operate it. And if that means an early chute, get the chute out. Sometimes the downside is it pulls the parachute pulls out one of the timing reflectors. We don't punish people for that. That's just a little inconvenience, a little bit of a time burner, but we normally get it sorted pretty quickly. I'd hate to think how many times these reflectors, or what we call our little blocks, our reflector blocks down the middle, how many times those things have been knocked over in 50 years. Nearly thousands of times we've hit blocks. All right, he's back. Jason Kenny's back, wants to get a good run down. Tara Johnson wants 1050. Beautiful, half track, it goes 516. Nice run here for Kenny, 793, 178 mile an hour, 1096. That's 1096 Tara, that's not 1050 Tara. So we know there's going to be a 1050 Tara coming up again shortly. Tell you what, we've got two Victorian 7 Street cars. We've got Queensland 7 Street cars here as well. When we said we'd do All-Stars Drag and Drive, we wanted all the stars from all the states, and not a bad start to have your first event and have this. All right, another call, final call. If you want to be in the shootout, you should have handed in your slip and be going to the back of the lane. All right, do not adjust your sets. Another one of our exhibition vehicles. Mr. David Hillman, of course, part of the fantastic revolutionary Resto and Race. But this is his machine that he's built over the years, and you don't see too many Dodge delivery sedans, do you? How badass is this thing? And of course, he's a Mopar man, Dave, always has been. He's always been a black belt guy too. The last time I've ever remembered him, it always had a blower on it. This is the latest. God knows what this thing will be used for. If he's going to go supercharge outlaws, he's going to do some big tying over him. I don't know where he thinks he'll ever ultimately end up in the car. He's just built it because it's cool as hell. Turns heads anywhere you want to put it. All right, here's Dave getting a few laps in it. All right, came out of the hole okay, and had a little hesitation on the way out, whether or not part of timing grid or whatever, and then power back on and off again for Dave, but got the hit on board. got it through for a relatively easy over the 8th, 663 at only 70 odd mile an hour. But yeah, 127 in the 60. But before then, it was getting its way out of there. If it was uninterrupted power, I'm sure we would have seen a lot more horsepower coming out of that machine. But you know what? That's why they're here as part of this event, tagging along to our Dragon drivers and, you know, doing a little bit of testing and some shakedown here on Friday. I think they did all stay, like our exhibition guys, stayed a little bit longer once the Dragon Drive guys sort of went down the road. Did some testing till 6, and I do understand a little bit after 6. And then waited obviously until today to have that opportunity to do it again. We've seen Dave Hillman have a crack. We've seen the Seng boys have a crack or two. And right now we're nearly gearing up, you would say, for our Growl Racing Dial Your Own Shootout. Exactly how many we've got, I could not tell you. But what I can tell you, I can see here in the corner of the staging lanes is Disco Dean again. Disco Dean and Dean Wilson. So Dean and Dean, not quite happy. Wanting something closer, like for Dean Wilson, 1050, and Disco, you know what he wants. He wants that 850 something. But, geez, I think I even saw Bazile go around the back there. Now, whether or not that was just Bazile going, right, 850 with a 1, or sorry, with a 3 today, I think I'm right. I can do both. I can hand the slip in. I can go and be in the Dial Your Own Shootout trying to win this money. I just saw Bazile going around the back of the lanes. And probably going to be in that Dial Your Own Shootout. So we're wanting those competitors that are in that Dial Your Own Shootout. Quick Stick's got to be there at the back of the lanes now. One of the conditions was that you had to have given in your slip to be eligible. So there'd be some people torn with that. There'd be other people that kind of figured, you know what, I'm done. I'm done as far as my placement's concerned. I don't care if I hand a slip in right now. If I can still run out there, I will. It is another opportunity for competitors to have a fair income drag race, and that's actually, you know, put a dial in on it, try and race. This is the only real part of racing we've had. We're actually asking our competitors to try deliberately to out-react your opponent, and then deliberately try and run a vehicle on a time that you've nominated. That's, of course, called, you know, the old Dial Your Own handicap system. Of course, we're doing it, though, as a staggered heads-up pro tree style. For example, you know, you might have an 1150 car racing a 1050 car. Of course, over the 8th, that would be a 750 racing a 650 car. Ideally, then, the ideal Christmas tree stagger is 1 whole second, 1 neat second between the first set of ambers, or the first pro tree, and then the faster competitors pro tree. And that's the best way to explain that. Normally, if it's the old 1, 2, 3 on the tree, that was basically 2.5 lights, but 1 whole second, wait for the opponent. So that's kind of the best way to describe what heads-up staggered pro tree is. So we're just waiting a couple of minutes just to make sure we've got that first round of Growl Racing Dial Your Own Shootout coming along. We don't know how many we're going to get in there. We really don't. And this is one thing, and this is the one thing that we decided at the beginning when Dully and Dan decided to put together a bit of a structure about what do we do at an event, what else can we do. Obviously, the one is, yes, get your numbers in, run in. And first of all, nominate the categories. You know, it's like, well, let's make it an 1150 and a 1050 class. Let's make another one for the real quickies. We need the Aspirated and the radial classes, and they've done all of that. And then it's like, well, what about a racing element to it where we actually get our opponent, our competitors, a different opportunity to do something with the car, and that is actually use it as a race car instead of a drag and drive car. So, yes, the shootout idea was part of that. That concept as well. Because it's the first time we've done all of this, we already, the feedback has been incredible in regards to nearly everything. What we're doing here now is trying to do our little Dial Your Own Shootout as well. Now, this either may be, we might have 8 cars, you know, we may have 20 cars. I don't know how many we got down there. We did put that call out to everyone that wanted to do it and what you had to do and as far as being eligible, and that's to hand in your slip. That applies to any other form of the sport. If you're trying to do something, there's always a rule, some eligibility to be in it. So that's what it had to be. You had to have your I conquered All-Stars Drag and Drive sticker, which means you've handed in. There you go, 3 slips, 3 days. Congratulations, you've completed. Thank you for your time slip. Give you the sticker. You can stick your All-Stars Drag and Drive sticker on your car. That's proven you've finished the Drag and Drive. Then you're eligible to go in this shootout. So it's almost like get all that out of the way. Plus, here's a bonus. You can come and try and race for the money, and we thank Grow Racing for that. That's crazy, isn't it? 2.5K. I know it doesn't help pay. Well, it's not going to pay for a whole car, is it? But 2.5's not a bad thing to be able to earn with your fun machine. And whoever's going to win, that's going to be a pretty good racer. So that's why I do think that amongst all our Dragon drivers, we've got a couple of racers in there that should give it a go shortly, I would hope. I'm pretty sure that we're going to see that. Another big thank you to RCE Performance Warehouse for their help with the event, as well as our live stream. Of course, Equipment Services Australia, Pat Shaw, thank you. RD Williams, Steve Ham, thanks Hammy, I'm sure you're about today. Revolutionary Resto and Race, thank you Adam Wren, Dave Hillman. The NA28 class has been pretty good. John O'McDade, and who's in Force 235, was a sponsor for them. JJ Contractors, thank you Johnny, of course they're that team of qualified carpenters and builders. Parker Shed, Kyle Parker, of course, they're into all things motorsport and motoring fab. Different ways, your way, whatever, they can do it for you. Elite Automatics, of course, Benny Vleck and old Cuz over there. Good to see you, Cuz, still smiling. Smiling and crying at once, you know. He sort of smile. I call it it's like a cryal. A cryal. He cryals sometimes. He cries and he smiles. Loves the beast. Loves the beach. But, you know, we were smiling well last night, weren't we, Cuz? We were smiling last night. We also got to thank EMAE, being Stewie Walsh, for his help with the deal, including the Pro 1050 class. We also thank, of course, Robbie Wizard for Wizard Concreting Pro 1150. Mohammed Koya, he's been in the Pro Import class. His sponsor, of course, the company To Infinity. Of course, intakes, exhausts, anything turbos, nitrous, high performance parts built for speed. Iconic Constructions for our cruise crew. Thanks, Michael McGregor. Chris Morris for this Growl Racing 2.5K shootout. Of course, fueled by passion. The Growl Racing Club hosts events and dedication to supporting and uniting the community. Southeast Queensland, we have got the cars like you wouldn't believe. And Growl, they know where they all are. People seem to flock. The one at the Yakka was great, again, to have that event. That's great for everyone. Perfect venue for it too. Only Pros Electrical, thanks as one of our media sponsors, as is Kevy Brown, KBE Race Fab and Performance. Drift Bar, Matty Savage as well, up there on the sunny coast. Number 30, the Esplanade Caloundra. Open 7 a.m. till late, live music, lunch, dinner, brekkie and drinks. And good that he's out here doing a bit of All-Stars Drag and Drive. And of course, don't forget that trailer. Lots of people help with that giveaway trailer. Of course, DC Industries, Dan and Dully. Fast Lane, being Danny Case. JOH, Dully and Amy. Zach Armit from Timra. Rick Barron from Atlas Batteries. Peter Cartwright from Surface Correction and Protection. Timmy Stafford from TimFab. Kenny Day from Hydromet Construction Management. And Kim Vent from Off the Grid. Zarafa Germano, a great checkpoint sponsor too. Jason Mears. Super Cheap Auto, great to give us these gift cards every day for best reaction times. And BP Turnham nominees for fuel cards for interstate travellers that need a little bit of help to get here, a bit of fuel money. It definitely helps. We've got to thank all these people, all these great people in the right places to help bring this amazing first ever All-Stars Drag and Drive together. And they've done a really, really, really good job of it. It is good to have these people around and of course support the people that to support, well, basically what is every one of these people's recreation. Yes, There are people in the industry that are building these people's dreams, working on these people's cars, whether it's building their engines, painting them, panel repair, selling them the parts, the skill, the labour, the expertise that people are paying for, because these vehicles, motor cars, they're not cheap. And let me just give all the young people out there in the world a heads up. If you love cars and you want to have a nice car growing up, you better get yourself a nice job. You've got to be pretty smart, do very well at school, or go and get a trade. And I reckon if you're a trader, you're halfway there. You can get yourself a half-decent car, because we've got a lot of tradies with these cars. You've got to get yourself some money, because cars ain't cheap. And if you want to keep doing what these guys are doing and carrying on with the young people, the next generation, these events are there for people like that to get inspired. I hope you're inspired enough to want to go and do all that, because there's no better lifestyle, no better freedom. And I know people all over the world get it, and that is there's no better freedom than hopping in your own automobile and driving anywhere you want. There's no better freedom than driving something cool, something tough, and you know you're turning people's heads. Look, that's a little flex. We all need a flex. You know what I mean? You build a nice car. You don't want to show that thing off. Of course you do. And these people get to, sometimes I think they take it for granted because they just know they're only doing it for them. But I tell you what, how many times and I see it with my own eyes, a tough car goes past, I'm going to give that guy a thumbs up. I'm going to get his attention and just go, mate, I am all for what you're doing. And then you got the young kids in cars that just come up alongside you and tell you, oh, yeah, do that. You can't get them. Don't listen to the ones that want you to light them up, by the way. This guy's up there. You go, oh, well, they want me to light it up or light it up. No, well, we can't light it up too much, right? We can't show off more than that. Yes, you give a little revenue neutral, maybe. You can get away with that. You can't get in trouble for the noise. But yeah, you start lighting them up. I know this guy's probably gone through a few set of tyres in his life, I reckon. But it's so good. And you know what, Australia, especially Southeast Queensland, we're lucky. We keep talking about how lucky we are. This great facility, I think, has helped the industry get to where it is, obviously. Good to have Lakeside still around, literally a heritage-listed racetrack nearly in suburbia, which is still the problem. But, God, we get to flex them there. QR down the road, we get to flex them there. The old Harry's Diner was great. Joe's Diner's good. God, for years there over at Munchies, all that was, all of that. There's so many good places where you could get to any week of the month, any Friday night somewhere or whatever. If nothing's on, you get on social media going, what's on tonight? And then all you got to do is you hear that maybe a handful of them are going somewhere, and next thing you know, it's not a handful, it's a couple of dozen. But there's always something on. People are always up for it. And who's always up for it? There's always Brownie, from, of course, his YouTube channel. He'll do another one up here on it. Keep an eye out on YouTube, obviously. Just go into YouTube and type in Allstars Drag and Drive. I'm sure at least the first two things you'll find will be Friday's stream from here on from Overtaking Lane, and yesterday's stream from Warwick. That'll be on there, I can tell you. Has Brandy already cut one up? It will probably be on there as well. I don't know. Honestly, I said, well, where do you have the time? I just don't think he sleeps, and I think that's the reason why I haven't been kicking on doing any projects, is because I do like to have the occasional sleep, and I don't know how to edit, film, and do all of that. I know how to sort of chat about it, but you can only do it for so long as well before you need a bit of smoko, which we'll do here in a sec. But I don't know. There's a few here just up in the lanes, and that kind of tells me that we're ready to have some numbers and some dial-ins on the windows, I would say. So you just give us, I can just see what they're doing here. We kind of yelled out that final call about this dial your own shootout, thanks to Growl Racing. I can see Dully hovering around there. I can see Dan hovering around there. And, of course, Jane, the same matching coloured head with her hairdo. So I can see a lot of pink running around down there. I can see a few guys in coming out in fire suits. And Dodsey as well. That's a good question. What up, G? That's a very good question. What's Disco's position? If only I knew. Okay, I'll ask you, Dodsy, listening to me over the PA. Text me back immediately when you hear this. So we've got Dodsy text me going, what's Disco's position? Tell me what Disco's got, and I'll tell you his position. Because again, if I can only go, and at the moment the screen's locked, I can't quite flick it. If his best is a 57, we've got a 50, we've got a 51 with a 3, and we've got a 53 with an 8. So I think he would need, and I haven't, so that's thinking of Bazile and Vesneva. I just can't roll the screen at the moment. I thought I was able to. But I think if he's going to need a 53 with a 7. Just today. Again, I don't know over the 3 days. You know what I mean? Because we're normally talking about averages over 3 days. So just on the ETs here today, what's his position? It's a very good question. Could be second, could be third. Could be third. Can't tell you. Don't know what your average was after yesterday. Where obviously, he was in, because he wasn't down at his setup. He had a little camp set up down in the Group 1 pits. I went past this morning. The escort panel van's not there. It's like, whoa, where are the boys? Where are the boys? Come up to the back here. He's in the quarantine area, right? So, again, we haven't really done quarantine things in this country. Of course, it's a big thing in drag week, and I think even in sick week as well, is that if you're in top 3 position in the standings, you get to go to a quarantine area. In other words, they kind of lock you off in an area. Again, they really watch you about making sure you're not getting outside help on the car. But it also gives you that little bit of extra, express lane access to the track anytime you want to try and run another number. Now, look, from memory, I remember back in drag week days, every time slip counted. So you could not have an aborted run and it not affects your average. We're not quite like that. I mean, you can do 12 runs. We won't count every run until you're willing to give us a slip. But the quarantine is a good idea for our top 3. Disco was at least in the top 3 this morning because he was in quarantine. What's his position right now, Dodsy? I can't tell you. I still think it's the same posse, which could be third. I reckon it could be third. All right, looks like this is round one. Round 1 of the Growl Racing Dial Your Own Shootout. And let me roll the screen here, and I'm sure it's going to come up. Round 1, it's Joel, E2, against Sears, H26. Bang, bang. Michael Sears, the whole shot, trying to run on a 653. We go to the 660 mark, and Sears, 674 is the win. The win there for Sears. All right, there we go. So 674 on a 653, out-reacted, outrun to the 8th. All right, Danny Lansdowne now. H33, 639 the dial in. Patrick Smith, H9. He's dialed in 700. So that is going to be a launch to the RX7 first. Remember, Pro Tree. All right, Danny's in. Smith's in. Bang. Bang. All right, again. Oh, this time he's got some gears. It's going to be a bit close. Danny goes to the stripe. The RX7's right there. No, it's Danny. Danny 675 there for Danny on a 639. So Danny 675 on a 639 the win, and a 719 on a 700 for Patrick Smith. But it was just Danny a little bit better off the butt. All right, Dean Hyde, I5 against Mitchell Sloan, G12. All right, so Sloan dialing in 610 this time. Dean Heidke dialing in 739. So you'll see the hot rod lead first. This is the Growl Racing $2,500 dial your own shootout. And we're going to back-to-back them. In other words, after this run, they've got to come back to the lanes and go again. Someone's going to win that money eventually. The next, see where we are in 20 minutes' time. All right, it's going to go bang, bang. All right, here we go. Tell you what, reaction time is actually identical nearly to the stripe. Oh, boy, it is the hot rod. Oh, 39 on a 39. 739 on a 739 beats a 613 on a 610. That's racing. We haven't been racing up to now. We've been drag and drive. Now this is drag racing right now. All right, Troy O'Hare, up against Tim Barron. All right, so two guys that were running in the 1150 class have both decided to throw an individual dial in on. 752 for Troy O'Hare, 743 there for Tim Barron. So basically you're going to see these pro trees throwing nearly simultaneously. You're going to see probably quickly, tiny little advantage to Troy if he jumps on the lights here. So the Falcon to lead the first by a fraction. All right, reaction time advantage is to the Falcon. Heads up. Staggered dial your own. We hit the stripe. O'Hare's there. Is he first? Oh, what's he get? Yes, a 57 on a 52 for Troy O'Hare. Troy O'Hare is the winner in that pairing. 48 on a 43 for Tim Barron. Lost, actually the margin, 88,000. All right. Kevy Brown, 572. He's Dean Goodingham. 724, 572, chasing a 724. Watch out, Brownie, watch out. 76. Oh, Jesus. I'll tell you what. Kevin Brown came home screaming. 576 on a 572, 734 on a 724 for Dean Goodingham. All right, the Nova here, Benny Kinesis. He's going 670, the dial in for him. And Shane Moran, he is dialing in at 701. All right, 701. Getting chased by 670. Clean green. Oh, a little bit better. A little bit better to the shoebox. But here comes the Nova hitting the stripe right now at the 660. It's still the 55. 702 on a 701. 702 on a 701 there for Shane Moran. 702 on a 701. 673 on a 670. All right, Derek O'Hare is back now with a dial in. Steve Tolley. He's beside him as well. 6 flat, chasing a 720. Clean green, a little bit better to the HQ, but here comes the VAR-B. It's a little bit too quick, I would think. No, 609. 609 on a 600 beats a 55 on a 20. A 755 on a 720, not enough. Not enough close, not enough towards the dial in, and an 09 on an 00. Is the win for Tolly, 118 mile an hour. We continue on now. This is Michael Bazil. All right, here we go. G10 against I10. Michael White and 730 getting chased by 549. This is a big chase here over the 8th. Bang. Bang. Oh, reaction time better to Bazil. I tell you what, he's going to have some in change here. Oh, 552 on a 549. 552 on a 549 beats a 746 on a 730. Yeah, so some of these guys are, yeah, that whole shot really helps. Glenn Finnegan now. So H8 up against H14 being Nicole Willett, 686, chasing a 714. Growl Racing, $2,500 dial your own shootout, straight back to the staging lanes if you win. Clean green. Oh, I'll tell you what, not much in this one either. Nicole, slight deficit. Glenn Finnegan, 715. They hit the stripe. The win line for Nicole, 689 on a 686. 689 on a 686. 722. That's 68 thousandths at the finish line. That's the tightest race so far. 722 on a 715. Bang. Is that round one? Bang. All right. All of those competitors are coming straight back to the lanes to go again. This is the joys of a shootout like this. You got to stick to the rules. One of the rules is come straight back around if you win. If you lose, you're gone. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed Allstars Drag and Drive. Feel free to go to the staging lanes and have another run this afternoon. But you're out of this shootout. A bit of friendly competition. Gee, so that was the last pairing of that round was a 68 thousandths difference at the finish line. A 689 on a 686 beats a 722 and a 715. Nicole got out-reacted there a little bit. 372 to a 335. But just right at the finish line, that car just a little closer to the dial-in. And, yeah, 68 thousandths was the spread down the end. So what was that? 1 pair, 2 pair, 3 pair, 4 pair, 5 pair, 6 pair, 7 pair, 8 pair, 9 pair. So that's 18. That was an 18-car field. It's now a 9-car field. So who gets the bye might have to toss a coin or something. The old rule, the old trick that used to do sort of at street meet level, if you won a race, is that you would deliberately be a little slow going back to the staging lanes, and you'd sit at the back of the lanes and you'd watch all your opponents come down. Just say you're in lane 4 and you won a race and you go back to lane 4, but you stay at the back of the lane, you wait till everyone in lane 4 goes down, and then you kind of roll in at the end. And you sometimes hoping to get the solo if that's an uneven amount of cars, except that you'd roll down the end, someone's watching and they go, no, mate, you're pulling a scam there, we'll put you in a pairing. But once in a while it'd work. In the early days it'd work. Especially if you counted cars. If you could see 2 down the lanes and you counted another 5 go down the lanes, you go, right. Or you saw six total go down the lanes, you go, right, 6 down the lane, no one else, let me be number 7. That means I should get a run by myself. But a lot of the times, you know, our bracket marshals, they'd be pretty cluey. They'd watch the person they'd almost deliberately look for the person sitting at the back. It's almost like that last guy down's going to be the guy trying to pull the scam. And they go, no, sir, the third last car gets the... That's how they'd get you. They'd go, right, 3 left. I'm making this one go by himself, and you 2 are racing each other to finish the round off. So you could never quite... And I don't know why we did that. I suppose just to be able to say that you know, that you at least went 2 rounds at a street meet. I think one night I went about 3 rounds, and that was about it. But... if you've never done that before, like folks, if you really are denying yourself a little bit of cheap fun, it's really quite a thrill to do it. One of the best things I used to love about it when I started commentating out here is because everyone had radios in their cars, and 88 FM got you this commentary in your car. So it was really what we were able to do with people when they could hear us. We would say, oh, you know, while you're out there, Bruce, give us a left-hand blinker, and then Bruce would give us the left-hand indicator, or give us your hazards, and they'd pop the hazards on for you. They'd do all sorts of things. It was so good to use as a racer because not only could you hear your run, you could hear your reaction time, especially any commentator that would call that out, because it never shows on the screen. Normally in racing, mind you, they changed that, but I remember in the early days, yes, you could look up and see your reaction time. So you could tell initially, in the early days, you could tell whether you've been out-reacted because there it was on the screen. And what you'd normally do then is you'd probably overcompensate and rev the bejesus out of the thing to make up for your bad reaction time, and then wonder why you lost and realise you broke out because you went too quick trying to get to the finish line. But once you start having a bit of a go with that, and I remember back in my days, I think it was $30 to do that, and now I think these days it's going to cost you $90 online or $100 now to do it. Price of insurance, all that stuff. It's still the little yellow Willowbank entry form that, you know, from all those years ago. It was your little ticket to freedom. Put all that there. Make sure you had your, you know, your long pants on, your long sleeve shirt, and your helmet. You had to have all of that safety gear, and of course, be just a normal street car. But it's quite surreal. Once you make the jump, once you actually go and line up in the lanes that you see these people do, that you see the pros do, they're the same staging lanes that we have Australia's most professional drag racers come down the same lanes, had them all here at the Winter Nationals. It's so good that this track allows you to come down in your own car. You can live that same experience. No better feeling when they say, get ready, put your belt on, get your helmet on, and then you know when you're nearly ready to go because they'll walk over to your little windscreen sticker and they'll tick a little mark in your sticker and they'll go, out you go. And when you pull out of that side lane and you come down and you see this track, you can't tell me your adrenaline's not going up, your heart rate's not going up. It's your chance to face the same place that you've been watching for years. And once you actually start crossing over and doing that for real, nothing will stop you from there. You either do 2 things. It's not for you and you won't do it again, or you'll get a little bit addicted and a little bit hooked on it. And I hope it's the latter. And look, at the end of the day, more and more people are doing this than ever before. They're finding it, whether it's you're just finding the sport or you knew about it, but you're looking now because there's something that appeals to you that you want to try. We told about this story the other day about the couple in their 60s. I saw them sort of camped on the side of the road of a Dragon Drive in Victoria, and I said, oh, so, you know, what did you do in drag racing sort of when you were a young fella? And he said, I've never drag raced. He said, this is the first time I've ever run down a drag strip. I saw a drag and drive. I wanted to do a drag and drive. I've never done drag racing ever. And he was doing it for the first time in his 60s. And it's like, man, you're just as important as the 18-year-old that's just got his license. It's you're just as important as the 8-year-old that, if you're lucky enough, your parents might be able to get you into a junior dragster. You can participate at any level. As we said, right from street meets, you can come and do it here. Obviously, you've got to have a licence to do that. Junior dragsters, you can do that from a younger age, but then you've still got to go get your licence. You've still got to have a vehicle that's teched. There's quite a few rules you've got to learn about if you want to cross over into a serious vehicle, but plenty of other things you can do in between with just a humble street car. And check the calendar out, check it online, and make the jump. Come and have a go. It might just, like it did to me, like it did to a lot of people here, it sort of ends up changing your life, and you go down that path. And you get to this stage now, and I don't know, there's a lot of old stages out there. You get to this stage, you go, God, I'm still stuck here. It's our happy place, though, honestly. If we could officially call this a religion, well, say hello to church. I'll come every Sunday if I'm forced. Especially if there's a dial-your-own shootout every Sunday, you'd come out and run a dial. Imagine handing the platter out in the grandstand, and they're right. Whatever we gave out in the stands, that's the prize money. Let's race for it. That's the sort of communion I can deal with. A bit of top bulb communion. So who's the next pairing? Remember, we're not seeding them either. So again, it's kind of got that old school street meet feel to it here. Roll down the lanes. Who's your opponent? As I said, we've got 9, right? So someone's getting a solo. And I think it's Kevy, actually, because I can see Kevy Brown back there coming out by himself. So here we go. Round number 2. Glenn Finnegan, Nicole Willett. Houston 6:53, chasing a 7:52. Better reaction time for the Holden. Troy O'Hare's out there. They get to the finish line. It's a breakout for O'Hare, 7:50. The win there for Michael Sears. I don't know where I got Nicole from. Michael Sears, H26, the winner, 6:53 on a 6:53. 6:53 on a 6:53. 098 reaction time. Troy O'Hare, 7:52 the dial in, 7:50. 7:50. 7:37 on a 6:53. That's crazy. All right, sorry about that. That's Michael Sears, Troy O'Hare. Now this is Kevy Brown by himself. So he's just going to have to hit the number 572, and of course, knowing this fella since he was only a kid. Honestly, I've known Kevy since he's probably 13 years old when I first met this guy. He's not going to just make this a little idle down. I think he's going to hit it here. That's not nice. Or is that deliberate? I don't know. God, these cars, I tell you. He's going to get the win. He goes to 7:79 on a 5:72, but I thought up till then, knowing the guy that he is, being a racer, he would send that to the stripe and see what it ran. But that sort of went brrr. Low on fuel, maybe? I don't know. Don't know whether that was deliberate or not. All right, here we go. Shane Moran. Shane Moran is back, and so is Stephen Tolley. This is this $2.5 grand Growl Racing dial your own shootout. 7:01 for the 55, 6:00 for the RB powered VL. Moran 151, 413 Tolley. He's been out reacting. He doesn't have a lot of room here. No room to move. 55's at the stripe. He's going to get it. 7:04 for Moran on a 7:01. Tolley 7:23 on a 6:00. So we've got Moran still in there. We've got Sears still in there. We've got Robbie in there. Not Robbie, Kevy. Robbie's dad. And we've got Shane in there. All right, here we go. Danny Lansdowne 6:39. Nicole Willen 6:86. Clean green, a little bit better on Nicole. She's been out reacted. Here comes the Lansdowne family. Commodore. Okay, Danny 6:50 on a 6:39. That's the 50 that he wanted that he can't give in now. So the win there for 692 on a 686 for Nicole. Right, Danny's out there letting it loose. All right, this guy, I tell you. Michael Brazil. 549, chasing a 739. All right, here we go. So 739 leaving first, 549 to do the chasing. He's got a lot to load up here, Michael Brazil. All right, reaction time a little bit better for the Commodore. Going to hump that hot rod right down now. Top ender, 553 on the 49. Tell you what, taking an 8-second car and making it a little 8th mile dial your own weapon. 553 on a 549. And a 743 on a 739 for Dean Heidke. That's the end of the day in the shootout for the hot rod. So that's Bazile in there. That's Danny in there. Shane Moran in there. Kevy in there. And Michael Sears. So Commodore, 55. Right. 4 Commodores, 155 left. So that's our snapshot of Southeast Queensland streetcar drag racing at the moment. 4 Commodores, 155 left. They're going to hot lap themselves around now and come back then. So that means 9 with a solo. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we've still got 5. So someone else gets the solo now. Won't be Kevy. Could it be Danny? Could it be Bazile? That could be just drawn out of a hat. But we're definitely, normally the rules are that if you get a solo, you don't get another solo. So that's what you get. So round 3 will be coming up. And again, we're just randomly rolling them down, bringing them out old school street meet style. But it's something more exciting about doing them on a pro tree, heads up. And there's still a little bit of excitement to come. I can see in behind there, I think that's still Russell Tonkin, Dean Wilson, Disco Dean, the Moran Mustang. A certain Honda-powered Celica is still in the staging lanes there looking for another run. Tara, of course, I can see the back of the white Supra, so one would assume that's Tara. So there's still a few hunting around here that want to do a few more runs here this afternoon, Allstars Drag and Drive. As we said, we're probably going to have a hard close on track at 4 o'clock. So we're just going to run the shootout until we find a winner and then run the rest of the lanes out. We've still got guys trying to chase. So we give them a minute, just do a bit of hot lapping, and we'll be back out for the next round. I don't know how much merch we got left. The Allstars Drag and Drive merchandise stand at the JOH tent. Make sure you grab a little bit of that too. So 1 or 2 minutes here, we'll be back into the next round of the Dial Your Own Shootout, thanks to Grau Racing.
All right, the next round is up. A good message from Lumper there. When can I do a Stevie fast pass? Well, if you want to do a Stevie fast pass, you can get your Stevie fast ass fast into the lanes. Lumper, good mate of mine. Come and do a Stevie fast pass. Come and show the Queenslanders what Warrnambool's finest is all about. All right, here we go. Next round, it is Sears against Kevy Brown. All right, here we go. Commodore taking on a Commodore. May the best man win. 653, 572. Oh, I tell you what, Kevy hit the tree there. The car's not bogging up now. Hits the stripe. There's Sears. There's Kevy. Kevy 577 on a 72. And a 656 on a 653. There we go, 656 on a 6. So goodbye to Michael Sears. Kevy Brown still is going rounds. Danny Lansdowne gets the bye by the look of it. All right, so he's going to... Come on, Danny, you got to run that thing, mate. Let's have a look. 639. 067 on the Pro Tree. Looking for a 639. Doesn't matter, but let's have a look. 629. He's going to want to watch that. But, hey, he's in the next round. So that's Commodore and another Commodore. Now, this is where either we're 3 Commodores left or we keep a shoebox in the mix. Hands up who's going for the Commodore. Hands up who's going for the Chevy. All right, Chevys. Yeah, everyone wants the Chevy to go in there. Shane Moran, he's dialing in 701. Michael Bazile, very quick car, dialing in at a 549. Growl Racing, $2,500 shootout right now. Top end charge coming from Bazile. Reaction time, better to the Commodore. Here it comes, hauling them in, the 55 at the stripe. Oh, Bazile. Bazile 552 on a 549, 705 on a 701. And that is the... one more person's going to get a solo here. Can't be Danny. Can't be Kevy. So Bazile, I would say, gets the solo. So out of the 3 cars that probably need a little solo right now, should be Michael Bazile. So a win there to G10, a win there to H33, and a win there to E6. So I'd say Kevy and Danny have got to race each other. And Bazile, the only one out of the 2 that hasn't had the solo, will get the round this time. And I don't know whether he'll just send it or whether he's just going to use that one. You know, when you get to this time of a final, whether he sends it all the way or he does the little creep forward and creep back. And I would with a car like that myself, but I don't. I never will. But that's what I'd do. You know what I mean? If I had a car, so, you know, running 850s and turbo LS and everything, and do you want me to thrash it one more time if I didn't have to? Probably not. Bump it, put it back, ready for the final. Meet whoever it is in the final, but I dare say that's going to be 2 good guys that I've known for a while racing each other there. Aspo 8-second VK against boosted 2J VC. And we know the Lansdowne family Commodore. Initially, when he first came out to give it a test before this weekend, with just what they had set up in the car, I mean, it accidentally ran a 9. It came out and ran a 9 on 17 PSI, whatever. Obviously, for cars of that age, it doesn't have airbag standard. If you did have that, you could go 10 flat with airbags. If you had a modern car, airbags are standard. You can take that later model Commodore to the stripe at 10 flat, no tech. Danny's car being a VC, what's that, 79, 80? No airbags, 1050, unless you put the cage in it, all the stuff. Danny's just doesn't want to do that with the car. So he's had to, like, literally pull whatever other power that it... And again, it's not like there's any power in it when you look at what these guys play with these days. It's going to be such a kitten at 1050 and probably last for 50 years at that. But again, you know, you'll know one day if the bug bites. Next thing you know, the VC's got a cage in it. You know, Danny would probably be able to put one in his sleep, but he's saying it's not that sort of car. It's going to have to stay that family car. Doesn't want the cage in it. Wants the maximum amount of room for the family in the car. You've got Seth in there, Kylie in there, Charlie in there.
Danny in there, and that's the Lansdowne family unit. And haven't they already made some memories this weekend in that car? They've done some cruises with it, but when Seth hits the kangaroo at 100k now, that's a family bonding moment right there when the whole family hits it. You got to always remember that, you know, in years to come. That's a conversation starter, isn't it? Charlie can take that to show and tell when she has to go back to school this week. We had a good week this. We had a bloody big roo. Wrecked our family car a little bit. Here it is. Look at it on screen right now. That's where Latrell hit him on the side. We called the kangaroo Latrell, we did. There were two kangaroos. The little one was called Joshua, and then we called this one Latrell. So that's what Latrell did to the front of the Lansdowne family Commodore. Here we go. Growl Racing, one pairing away from the final. It's Danny and Kevy. May the best man win. 6.39 for Lansdowne, 5.72 for Kev. Four clean greens. To tell you what, both zeros on the tree. Danny a little bit later than Kevy. Kevy out the back. Kevy the win. Danny 6.27. 6.27 and the win there to Kevy, 5.78 on a 72, 0.82 off the button for Danny, 0.68 off the button for Kevin. So that is Danny gone in the semi, and in the final it will be Kevy Brown having to turn that thing around to race Michael Brazil in the final, it would seem, by the look of that. Done enough of these to know that that's kind of the way that is going to work out. Bang off the tree. How good is he? How much of a gun are they off the button there? And you can tell those boys, especially Danny's Commodore, that thing's ready to bump in and stage. I mean, you know what I mean? They, if you're going to have a family car, it's got to do everything the way that you'd want it to do. And Danny wanted that thing to be able to stage and boost and bump and everything, and the car's doing it immaculately already. All right, so Brazil, you can do what you want here. Are you going to do the roll forward? Are you going to just take the lights? So I'd do that. If you want to run your 5.49, you can go out and hit that pro tree one more time. It's up to you, Michael. All right, there we go. Bit of both. There we go. Anyway, saving his bacon for the final. He'll have to run back there and meet Kevy in the final. I mean, Kevy's running this big angry Aspo thing around, and he'll be back in there. And look, I tell you what, this is going to be a great final. Like Kev, I think, what he dialed in like a 570, like a 73 or something. Brazil's dialed in 549, so there's only going to be a 3/10 performance advantage there anyway. So virtually heads up race. For $2,500, thanks to Growl Racing. It's so good to bring that little spice into the proceedings, and that won't be the end of it. I can tell you after that, folks. Just because we've still got a few in the lanes here that want to have a run. We have already sort of mentioned that we're aiming at 4 to call up stumps on the last day. Sometimes the Dragon Drives give us the gift of wrapping up early, because if all our competitors have dropped the slips in and don't want to run anymore, well, that's up to them. Sometimes, I think yesterday it was 3:15 we wrapped it yesterday. I know here on Friday we were still here at 4, and we didn't say we had to nearly kick the last ones out the door, but you know, we're lucky they finally got kind of what they were looking for and they all left. Of course, right near 4 o'clock, Simon O'Carroll came out and ran the new Kraken card. I think a 419 it ran, and then we decided that was enough. We finished the stream, and Bubba and I hopped in the van and did all the driving. But yesterday was about 3:15. Remember, we had less people too. We didn't take everyone from day 1 to day 2. We already had some people fall by the wayside, so we had less cars. They still wore themselves out enough. It was about 3:13, I think. We just yelled out the back door, and literally there was so few people in the pits at Warwick, I can literally yell from the back door of the commentary box or the tower, Disco, are you done? Yep, all right. Johnny Vesnova, are you done? He says one more, and then he was messing with he was done, but that was after about 11 runs in a row. Honestly, folks, yesterday, if you go back and flick the stream on and just sort of get near the end of the stream, watch how many times Tara and Disco and Vesnova, like literally there are about 4 or 5 guys left. Everyone else is gone. Everyone's gone to the Doug and Dan, and they've gone to Oz Talk at Bow Desert. They've had to go and do the road course. I think anyone that got on the road Friday night in the dark made it a conscious decision to try and do the road trip on yesterday in the daylight. So that's why we had a few more people kind of leave early yesterday, because they wanted to do the transit stuff with daylight, and who can blame them? But yeah, these other ones just had to, once you choose to lock on to a target and try and reach what you want before you leave, you then regret that decision for the next 6 hours of transit, because it's like, now we're in the dark, now we're holding our eyes open with toothpicks, we're scanning the road, we're looking for bumps, we're looking for roos. That nighttime stuff, yeah, you wonder whether or not you should have just done a one and done. But that's the drag and drive thing all over the world. Like, you know, if you're like me and you're not the first person that's ever watched a sick week or 1320 early years of Hot Rod Drag Week, and look at the guys pulling into the hotel car park at 2 a.m. Then they tell their story to say that they broke this at this time, and then they had to go here to fix that, and they're here to fix that. But yet they're telling you this with a smile on their face. They're not like, this is the end of the world, this is horrible. They're actually smiling about it. It's like, well, I suppose other people, their version would be climbing Mount Everest. This is their version. Drag and drive, if it's going to be your Mount Everest, well, I suppose we should all start getting our climbing gear together and finish one. Finish a 3-dayer. Try a 5-dayer. I thought about I thought about one where you just do it every day until everyone taps out. Imagine unlimited days. I still reckon there'll be guys. You know what? There'd be. I shouldn't call them lunatics, but there'd be lunatics out there. I can see a few up in the grandstands here. A few lunatics. Yeah. They'd. If you said it, we're going to race every day until we quit, until you actually got to say, I can't do it anymore. You'd all come along. You'd all come along for that. If we give you a drag strip every day and go, we're just going to do this until you tell us to stop. I just don't think promoters and track owners have got probably what's the word? Patience. That much patience. I just don't think you could possibly do that, because I'm sure you guys would go a month. If you could do it 28 days in a row, you'd probably try and do it. And then you'd get to that day and go, what do I get if I just finish the next one? Oh, well, mate, it's a 600-mile drive to the next track, and you go, like Forrest Gump. I think I'll go home now. You know, he'd stop running. But it's something. It's the lure of that open road. It's that trip into a town you've never been to. That's the stuff. Every single time, and you know, I'm a romantic. I love this country. I love its countryside. I love its roads. I love its people. I love its cars. This is the most fun you can sort of have. The most hours you can possibly share with your crew and your friends. And who knows, somewhere along the line you're going to run into someone you've never met before that just loves what you're doing. And if anything, you can just say to them, listen, come join us. There's nothing stopping you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we roll ourselves lusciously into a Sunday afternoon here at Willowbank Raceway, drag racing's finest, do we talk it up one more time, because it is $2,500 thanks to Growl Racing that the two best drag and drive dial your own races are about to face off for $2.5K. We will talk it up. It's time. One more time. Who is it going to be? Do you love a bit of normally aspirated stuff? If you love the lungs, you'd be going for Kevy Brown. If you love a big, boosted, badass Commodore, then you might go for Michael Brazil. I don't want to play favourites. I reckon both these guys have impressed beyond anyone's expectations, especially that Commodore over there at Brazil's. It went an 8.503 before. It went an 8.501 on day one. So that thing's proven itself. But here they are proving themselves as racers. Kevy Brown, same deal, gone 8 NA over the quarter with this car. 5.72 and a 5.49. Who takes the money? Here we go. Last run of the Dial Your Own shootout. Kevy, oh, I'll tell you what, reaction time, not much difference there. Here comes Brazil. They go to the stripe. The win line, Kevy Brown. Kevy takes it. Kevy Brown takes it, 75 on a 72, 52 on a 49, 524 thousandths at the stripe. That's a tight drag race. 106 reaction time off the button for Kevy Brown. 154 off the button there for Michael Bazil. So there's not much reaction time-wise off the line. 134 in the 60-foot for Brown. 135 in the 60-foot for Bazil. Then he starts bringing the power in. 372 at 330 for Kevy, 363 at 330 there for Michael, and then 552, 130. And he didn't get that. Didn't pass him before the stripe. That's right. No breakouts. He got there by 524 thousandths. Oh, they've already decided that. I love that idea there too. Thanks for that, Dully. I like that idea there too. All right. All right, 5 to 10 minutes of track prep, and we're going to let the rest of everyone come down and run through here. So get this, folks. Listen to this. This is nice. That was 2,500 up for grabs. Guess what these two did before the final? Decided on a split. Kevy got 1,500. Michael got a K. So there you go. See, you know what? 9 times out of 10 when we do these things, no matter in what form, guys go the split. They do go the split 9 times out of 10 because, you know what? At the end of the day, anyone that accepts, if someone offers split and the other person says no and you go right away, it makes it even more, determined to whip you. You don't want to go in with that attitude. You'd rather go in and go, listen, sir, gentleman's agreement, so we agree to a split, even if it was like, 2 and 500. I'd say 2 and 5. I'd even take that. I'd take 500. But how about that? Kevy takes 1,500, $1,000 going to Michael Bazil, a gentleman's agreement through and through. And again, when you go to the final, I suppose you can chill a little bit. It's not as stressful. There's still going to be a prize after this. It's like, okay, I'm either going to win a K or 1,500. So I think agreeing to the split helps you just chill a bit before a final, knowing that it's not all or nothing. It's still something. And that's what we continue to give at this level. We've got so many great people willing to do that. In some forms of mainstream motorsport, drag racing or whatever, they would probably go, nah, I'll see you. I'm either taking all of it or nothing. And then leave bitter. And then that sort of sums up the sport in a way sometimes. But it's the people that go, you know what, this is all about fun. How about we split a bit of money, share the love, and those important words is what really sort of warms your heart to just that great competition. Put that aside, great people. As we said, 5 to 10 minutes of a bit of prep, and we're then asking any other entrant that's run, you can come and go into the lanes and give it another hit if you want. So great time, maybe one of the last opportunities to grab that merchandise from Allstars Drag and Drive, the JOH tent. You can see our tractor sleds going all the way to the finish line and back, which means that last bit of prep we're putting on there, we're going to see a few people swinging. I would dare say there's a couple of cars that we're here to do testing will probably come and swing after this as well. So don't go home. Go and grab a bite. Go and grab the merch. Don't wait too long. See you back here in a tick. Oh, you knew it. We told you. You knew it. We told you. We told you they wanted to have a swing, and they're going to have a swing. All right, here he is. Mr. Simon O'Carroll in the Kraken, the new Camaro radial car. Oh, we can sound like a little kitten when it wants to, can't it? It can sound like a little grumbly kitty cat. Just comes through there, not a lot of RPM, not a lot of revs, just gets those radials spun. Remember, we've just rubbed it, we've just sprayed it. And if anything, that track's got to be as prepped as what we need. All right, screw blowing Noonan. Quick drive block-up converter, 5-speed Libertar. What can the Kraken pull out there? Now remember, I don't think they didn't change the start line tune-up, but they locked the converter up. Remember, it went out about 200 foot, then knocked the tyre off. Let's see what he does here now, Simon O'Carroll. Oh, what's that, second, third, fourth, maybe fourth pass, fifth pass in the car right now. Oh, again, just knocked them off. It went 108 in the 60 though. I tell you, look, baby steps. 108 in the 60, 298 to 330, but by then, just as it was transitioning, so it's got to do that unload of the shock absorber, so it does, you can see the suspension, hook, dead plant that radial tyre. Got that thing hooked. It went 108 in the 60 foot. Look, that's not, that's none too shabby. That'll do most times if you're looking for safe. 108 in the 60s, not mucking around. It dead hooked that radial. Out he came. In comes the power delivery. By then, you would think, and again with screw blowing Hemi cars, the harder you rev them, the more horsepower you make. That RPM came up, the horsepower came up. Now, whether or not he was looking to lock a converter up, start punching some gears, look what happened. Knocked the tyre off it again. But you can't expect miracles after 6-7 passes. You can't expect to set the rest of the world on fire. It doesn't work that way. We know it does. Simon knows it doesn't either. But he just needs the seat time, no matter whether it's running great ETs or whether he's just learning when it does knock him off, what it feels like. If you ran through with a car that did nothing but hook up every run, how do you know when it's loose, or how do you ever win a race if you do ever knock the tyre off? And especially, how do you keep the car from not going on its lid if he doesn't know what it feels like when it does get loose? So seat time, and that's just not, for me, I can't afford a car to give me that much seat time and cost that much to turn around every run, because they're not a cheap thing. All right, two guys still bunching it out there. Dean Wilson trying to hit a 1050 in that beautiful EK. Russell Tonkin, all lungs. I'm going to give him the lungs. All right, he's in the C class, being, of course, the NA28s. 1053. I tell you what, Dean Wilson, 1053. Where's that going to put him in the group? 1053. Here she is. She's got the Allstars haircut here, Janie. Good to see you get into the theme. I know you do. What colour for Jambo? Purple? Billet anodised. Billet anodised hair. Janie will have a metallic hair gel in there for Jambo this year. All right, Wade Moran. Now, Wade, he's looking to hit 1150. Disco Dean. Come on, Disco. 855. He thought he wants to drive himself in between Vesneva and Bazile here, but Bazile went 850 with a 3. So Disco wants to go in front of Sengi at least. Wants a 53 or better right now. Disco goes through 5. Not looking bad, not looking bad. Oh, Oh, hey, 11.51 for Moran on the 11.50, but Disco, oh, heartache. It's Warwick all over again. Disco thrashed that little thing all afternoon trying to find a 5.50, and I think he went a 56 and had to give up. And then here, have you seen inside that thing? Like, it's like, imagine doing the road course in that little Escort panel van. He had old Dodsy's losing bloody dreadlocks. No, I'm not saying he's not losing. I'm just saying that he's said it was a bit of a rough thing to be in. But it's here today, the final day, and he's still looking. He's got to get a 50. Look, honestly, I think what Disco's looking for is a 54.0, a 54.0 or quicker than a 53.4 would put him probably in second. Because look, there's 8.50 with 3 time. All right, here we go. All right, got to throw it. We got to throw it. Yeah. Those bump infringements, I tell you what, aren't they a real heart starter? Aren't they a real heart starter? Dan Smith had it all loaded up, ready to go. That Billet K24 Honda was percolating. Going to put him back, take him back out for a sec there, Smithy. Oh, no. He's just opting to cop it. All right, you off, Janie? Like off. Oh, just gone. She's not off, but she's gone. Oh, yeah, that's an anticlimax. Now, I know they'll probably come back and hit it again, but again, reaction time, just because of that little moment there, whether he's trying to bump it, which he was, it's rolled forward. And again, out of respect, mechanical respect for cars like what Dan's driving there, is that you've got to just sort of let that settle, go back and probably redo it. Not that I think he needs to do any more there, Dan. Like, I mean, honestly, 7.78 at 150, and he was off the throttle there. He's done enough in the class because he is in that. He is in 235, 255 forced. So, like, I don't think anyone's coming near him. Although this guy, John O'McDade, can run a 7 with this car. Just not had the best of luck right now today. All right, here we go. We know what Tara wants. She wants that 10.50. But John O'McDade wants a 7 here. I think so. Yes, sir. That's better. 129 in the 60. Half track, 521. Jono on the brakes even. Oh, 799. 799, 180. 180 mile an hour for John O'McDade. 10.28 for Tara. 10.28 for Tara. But John McDade, 7. I'm sure the brakes were on and the chute was out, but it still went 799 at 180 mile an hour for the Sylvia. Mad. So that's my theory about Disco D. Needs a 53.9 at least, or a 54.0. Here's John Vesnaver. He knows he needs to go 8.50 flat. The only way he can kick Bazile out of that spot here today. 8.50 with a 3 is what Bazile ran today. All right, 138, 5.50 flat, 5.50 flat, and 8.52 with a 7. Man, I would have lost my gear. I would have lost my gear if he went 5.50 flat, because that's what he just ran to the 8. That's the ET he wanted at Warwick. 5.50 flat. If he went 5.50 flat and 8.50, like 8.50 flat, would have lost my nuts. I'd be on the ground. You'd be calling the ambulance. It'd be that. You can't do that in the one run. You couldn't hit 2 perfect numbers in the one run. Oh, Hoffman! Things is doing things again. The dreaded things is things are coming back to get Hoff. 10.52 for him, 10.55 for Maloney. All Maloney wants is a 10.50. He's already gone 10.53. There's a 10.55. But Hoffman missed the price of admission right now today. Things not doing everything properly. Oh my goodness. All Puerto Rican on us. I'm sorry, I wanted a bigger tub of lollies than this. Sorry, could you maybe go back and get me a larger? No, I'm not. Keep it, you say. Keep it. No. No, don't. No, honestly, don't leave me with that responsibility. Take the damn lollies down, and if some of these people want them, they'll meet you at the bottom of the tower here or something. All right, you want me to keep the lollies, righto. Whose birthday? Who? Charlotte's birthday. Happy birthday, Charlotte. All right, Lumper, Bump City. Oh, whoa, he was out there. Still going to give it some there, but he really spun that early, so that's not going to be much. Rowan, 10.52, 133 mile an hour. I don't know, Lumper. I reckon the far lane, mate. A hot lap around and try that far lane. He's definitely trying to unleash some of that horsepower out of the Kingswood now. Definitely can unload it. Robbie Armstrong is back. Rob Wizard is back. God, 10.59, 10.47, 10.45. All he wants just is a nice, tight 10.5 something. So does Rob. Rob's got too much Tirana there, though. It's about slowing that thing down, really. He's gone early, but it doesn't matter. You can have a negative reaction time. It won't hurt you. It's anything over a second that we've got to dock you. All right, here we go. Going to the stride. Tiptoes through the tulips to a 10.59 at only 107. 10.56. That's his best and closest so far to the magic 10.50, Rob Wizard. 56 there for Rob. All right, Boise back. Now, look, Boise was one of these guys yesterday that was just at the start line every 3 minutes. He'd hot lap around and he'd be back at the start line again, our Damien Boyce. Tony Anderson loving this little Cortina. Great little car. Trying to run 11.50, but geez, that thing's been doing well going down into the low 11s, like low 11s for the Cortina. Here's Boise, 10.54. Tell you what, 10.54 for Boise. 11.07 for Tony. That's about, I think, 2 11.0s that he's run here today. And again, I can't nearly roll to the 10.50s. Where was Boise's? Now, Boise ran an earlier 46. So, yeah, that's something in the 10.5s. But Matt Maloney, 10.53 with a 7. Jason Dawn, 10.53 with a 6. Nicole Willett still, 10.51 with a 9 still for Nicole. All right, Michael Sears back. So this can come from all angles here, let me tell you. Don't rule Sears out. 10.47 he ran before. So, again, he's another guy just trying to slow it down enough to go 10.50 something. James Cornford's got the car back off Braith. Tell you what, they might have put a bit more sauce into the Corona. It's knocked those tyres off a fair few times now. 6.53 at half track and 10.25 for Michael Sears. 10.25 for Michael. A little too quick for the 10.50 target. Honestly, why give me a massive box of lollies here? How am I going to eat all these lollies? You see the size of this thing here? Why leave them here? There's ants in here today too, so watch out. You can't leave them in here for long. Brad Dilger and Kareen Potini. Oh, Kareen just needs an 11.50, but the Commodore's too quick. It's like I think it's like a boosted LS Steel. Brad Dilger's trying to run on the in the G class. Of course, G's Pro 850, but he's been in the mid-9s all weekend, or in the sixes all weekend as well. 9.59, earlier 9.58 for him, but the car's pretty consistent. Or for Kareen, an earlier 10.04 for the commie. Didn't quite grab the reaction time there. Was flicking through. Mohammed Koya now and Wade Moran. So here we go, an all fast and furious matchup here. And these things have never, like honestly, these things have never been a cheap car to get into. I suppose at one magical stage, at some stage, an Aspirated Supra might have been affordable, but not now. And when was it ever an R34 ever affordable? That's it. Nice walk. Nice walk. Wade's going to get a low 10 here for that, I would say. Mohammed, I hope, will probably get himself a 9, but it's that reaction time. 10.21 for Wade. 10 flat. Couldn't get any more flat than that for Mohammed, but this reaction time for both guys. Wade, 2.21. Mohammed, another 5-second reaction time. You know the Allstars drag and drive rule, and that is any reaction time above 1 second has a deficit on top of it of whatever it was. To say it was a 2-second reaction time, we would add a 1 whole second to your ET. So we know everyone's been out there trying to leave within that 1 second. So it's still a bit more to go, I tell you. Just a few more still having fun. Russell Weaver there. Luke Page. Lukey, 8.06, 175 mile an hour. If you're on Facebook, that barrow was still not together at the beginning of the week. Last week, obviously. He was here at Kendra a couple of weeks ago and he grenaded a gudgeon pin out of the barrow. Had to do a barrow engine rebuild, and here he is. Overtook me last night on the road course. Okay, there's another. I was talking to Lebo on the phone. I said, oh, another 8 second drag and drive car went past me, Lebo. Big shout out if you're watching, the big man. Whoa, 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 it was good. It was good for an instant. 145 in the 60. 145, and then Luke's decided to abort the run. Weaver's on one. Let's have a look. 11.66. You see, everyone's got an agenda here. So as much as Luke had, his agenda was severely interrupted when it lost traction, Russell was still on a tear there, trying to get himself in a good number. But alas, it was not to be. So there we go. The 64th quickest ET today is 10.94. There you go. The 64th quickest ET today is 10.94. It was 10.60 on day one. It was Nicole at 10.60. Now it's Bluey at 10.94. All right, Bo Craven back in the Falcon. Haven't seen the Falcon much. He's trying to, well, he's in the D2 class, so 235, 255 forced. Dean Wilson trying to hit 10.50, 10.63. And I've got to hand it to this bloke, I tell you. I'm going to hand it to this bloke. Disco Dean, 8.49, 8.47, 8.55. Andy Blom, 10.52 with a 2. So he's trying to hit right on 10.50. He's already there with a 52 with a 2. Disco Dean, I think I already filled him in on what he needs to do. He needs to be quicker than an 8.54 with a 1 to be in front of Sengi. Sengi has gone 8.54 with a 1. Vesnaver, 8.52 with a 7. So this is Disco trying to get into the top 3. Oh, he's gone deep too. He's gone deep, he's gone deep. Will that little bit of depth in the stage be enough to wash off the performance from Disco? 8.60. 8.60, I can tell you the man, he will not be happy with that. 10.65 for Andy. His earlier 10.52 has been enough, but when is it enough for Disco? He is going to try so hard. As we said, I think looking at what we've got here in our G class, he needs quicker than a 54 with a 1. That's how tough the 850 class is. And how many more 8s can you run on your Dragon drivers? Tara, 10.74. Ryan Sterling, 11.82. So not even close this time for Tara, who best so far today, close to the 10.50, was a 58. All right, Damon Hoole. He's in the unlimited class, of course. This is the It's the car that him and Jorge have been driving. So the R35, Dave Knightley, has gone 10.37 on that 1050 class. So just maybe looking to knock down a little bit. Beautiful looking VL. All right, there we go. Yep, all right, he's up, he's off. All right. Oh, Dave, this ain't going to be good for you either. 1.6 second reaction time. God, if this is 10.50, he'll be cranky. Oh, 10.26. Maybe he's just going for PBs now and not worrying about the 10.50. Might have handed something. Well, I don't think he can hand anything. Do you go up there to the 10.50 class and go, I'm going to give you a 10.26? No, probably not. Probably not allowed. Go back and get me something above 10.50 would probably be the answer. All right, hot lapping them back around. As we said, we're kind of scheduled to go till 4, which is about 1 hour and 2. Still got a few people in the lane that want to come out and just try and nail that one perfect run. Searching for the one perfect run until they're out of fuel. No point taking home full jerry cans of fuel, I guess. If you bought all that E85, might as well use it. Wade Moran trying to hit 11.50. Will Yarwood, he's gone trying to get a mid-8 here. He's got to bump it though. That's his bump. He's got to stay within 1 second as well, and he does, but he blows the tyres off it as well. Not having any luck. All the luck's run out. We had some sweet times yesterday. I think he got it down, but just not this time. And it just goes to show that it's just how full true street the Supra still is. You know what I mean? I mean, he's trying to run, the auto in there. It's not an ideal drag racing weapon, but he still drag races with it pretty well. To get the ultimate out of that car, there'd probably be a few things that he could do that would make it easier to stage and faster on the track. But the trade-off is what it's like as a streeter, and to use it a lot. So some of those last things you try and avoid putting in the car, and I don't know, still got a drench brake in that or not. It's things like that that'll get you to be able to stage the car reliably and get it to run, run in, run out very consistently. And again, the car's IRS as well, so that's always tricky to try and get those things to be sorted. But what do we have? Jono McDade go 7.99 with the IRS today, 180 mile an hour. He's got some speed up in there today. Just looking at some of our terminal speeds there today. Daniel Hookham, 181 mile an hour out of the Coyote Commie. 7.64 the run there before for him. And tell you what, got to be happy with that as it's relatively new debut for the car. The numbers don't lie. 7.64, 181, and barely scratching the surface on that car. Again, he is not going to feature probably in the final results purely because, I don't think we saw him up at Warwick yesterday, but opted to still keep running the car. Not saying that he was out. He just said, I'm not going to do that part of it. If anything, I'm going to do day 3 and run the car a couple more times, and more than welcome to do that. Everyone's got slightly different priorities. As long as you enter the event and turn up, if you want to be an active part of it and try and finish in the results, that's good. If you're in here to maybe just get some miles on your car and a few more memories with your mates, and somewhere in the middle you hand in a time slip, well, that's just as fun as well. All right, a little bit more action still to come this afternoon with a bit of testing, our exhibition cars. I like it. Now, he's changed the front from what I remember. It first came out with kind of the VF Valiant front clip on it. But now I haven't really paid attention, but now I can see it on the overtaking lane cameras that it's got that more Dodge, that real Dodge Dart sort of look. Oh, yeah, baby. That's the cranky Hemi making a bit of noise. And again, seat time. Dave's been out of the seat for a while, hasn't had a lot of laps in the car since finishing it. You know what beasts are like, these beasts are like. You've got to be either working on it or not working on it, you know what I mean? If you're too busy, he's got Revolutionary Resto and Race there as the day misses. So when you get to run your own personal recreational vehicle, these are a real beast of Looks good with that other front clip on it now. Instead of that valiant look, just a real dodge, dark look. Sedan delivery. All right, Dave, what are we going to do? He's got plenty of tyre under it. Whirly bars, all the gear. Yeah, not bad launch. Well, 119, little hesitation or something in there, but still, it's got plenty of tyre on it, so it didn't spin him much at all. It was out and meant business, but yeah, noises, making a variety of different noises there. Whether that's somewhere in the ignition or fuel system, we do not know. I don't know what he's. I know that if I talk to Matty McCarthy, he'll tell me everything as far as what systems are on, or whether we are still all relatively basic. You can do all sorts of things on them now. I mean, the old-fashioned blowing Hemis would have had a big magneto on them and that sort of thing. And these days, though, there's a lot of coil-on plug stuff, a bit of fuel tech ignition and stuff that can also be used for power management. Whether that's on or not, I do not know. Dave's more of a sort of a magneto guy, though. He'd be more of a grid guy, I would imagine. But again, just seat time, debug, and that's what you got to do. Just turn up when it's all ready and try and get some of that. Try and get some of the bugs ironed out. Here's a guy that I want his bugs to be ironed out. Patrick Smith. Someone called him Kangaroo Man, and I called him Captain Neutral, just because he was getting neutral a bit. This is whatever tricky tranny is in this thing. Like once he gets the good launch, it's okay. Like you can hear him pop the gears. Rob Armstrong being go. No, bam, damn it. He's got it. He's grabbed a gear. Yeah, someone tell me. I'm still trying to work out what gearbox or what we're running in that thing, because honestly, it's given him nothing but grief. When it works really well. When it doesn't work, well, I'm sure the odd expletive comes out inside the car. All right, Benny Kinesis back in the Nova. We're still playing ET games, I would say. David Ritchie beside. David in the I class, so yeah, the EB. Are we EB? EBED. Trying to hit the 1150. Benny the same, even though Benny went 1054, he also went 1149. So we know how quick the car is, it's about how much we slow it down. And judging by that, Benny ain't looking for 1150, unless there's going to be a bit of roll off. There we go, look, off the throttle, off the throttle, off the throttle, off the throttle. 1203. 1230, sorry. 1147 beside for Dave Ritchie. So that's one way to do it, Benny. Leg it all the way, roll off, roll off, roll off. Whatever floats your boat. Jamie Swift now, James Corford. Great pairing coming up here. James, yeah, I think whether they angered up the combo a little bit, but the Corona's been blowing tyres off it of late. Good to see Swifty back late in the day. Bump City. No, not this time. And walking. No, both are not what they wanted there. Swifty knocks that tyre off at 167 and 60. And 990 there for James on and off the throttle. Right. John, I'm not happy with an 850 Vesneva. 852 with a 7 today. So this is what the two look like. 852 with a 7 second, because Bazile went 850 with a 3. So second place today, if we were just going on today's results, is this guy Vesneva, 852 with a 7. He would have to run an 8502 to get to the top spot today. Matt Maloney has gone 10.53 with a 7, chasing a 10.50. They're so close to perfection, but they're still coming out. Half track right now is 550 on the nose with a 9 and an 853 with a 7. John doesn't need another 853. He's already got an 853 with a 4. What's he going to do with an 853 with a 7? Nothing. Can't do anything with it. Might have to throw them all out of the glove box. I don't know. The man will be back. So's Rob Wizard. So's Russell Weaver. We know the deal for Rob Wizard. You want something on the right side of 1050 and you want it quicker than a 1056, obviously, because that's why you're here. Russell Weaver wants 1150. Grabs the shift there, Rob. Half track now, 660. Looks good, 661 right now. Here we go. Oh, 38. Dear me. 1171 for Weaver. Still 2/10 away from where he wants to be. All right. Still pumping a food. Look how quick they're all coming through here. We just can't keep up sometimes. Got to throw that tree back. And you're in it. There we go. Tara and Ryan. There we go. You're gone. Ram, bang. No. 2 gone. Too late. 2 gone. Nope. They're too fast. We got these people. Pardon me. These people are staging too fast. That's why we got no ET. Beating us to the punch, these two. All right, here we go. Mr. Ross back. Mr. Hoffman. All right, Mark Ross and Scott Hoffman. Hoffman trying more things on things. And Mark Ross, 864 so far. But Hoffman no quicker than an 889 today. No 7s for Hoff today. Still trying to find the ultimate setup for things. Oh, look, no, Hoffman is not going to get it. He's not even going to get an ET. He's not going to get anything. This is a wasted pass. He left before the tree. Hoffman's left before the tree. He ain't going to be happy. He's not going to be a happy Hoff. He's not a happy Hoff. 1097 for Mark. This is the thing about that bloke, you know. He turns up. He puts nearly every weekend or second weekend now, this Corolla panel van called Things. I mean, around out at Roma a couple of weeks ago with Sketch, did some no prep out there. He's running and roll racing. He does road trips. He's done a lot of things with it. And the guy keeps pumping it out. And it's not like he gets to a certain extent and goes, right, I've mastered it. It still continues to show that the man is still trying to get his hands. For a guy as clever as him, he doesn't like being shown a fool by the vehicle that he created. And I love it sometimes the man has to re-establish the master of the machinery. I won't want you to give up, Hoff. Don't hand anything in. Come on out again, mate. We've got till 4. That's better for both guys there. 2 Supras disappearing into the Australian wilderness. Side by side, 8-second Supras. That's right. 881 at 160 mile an hour, 871 at 163 mile an hour. That's Australia for you. Sending your 8-second Aussie registered street cars down. Damien Boyce back, Andy Blom back. So 2 guys trying to hit the 1050 again. God, Hoff ain't going to be happy with that. He will not be happy with that. He'll turn up at the ticket booth and he'll be, where's my time? No time. He won't be happy with that. That was his own fault though. Guy let go of the button too. It's his fault. Just had to sit there. He let go too early. Hoff might need a couple of weeks. Hoff might have to have a couple of weeks off. Andy Blom, Damien, here they go, bump it in. All right, gentlemen, may you receive what you want. Now, remember, Andy's gone 10.52 in the Tirana. It's Boise that's chasing something tighter. She's not right, mate. 10.69. 10.69 both sides of the racetrack, actually. 10.69 both sides. Here she is. She's back. Nicole Willett. Now, Nicole doesn't have to do anything more. She's got a 10.51 with a 9. And Kareen Patini, well, Kareen looking, look, I suppose before the weekend you kind of just said, look, I haven't really tested the car. Maybe you'll try and hit an 11.50. This thing's nearly running 9s. So it's trying to slow it down to an 11.50 right now. Nicole's gone 10.51 with a 9. There's not much else she can do. One thing that she's definitely not going to do on this pass, she can't hand this in. It's 4.8 second reaction time. Oh, bit of smoke out the back. 9.96 for Kareen. Definitely not an 11.50, but it's a 9-second time and there's still smiles on the faces, so I guess that's okay. 9.96, yeah, 9.96. They'll be stoked with that. Nicole, missed what Nicole did, but I tell you what, we're all about the smoke down the end right now. Whooshka. Yep, we are going for a wander through the wilderness there just to see what, if anything did get down to the surface. Breathing pretty heavy, but I think the thing's done a little bit of that in the past, so hopefully that's nothing to the track in this particular occasion. And I didn't quite catch what Nicole did on that run. I don't think it... Again, if you run an ET quicker than what you've already put on the screen, it will come up. But if it didn't come up on the screen, it didn't go any quicker. So she's still 10.51 with a 9. Still 10.51 with a 9. I don't know what they're drilling. Are we drilling nitrous jets here in the trailer? Oh God, okay. So Bubba sent us a little short video from the quarantine area by the look of it, and drilling out jets in the vice and stuff. So something's going on in behind here. So some more shenanigans happening. So we ain't done yet by the looks of that. I can see the Seng brothers cars in the lanes there as well. So we're going to see those boys go. Oh, Disco's back. Old what up G, old Dodsy. Jeez, he'll think twice about accepting Disco's invitation to do a drag and drive, I reckon. Old what up G. If his kidneys aren't still hurting from driving in the Escort, it's how many times Disco wants to go to the line. All right, I'm going to call him obsessed. Disco, you're obsessed, right? You're obsessed. He's already asked kind of what have I got to run to wedge myself between all these 850 cars. And the answer here, Disco, right now is an 8.54 with a 0. You've got to go quicker than it. Again, looking on the screen here, Sengi hasn't come back out. He's still got 8.54 with a 1, but Disco hasn't gone closer than that. He needs an 8.54 with a 0 to get himself into third. Again, just provisionally looking at what's happened today only. Dean Wilson's got a 10.53, so he's so close to his 10.50. Is it this run, Disco? Can it be this run? Half track 5.50 exactly with a 5. Oh, 52, hello. Hello, 8.52, Disco. Come on, that's nearly got to cheer him up. 10.66 for Dean Wilson, but 8.52 with a 7 now. Check this out, 8.52 with a 7. Oh, get this. Guess what ET John Vesnave has already got in there? 8.52 with a 7. So they're both run 8.52 with a 7. So was that like tied second? But again, did we see his speed? I didn't get his speed because they said in the event of a tie, mile an hour. So Disco, have you gone quicker than 161.6 on that slip? That's what it says, 52 with a 7. He went 50. Here we go. There's a message coming in here already. Let's have a look. 8.52 with a 7. All right, so a bit more testing still to come there from the Seng boys, and I would imagine maybe we'll see Disco again. 8.52 with the 7's kind of locking it up with Vesneva. If it is on speed, if Disco's got more terminal speed than 1:61.65, then you would assume his 8.52 with a 7 is quicker than or faster than Vesneva's 8.52 with a 7. Hey, while we've got this opportunity, a little bit of prep, because you know what's happening after the prep. These Seng boys are going to be running. For those watching on the live stream, give it a thumbs up and a like, and thanks for the free stream. Get in there and please punch the likes in on the stream for us if you can. Watching the live stream, we've got a good couple of hundred in there watching on the live stream from right around not only the country but right around the world. We've got a lot of our regulars that tune in whenever we've got something on. The Allstars Drag and Drive Day 3 here at Willowbank's been fantastic. Beautiful weather. Please, if you're on the stream, jump in there and like it, give it a thumbs up. Give us a few comments about what you like the most about the Allstars Drag and Drive. If you've tuned into the stream between now and Friday, get in there and give us a like, give us a thumbs up. Put in a comment there on the live stream about, what was your favourite moment out of Allstars, and when can we expect you guys to come and do one as well. So it'll be really nice for you to do that on the live stream while we do this little bit of prep. So, few have bobbed back into the lanes. As I said, the Seng boys, Maloney, Tara, the Salika is there, Daniel's there, the big XC yet to come and have a hit. So we're just giving that all a little bit of a prep. Give us a minute or two, and we will be putting those guys down. And don't forget, we are scheduled to sort of shut it all off around 4. We're going to do all of our presentations as quickly as we can after that. There we go. Everyone's on the live stream up there. Where is camera? Is that the Wayno camera? Where are we filming from over there? But we are coming towards the end of a fantastic first ever Drag and Drive for Allstars Drag and Drive. As far as the results are concerned, we can't tell you. We can't tell you. All I know is the ones that continue to hang around here are still trying to just wedge themselves into the results here. And I'll have to look at Disco's terminal speed and see whether or not he's got more speed than Vesneva, because they both run 8.52 with a 7. Meanwhile, Bazile has gone 8.50 with a 3. Sengi's still with an 8.54 with a 1, but I would assume Sengi's just sort of maybe handed that in because we ain't seen him again yet. But knowing our luck, just when we say that was the end for him, the Black Tirana might just end up in the lanes and having a crack. So who knows? But a little bit of the prep. We've got the spray rig ready to come and sort of give that a little bit of a hit. And we're going to try and see some of Australia's quickest 235 radial cars head down the track. Not only it's great that they're from Queensland, it's also great that they're brothers. And good to see as up-and-coming stars in the radial scene. Oh, was that right? Dangerous. So a little word there that he's on the grassy knoll on the concrete slab, maybe having starter motor issues or something. So, okay. So a little bit of thrash maybe happening there for Sengi somewhere, I understand. One of our words on the street there from Dangerous. So we'll go and suss a few more little things out and be back to you here shortly.
That's a good yarn. That is a good yarn, and I get it. All right. So, attention in the pits. All time slips should be in by 4:15. All time slips should be in by 4:15. All right, solo testing right now. You heard the Kraken warming up there. I think it was the Kraken in the pits. Caleb Sang in this lane. Terry out the front. All time slips no later than 4:15, please, to the JOH tent. We're at 3:30 right now. All right, let's keep an eye on this. Going to the 660, these guys. Catch, feed and squeeze. Do not work that time for Caleb. 134 in the 60, rolls it on through. And no such luck that time, considering that we've been rotated, we've been sprayed, we've got glue, we've got it all. As he did say, out of the two cars, this one is the hardest to get transferring. He said just more front end weight than the VH. And isn't it funny that, you know, normally if we see, and it's been funny at Kenda level especially, when you see one of the boys go hard and the next one's due to come through, they're so similar when it comes to performances. But then when Terry tells you about just how hard both cars are to get just consistent in their own right, to show you just how well they go beside each other. GC Seng. GC Seng, I get it, I get it. Big Steve, where is Big Steve down here watching? Where is he? Where's the big Steve-O? All right, here's Jaden. This one is apparently a little lighter on the front than the other one. He went 4:52. That is one of our quickest ever 235 ETs that we've seen in this country. Not the quickest, but one of the quickest. And Cam's been in there, Cam Riley, into the 40s. Yes, sir, that's nice. 120, 60 foot, runs it through 51. 4:51 with a 5, 166 mile an hour. 4:51 with a 5, 166 mile an hour. 120 with the 60. So that's a killer run there from the Seng family. Caleb couldn't hook up, but Jaden certainly did. And now Daniel Smith. Now normally you never really see the Salika in this lane, but we did give this lane a tweak for the guys to have a real crack at it. Here we are, already gone 778 at only 155 mile an hour. I would dare say, if this thing behaves itself at the beginning of the run, this is a full send to the finish line. Oh, beautiful wheel stand, just carried it 125 to 60 foot, half track 494. It's a 760, 185 mile an hour. 760, 185, and a beautiful little wheel stand. Just picked up that left-hand front, carried it. It was a 125 60 foot. Out it came, that Billet K24 Honda. Big RPM, big boost, 760, 185 mile an hour. Awesome stuff to see. Queensland Dragon driver. Right, here we go. Luke Page, I reckon he wants a 7 here. Damien Boyce, I reckon he wants a 10.50, 10.50. That's what he wants. Tell you what, it's on a march.
515, 792. There we go. 792, 177 mile an hour, and everyone's stoked about that. 792, 177 mile an hour there for Luke Page. Let's rack up another 7-second drag and drive Queensland car. We got him. We have got him. Ryan Sterling, hold it in the stage. Hold it in the stage, please. Now you're going to get an ET. Now you're going to get an ET. Russell Weaver trying to hit 1150. Both guys glued to each other at 1,000 foot. 67 and a 71. 67 and a 71. 129 mile an hour both sides of the racetrack. We need all time slips in by 4:15, please. All time slips in by 4:15. Maloney still chasing it. Adam Rinn, he's in the C class, NA 28s. Matt Maloney in that 10.50 class. He's not happy with a 10.52 with an 8, or a 10.53 with a 7, or a 55. He wants a 51 or a 50. Here we go, half track, 669, 614, 967. Geez, that car's consistent. 967, 968, 970, 962, 1048 with an 8. Matt Maloney's not going to be happy. I mean, he's happy, but he can be happier. Yep, that's right. That's Tara. Tara and Damon. Damon back in the 35. Here's a nice all JDM matchup. Clean greens below 1 second as well. Come on, everyone. Come on, Tara. We want that 50. Been too quick today, this Super. It's a 10.90. 10.71 there for Damon. So guess who's coming around one more time? Disco Dean's coming around one more time. Disco's coming around one more time. He's honing in on it. Wraith Cornford back getting a steer. Mark Ross back out there, trying to hit that 850. He's got 864. Zing the tyres once or twice. .138, 60 foot, half track 574, 889 for Cornford. Braith, 889. 889, 156 mile an hour. And yes, Zingsville out there. Oh, Lumper, wrong lane, mate, wrong lane. Sticky lane over here, stickier lane here, but I'll tell you what, I don't know, Lumper, I'm not here to tell you how to do it. 161.85. All right, here we go. Patrick Smith. Come on, Pat. Let's get this thing to work. Lumper. What has Matty Lampard got for us here? Oh, sir. Oh, the big king still goes through with a pedal. 843, 183 mile an hour out the back. I just thought he should have gone in this lane where we saw the 452 in this lane. I thought the big king might have loved this lane a bit more, but no, he went out there, put the beast out there, but a big hit of the tyres straight out of the hole. He's not done either. Swifty swapping lanes now. Jamie Swift, Tower Lane in the B3 class, Force 28s. Benny Kinesis is in the I class, which is 11.50, but he's gone low 10s already today. good so far. 1:23.60. Half track 5:12 for Jamie. Right through the finish. 7:99. There we go. Another 7-second Queensland Dragon Drive car. Only 157 mile an hour. Only 157. 140.44 at half track. That low 5.1 at half track. But yeah, I don't know. He's ever run a 7 Swifty? 7.99 just then for Jamie Swift. So that's a bunch of 7-second street cars here. The first ever Allstars Dragon Drive. And old Lumper just knocked the tyre off again, but went 183 out the back. But that's Salika. That's pretty nuts. So time slips handed in no later than 4:15. Is that right? 4:15. And people are still... Disco's coming again, you know that. And you know how you said if it was a draw, you'd go by the highest speed? So Vesnova went 52 with a 7. Disco then just ran a 52 with a 7. But Disco went 162 mile an hour. I know it's adding up on the weekend, but I just love talking up that immediately today, if we were fighting day by day and only day at a time, this is what the current battle is. As far as average is concerned, we know that it's still going to end up that tight. Because this is how tight it's been all 3 days. It's not like anyone's walking away. Oh, knocks the tyres off the big commie this time. But I know, and again, like, remember, I'm getting asked by, you know, Dodsey for Disco, how's Disco going? Saying, well, look, on today's basis, and for a while he was 4th, right? So again, going on today, what they ran today, he was 4th. And then where is it? We went, where is it? Come on. Yeah, so we had Sengi, and then we had Vesnova and Brazil in front of him. So he was 4th. And then he's eventually now just got between Sengi and Vesnova, and then the 52.7 with a 162 kind of puts him in front of Vesnova by mile an hour until now. So Vesnova needs to run an 8.52 with a 6 to sort of kiss elbow and Disco out of the way here. This is a battle we never thought we'd be seeing. We didn't think that you could dangle the carrot and have them eat. Basically, put it this way, they're chasing the string, there's no more carrot left. There's not much string left either. Check this out for a bit of Bump City. Jason Kenny and Vesnova. That's a bit better there for LS1 Power. Half track, 5.14. Here we go to the finish line. 7.93, 8.56 for the 2, but 7.93 there for Kenny. Yeah, 162.04. 162.04, but then that ET, just not enough ET. But what did Kenny run on the first day? He did go pretty hard on the first day. Yeah, went 85, so there's an 85 on the first day. And then, what did he just run there? I set him up there. He's 89, 83. That's what I saw. Bubba showed me drilling of jets, and normally when you're drilling jets, you're probably talking nitrous jets. You're putting another shot in it. Okay, well, I don't know. That sometimes that's again, if you're going in 64ths or whatever, and then you get the closest thing I got's a 6 mil. That sounded like it lit up better, like it wicked up a lot easier with a bit more spray on it. It's going hard, but with the pedal, 895 at 172. Yeah, 799 before, so he's the man. Hey, trying that lane out for there. I mean, he's probably not too biased, but here's Disco Dean and Dean Wilson. So we've got Disco Dean and Disco Dean Wilson. All right. Hey, he's not happy with a 10.53 on his 10.50. Disco's got that 52 with a 7 at 162 over Vesnova's 161. I can't tell you. All I'm doing for all these guys, I'm just rooting for these guys. to get what they want. Not that I'm sick of Disco running. I can't believe he's wearing this thing out as much as he's wearing. They were all wearing them out. Trouble is, Disco, that thing's a little too quick on that run, I reckon. Oh, no, 5.52 with a 5. Here we come, Disco. 54. And a 10.42. Maybe you should go and hand in. You know what I mean? It's like you guys have had another shot. You're only 300ths off what you wanted. You're 200ths off what you really need. And it's like, isn't that enough? As we said, you've got till 4 o'clock. So, mate, we have nearly got to start saying final call to the lanes. All right, so if you want another run, you better get to the lanes ASAP. Final call. We are at 16 minutes to 4. All time slips in by 4:15. All slips in by 4:15. We'll then be collating results, and no doubt all our trophies are already set up down there ready to be awarded. We've just got to try and fill out all the info. Have you got some of that info, do you reckon, already academic? Do you reckon some of that's already kind of up? Yeah, so there's a few nearly already awarded, but there's guys still, while they're out there not handing in slips, we won't quite know. And Maloney won't use a 14.36. I mean, this is another guy. It's like, oh, I'm not happy, 10.52 on a 10.50. You created a monster here. You've got these people just wanting to lap and lap and lap, and this is the same as what happened yesterday afternoon. We had Boise, we had Disco. I'm sure Tara's around here one more time. Vesnova. But, you know, Vesnova, is that the last two shots from Disco and Vesnova that we just saw? Boise, is this the last shot from Boise? Andy Blom, is this the last shot from then? Last call to the lanes, please. All right, here we go. Tell you what, the reaction time's not too bad, 0.26 for Boise. We go to the stripe now. Boise too slow, I'll tell you now. 10.63, 10.74 for Andy Blom as well. Too slow, mind you. Andy went a 10.08 at one stage there. A momentary lapse of common sense. And here's Nicole. What does Nicole need to do? 51 with a 9, 52 with a 4. Unless that run was, I'm sure that was a clean run with reaction time and everything. I'm sure it was. She's also gone a 52 with a 4. But what's this deep stage business here, Nicole? You're going to have to get out of there quick. She's going to GT here. That's what it is. 9.75 for Adam Rinn. That is such a stout Falcon. Keeps on giving. 10.68 with a 4.3 reaction there for Nicole. So she's just getting runs down the track. She's just getting some cheap thrills right now. That's what she's getting. Who's that? Oh, is he? Oh, is that our new nickname for him? Zoomies. Oh, Simon O Black Belt. Simon O Screwblower. Simon O Liberty. He's got an uncomplicated 3-second radial car. You just can't get one. Doesn't exist. All right, here's Tara. Has anyone met Tara? Does anyone know Tara? Here she is. Again, there's no real contest for the most amount of laps. I'd love to know who's got the most laps. Could be Tara, could be Boise, could be Disco, it could be Vesnova. Who's got the most amount of laps out there? I'd love to know. Could be Tara. Yeah, well, more miles on the track than ever. Quarter a mile at a time. Come on, Tara. What have you got for us? 90. If we were setting her the target of 10.90, she'd run that easy. 10.08 there. So Kareem was trying to do 2 9s in a row there, I'm sure. There's that smoke. Here's Brandy. Hey, have you recovered from? Haven't recovered from the enigma that's Bubba yet? You're okay, mate. He was a good passenger. Yeah, it's like having your own special child with you when you go anywhere, isn't he? It's just like, you know, he loves bright and shiny things, and you know he's always, you know, he can't sit still, which is hard when you're a bloke that big. But it was He said he had a good time cruising there with you. And I hope you got some content for yours as well. Yeah, so Car Culture is going to definitely have a nice bit of Bubba content. For a bloke that's big, he can certainly he can certainly spread himself thin, Bubba, can't he? He's definitely shared the Bubba love, and if anything, just brings the smile. That's right. I've got a dinner date tonight, so it'll be a fast trophy. It'll be a very fast trophy presentation. My son's birthday today. Looks like we're going to tea, so I'll just go straight. I think I'm dressed. I'll just go straight in. Yeah, well, we can bring him out. Bring him out here. Yeah. I think we got. I don't know where we've got him booked, but he's going somewhere. And see, I'm in on the text. So anytime my sons get a text from mum, I'm in on the text because I'm one of the boys, and I've basically been told, you know, be ready for dinner. It's like, okay, well, I told her it doesn't quite apply to me. I said I'm sort of going to be up here a while. But yeah, my oldest is had a birthday today. I think he's 23. All of that's foggy. I'm good with ETs from 25 years ago, but my son's birthday, what year was it again? I don't know. He's 23. So he'll, and you know what? Probably the poor bugger. I think he probably had to have worked today. So what happens when you're a manager at Repco? You've got to go and you've got to work for the company. And I think he's normally he might do a Sunday shift, and he's like the old boy was. I was in the early days. I had the career in auto parts, a great career in there. If you're mad about cars, that's not a bad industry to be in. They do take their fair pound of flesh out of you, but again, trade-off is the passion for the industry, and he's in rubbing shoulders with some of the very best, especially in our neck of the woods on the north side, and working with people that I've known myself 30 plus years, Dean McLennan, those sorts of guys. He's in there. My son's actually serving customers that I used to serve when I worked for them. So those guys are still around. They're still all around. And he's looking after the same mechanics I used to look after all those years ago in my spare parts days. All right, here he is. Come on, Mr. Kraken. Is he trying this lane out? He's trying this lane out. Righto. Simon O. Black Belt. Satisfaction, you just can't get some. More often than not, and again we'll continue to say this as long as he's got this car in the short term. Brand new car. Seat time. Not out here to rotate the earth, but he's certainly out here to acclimatise himself to the new steer. And he can be forgiven if he doesn't run any of his other O'Candles machines for a little while he concentrates solely and truly. And this is the car that's going to have everyone's attention and all of his attention. So, Simon, no candles, more seat time in the new Kraken radial Camaro. Now, look, I had a look at that thing jacked up before. We may not have 275s on it for now. We might be on the 315s, I think. But he's on radials, absolutely. All right, let's see how he goes with this run. More seat time, more testing for the Kraken. Well, I'll tell you what, a little bit of something there. 111 in the 60 and might have started to knock the tyre off, but then either it grabbed it or whatever, and then it was off. On and off, 481, 113 mile an hour. 111 in the 60 foot, 286 to 330, but it got out, didn't zing. Got out a bit, started to make some move. And again, whether that's off the... You can check with the data logger, obviously, about throttle pedal.
throttle trace, they call it, if you're looking up on a data logger, whether you get whether the foot did come up there from Simon, whether he sensed maybe it was knocking the tyre off, maybe Simon's right foot did come off there just for a second, who knows. The throttle trace on the data logger will tell the guys whether or not it was Simon that lifted then or whether that was something in the car that did. There was a tiny little, I'm not going to call it a cut and a catch, but there was a tiny little moment there on the launch there where it did kind of cut, then catch, but after that, it may have gone to cut loose and he may have lifted himself. The man has got plenty of laps in plenty of quick radial cars and had been sort of deep into the fours with his nitrous big block Tiranas, but this is a whole new ball game for this thing. This, honestly, if you wanted to ever cut that thing absolutely loose on the biggest tyre you could, well, quarter mile way, easy into the fives, 8th mile, easily into the threes. It's when you get to that sort of level where you can have 4,000 horsepower in a screw-blowing Noonan Hemi, the world is your oyster if you want to hang on to it and keep looking after the damn things, because for those in the know, you know, they're a serious race engine. Once you get to an engine like that, you've got to really have the right people looking after it. And I know I can vouch for the boys at Spot On with Andy with the Noonan Hemi in Public Enemy. I mean, that thing, again, if you're not running that thing sort of anywhere in the short term, you've got to make sure push rods are out of the thing, and you've got all this massive seat pressure on the valve train, and you've got to make sure you just free all that stuff up. That's one thing that you've always got to make sure you keep on top of, and it needs more love than that, but that's just one thing you've always got to do. You can't leave it lying around. Back all the valve train off, get them push rods out of there when you're not running the damn thing, stuff like that. And that's hard to do sometimes when you've got pull or manifolds off to do it, obviously. But a lot of the times it's just camp, you know, rocker covers off, loosen the rockers off, pull the things out. All right, he got some gears there, Patrick Smith. It should be a 10-second time then if it's Patrick's luck. 10.83, not bad. 10.98 for Boise. Boise, we're going backwards, mate. Is it about saying, I've still got enough fuel in the tank, let me have another run, I haven't run it all out yet? Or is it, I'm chasing something out there? I know Mark Ross just wants one more run like the 864 that he ran earlier today, but he has been knocking that tyre off a little bit of late. Matt Maloney even knocked the tyres off the 10-second Camaro on the last run, I think. So here we go, 10.53, 10.52, 10.48 for Matt Maloney. And only one representative, 864 for Mark Ross. Oh, Mark, keep that bulb on somehow. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. A bump infringement. Looks like a good run too. Looks like a really good run for him, but he won't get any ET or anything other than a nice memory of how good it ran without the measurement. That bump infringement, dear, 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 doesn't it break a few hearts now and then? Doesn't the dreaded bump, as much as it's an exciting part of the sport and it's an international language, the heartache and the anxiety that comes from an unsuccessful bump experience. That's the UBE to you and me. Andy Blom, Tara, 10.50s both sides. Come on, right now, side by side. 10.50, go for it. Q, go. The lane should be closed, the lane should be closed. It's 3.57, time slips in by 4.15, 10.44, 10.65. 10.44, 10.65. That was the last call for the lanes. Is there anyone else in the lanes? We've got Kareem back here again doing a bit of hot lapping. We're looking to see if there's anyone else in the lanes. We did do a final call for the lanes a little while back, but if someone has rolled down and he has 2 minutes to go, I guess they can run if they are there, 2 minutes to go. We did ask everyone to get to the lanes for one last run. That wasn't a rhetorical request. That was basically get there now, or we assume you've stopped. So let's have a look. No, I reckon that's not. One more after this. All right, lanes are done. One more after this and we are done. We're going to trophies after that.
Kareen Patini, I think I know what Kareen's after. Another 9 here, I would say. So the lanes are done. We are done. One more run. We are done. Thank you everyone for coming. Stick around, see who wins the trailer and who wins the first billet trophies from Allstars Drag and Drive. Nice and easy, nice and simple. Half track, 6:55. Finish line bottom 10 here, 10-11. 10-11, 10-1-1, 138 mile an hour. 10-1-1, 138 mile an hour. And here's the guy, one more time, one more guy, one more time. The Hoff. Things have been playing up on him. All right, Hoffman. Dear, dear me, the excitement machine has not been giving us all the love today that he normally expects. He likes a little bit of a result for himself. A lot of it's just for us. I know. Come on. Half track there, 5-1-1. Hoffman gets the shoots out and it's breathing. It's doing all sorts of things. 8:44. That is his quickest so far today. 117 mile an hour, but that's all she wrote. That's our last run of the day. Geez, it was puking something out there over the roof. He was sending it like nothing else. And 8:44 puts him, that's the, 8:44 is in there. It was 5-1-1 at half track, but it was not to be the ultimate run there for things, but at least he got one down in there. He's pulled the chutes up and he's safe and sound, and things is going to live to fight another day, as is you and I. Hopefully be careful on the way home. If you're going home now, we'd love you to hang around and just soak in some of this atmosphere as all the adrenaline starts to dissolve off track and we start to get together our final results. Please, can you have your time slips in before 4:15? It is 4:01. Please get your time slips in. Please get your time slips in. We want to get all our results tabulated and as soon as you can, obviously, get ourselves down to near the JOH tent where we are going to try and do all those presentations. So we thank all of our great sponsors that have helped us for this event, all the great people watching on the live stream, and all of the competitors that have joined us here for the 3 days. I certainly hope that we've done enough here to impress you for a first ever All-Stars Drag and Drive. Full prep quarter mile track here at Willowbank and a full prepped 8th mile at Warwick, and some nice drives in between. We thank RCE Performance Warehouse. We love Equipment Services Australia, RDW, Revolutionary Resto and Race, JJ Contractors, Parker's Shed, Elite Automatics, EMAE, Wizard Concreting, To Infinity, Iconic Constructions, Growl Racing for our shootout today, Only Pros Electrical, KBE Race Fab and Performance, Drift Bar, all of our great reaction time sponsors, Super Cheap, travel sponsor, BP Turner nominees, checkpoint sponsors, Arafas Humano, and all of our great trailer sponsors, which are going to, someone's going to get that ultimate drag and drive trailer when we do the presentation shortly.